Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Had Discord's Power. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The fighting continues. The tournament was now going to the second bracket of the fights. Present Mike then yelled through the speakers, making everyone wince, "Are you ready to rumble?" The civilians began to cheer happily. The fights will now continue after the small break that we took to clean the mess from the last match. On one side, we have the champion of the green, the protector of plants, Ibara Shizaki from Class 1B. The girl hummed approvingly of the praise. On the other side, we have the goddess of creation, the living 3D printer. We have Momo Yairazu from Class 1. The rich girl walked shyly to the field as people cheered both of them on. The girls heard Midnight speak. "I want nothing but good sports. No cheap moves. No harsh attacks, and no harming other warriors to the point of maiming them. Do you understand?" Both girls nodded their heads and their fight began. Ibara began quickly by digging her vines into the ground and sending them toward Momo, who activated her quirk. The vines shattered the ground as they emerged from it, but Momo made a weed whacker and began cutting the vines into pieces. Ibara frowned. "This might be an effective strategy, but how long can you keep it up?" "Yeah, Momo." Momo replied, "As long as I have to, Ibara." She then cut another vine. "A hero can never give up," she said, making another creation from her elbow. She then cut another vine that came to her. Ibara then saw Momo holding a bottle of sorts. Momo opened it and threw it at the vines. They quickly began to melt and wither away. Ibara looked at the bottle better and saw the label Izuku's Vine Whacker, made for the nastiest of weeds. Ibara's eyebrows twitched, clenching her fist. Up in the stands, Izuku said, "Why do I feel that I'm in danger?" Itsuka looked at him with a bored expression, along with Pony, who said, "Aren't you always in danger, Zuku?" The boy simply nodded. Back in the field, Ibara was sending her vines from different angles, confusing the rich girl. Momo was now using a chainsaw to cut Ibara's vines into tiny pieces. The girl was panting hard, but suddenly she was caught and lifted into the air by many vines. Momo looked at the girl and Ibara said, "You put on a good fight, yeah Momo, but you fail right here." The rich girl began to struggle against her vines, but she wasn't able to free herself from Ibara's grip, and the girl was about to ask Midnight to call off the match. So she thought of something. It was a desperate move, but desperate times call for desperate measures. She then looked at Ibara and yelled, "Izuku helped you call God." She said that just loud enough for the religious girl to hear, but some others did. Momo swore she heard someone from the stands call her a beach. She was sure that it was Kendo, but she couldn't really blame her. Ibara looked at her and asked, "Really?" The girl was unsure if that was true. This could be true or an attempt from Momo to let her lower her guard down so she can win the fight. "Yeah, he gave you a banana. And you talked to the big man himself," Momo said. The rich girl then gestured to Midnight. "Ask her. She saw everything, and she can confirm my story." The religious girl looked at the R-rated heroine, who nodded her head. Ibara then smiled happily and threw Momo outside the ring. She skipped to her class to ask Izuku something as Momo pouted in sadness. "I thought that she might let me have the win if I told her that." Midnight, confused by the outcome of the fight. Ibara wins. She walked over to Momo and patted her on the back. "If it makes you feel any better, I'm proud that you did. I wouldn't have done it any better." Momo simply nodded her head after letting out a sigh of sadness before looking up to meet Kendo's angry gaze. The orange-haired girl ran her finger over her neck, meaning Momo was going to get it. Momo gulped in fear. Back in 1B's booth, Kendo left the place to go and strangle Momo. Ibara came with a huge smile. She looked around and said, "Where's Izuku? I need to ask him if I can join his relationship with Pony." Bondo then said, "Please, Shizaki." The girl looked at him. "Return to your adorable cinnamon roll self. It's getting weird seeing you act like a hormonal teenager. It's kinda Tsubarabra's thing." The boy who was mentioned yelled back in indignation, "Hey, that was uncalled for." Izuku then appeared out of Ibara's shadow with Pony getting ready to wipe her mind clean again. But the girl sensed him and made a wall of vines to protect herself. "You won't fool me again," Ibara proclaimed, wrapping her vines around Izuku and bringing him closer. "So can I join your relationship? Please. I know I'm not the most interesting person, but I can be a good lover." Izuku felt bad for many things right now, chief among them what he was going to do right. He looked at Pony and winked at her. He then looked at Ibara and said, "All right, I accept." The girl beamed happily at this holy marriage being set in motion. "But let's begin our relation with a kiss." The vine-haired girl blushed but braced herself as her lips moved to meet Izuku's. But the boy kissed her nose. Izuku used this as a way to wipe her mind off anything relatively related to his activities. He then quickly pulled away and phased from her vines as the girl fell back into her seat sleeping. To her, this won't be more than a bad dream. Izuku wiped his brow. "Waya, that was tough, but I feel that I saved it this time again." He then felt an angry presence behind him. He gulped and looked around only to see Pony shaking in rage. The girl grabbed his head and began to shake him. So you thought the only way to help her is by kissing her nose, you perv. The girl then proceeded to give him the lecture of a lifetime along with a beating so legendary that women will take about for the next millennium. The boys all backed away from both sides afraid of being on the receiving end of the beating. The girl only stopped when she had to go to the waiting room. Kamakiri helped Izuku into a seat and saluted him. The mantis-looking boy said, "Thank you for taking one for the team." The other guys nodded their heads as well except for Ace, who had to be held back by Bondo's quirk. In the field, President Mike began the introduction of the new match. Let's continue the fights. First off, we have the girl who can hear you whispering bad things about her. She the master of recon with a huge amount of strength to back it up. Kyoka Gyro from Class 1A. The girl walked with a smile gracing her lips hearing the cheers. For our second fighter, he had an iron body with a hard iron spirit. It's Tetsutetsu from 1B. The boy yelled happily, "Let's do this." Midnight then said, "All right folks, nothing that endangers the other fighter's life. Am I clear?" Both of them nodded their heads as Midnight brought down her whip to signal the match to begin. Tetsu ran toward the girl. Gyro covered herself in onyx lighting and sped toward the boy. And with that, the match was quickly over as it began. Using her superior speed, Gyro attached her earphone jack to the boy's ear and pumped her heartbeat into it. This caused the boy to yell out in pain only to get punched in the gut by Gyro, sending him flying off the stage. Midnight frowned at another quick fight, but it couldn't be helped. Gyro wins and moves on. Gyro walked up to Tetsu and put her hand in front of him. "I hope I didn't hurt your pride or something." The boy looked at her and said, "Are you kidding? That was so awesome. I never knew that you were so manly, Gyro. You're the coolest girl ever to walk the earth." The tomboy blushed heavily as she punched the boy playfully. "Don't say that, you idiot." They then walked off the stage as the next fighters prepared themselves to come forward. In 1B's booth, Izuku looked with shock. Well, that was anticlimactic. I thought that there was going to be a huge fight where they both pushed themselves to their limits. But guess I was wrong. He said the last part holding an ice pack over a huge lump that he had from Pony's beating. Ibara next to him was still sleeping happily unaware of the world beside her. Shota then said, "Well, I guess Gyro doesn't want to mess around." He then explained, "Why go for a potentially long and drawn-out fight when you can end it in a minute?" Izuku nodded his head. "You have a point there, but still I expected more." He looked down at the field. "I hope Pony's fight is much more exciting than this one." He felt a shiver run through his spine. "I jinxed the next match, didn't I?" Everyone nodded their heads as Izuku sighed in sadness. In another part of UA, Momo was dangling from the ceiling with spy ropes and thermal goggles. She was still hiding from Kendo, but suddenly she felt someone tap her on the shoulder. She gulped and looked only to see Kendo smiling at her maliciously. "I'm going to enjoy this." In the field, President Mike began his introduction to the next match. "Welcome guys to the 7th round of preliminary fights. First, we have a guy who's always hard as a rock. He's unbreakable. Ijiro Kirishima from Class 1A. The boy blushed at the praise he was receiving. On the other end, we have the Raging Bull from America. Her horns will make you into Swiss cheese. It's Pony Tsunotori from Class 1B. The girl was still pissed off from Izuku's stunt, so she was happy for having a battling ram to release some of her anger on him. Midnight gave them her usual warnings and announced the beginning of the match only for the horse girl to charge at Kirishima like a madwoman, hitting him in the gut, causing him to kneel over in pain. The boy had the air get knocked out of him. The girl then threw him on the ground before sitting on his back and beginning to pull his leg backward. The boy hardened his body and threw the girl off him, yelling, "Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Tsunotori. Let's fight until our bodies get destroyed and ripped into pieces." The girl then bent her knee and began firing a never-ending barrage of horns toward the boy. This caused the boy to put his hands up in defense to avoid any harm from the horns. The boy then began to slowly make his way toward the girl, but when he almost reached her, she quickly kicked him in the nuts, making the boy hiss in pain. "That's so unmanly." The girl then grabbed him and slammed his face into the ground before using her horns to lift him into the area and then let her horns release him, sending him falling to the ground. The girl walked up to him and kicked him again in the nuts. The boy began to cry in pain. The girl continued the one-sided beatdown until she was finally bored of him and used her horns to take him outside the ring. She then walked out of there with a small smile on her face. A medical bot came and took Kirishima to the infirmary. Midnight then said, "Well folks, with this strong display of girl power, Pony Tsunotori makes it into the next round." In 1B's booth, Izuku was hugging Shishida out of fear. "Since when is Pony so brutal? This is scary." Shishida coughed into his fist. "Lady Tsunotori seems to have a rather harsh fighting style. She's always like that." He then pried the boy off him. "I wish you good luck in your trip to heaven." The doors of 1B's booth were then opened. Itsuka came in with a calm smile. "I gave Momo a piece of my mind. She won't do what she did like last time." She looked at Izuku. "Did you fix Ibara like you did last time?" Izuku went to ask, but a waste beat him. Yeah, he kissed her on the nose and wiped her mind. The orange-haired girl felt her blood pressure rise through the roof, but contained herself. What? Izuku defended himself. It was the only way. She had me tied and lifted upside down. The boy avoided Itsuka's first hit. I'm the victim here. Pony is angry with me and gave me a beating of a lifetime. Have some mercy on my soul. She then grabbed him by his neck, taking him to the side to start another legendary beatdown. His screams of pain were horrifying. Pony then came to the booth looking for Izuku. She saw him in a heap with a calm Kendo sitting next to him while Monoma used a small ice pack to soothe his pain. The girl chuckled. All right, I clammed down Izuku. She pushed Monoma away sitting next to her boyfriend and said, you know, you could have simply flicked her forehead or something. The boy opened his eyes and said, I know, but I wanted to create some chaos to absorb. Pony felt her eyebrows twitch, but allowed it to slide since he had about 20 beatdowns this day. They then looked down at the field to watch the last match of the first round. President Mike's voice came through the speakers. People, allow me now to finish the last fight of the preliminary rounds. On one side, we have the King of Destruction. He's always angry, Katsuki Bakugo from Class 1A. The boy walked to the field with a scowl. On the other, she's a bubbly girl. She's always happy, especially when she's flying. Ochako Uraraka from 1A. Bakugo looked at Ochako and said, final chance for you to drop out, round face. This isn't going to be pretty. I'm sure as hell ain't going to be easy on just because you're a girl. Ochako puffed out her cheeks in annoyance and said, get ready to have your butt kicked. Midnight proceeded to give her usual warnings and gave her signal to start the match. Ochako didn't allow herself to waste any moment and charged toward Bakugo, attempting to grab his shirt and float him outside the ring. The boy saw this and sidestepped her, blasting her in the face. The girl fell to the ground before lifting herself again and charging toward Bakugo, but the boy avoided her and jumped to the side, blasting her side. The girl continued her hit and ran tactics till she finally changed something. She grabbed her school uniform and threw it on Bakugo's face, blinding him momentarily, and attempted to attack him. The boy saw through this and blasted the uniform before defending himself from Ochako. The two continued their back and forth dance till the audience began to complain that Bakugo was taking it too far with his fight with Ochako. Eraserhead came to his rescue and said that Bakugo was only taking his opponent seriously. Bakugo looked at Ochako and said, you don't look that hot. Why don't you give up? The girl then said, thanks, but I came here to win, Bakugo. She then smiled, adding, by the way, I have to thank you for all the precious ammo that you gave me. The boy was confused till he saw something floating above him. In the air, there were dozens of small, medium, and huge-sized rocks floating in the air. The gravity girl smiled as she said, it's over now, Bakugo. I win. The girl then let them down and raced toward the boy, hoping that her trick will give her the win against the boy. Against all odds, Bakugo not only managed to block the huge attack but also blast Uraraka, sending her flying back to the edge of the ring. The girl fell flat on her face. She attempted to stand up, but she was too tired at this point. This caused Midnight to announce, Ochako is unable to continue. Katsuki Bakugo makes it to the next round. In 1A's booth, Momo sat with an ice pack on her head. The girl sighed sadly. Poor Ochako. After all the effort she put into this match, she still lost. The girl remembered her loss and cringed. Gyro laughed at Momo, says the girl who tried to make Ibara think that Izuku is a deity or an angel. Momo blushed and rubbed the back of her head, but she winced in pain. Kendo really gave her a huge piece of her mind, especially the part about not corrupting her classmates. Momo then stood up and went to the infirmary to check on Ochako. I'm going to the infirmary to see how's Ochako doing. Does anyone want to come with me? Ida then stood up and said, yes, Ochako is my classmate, so I have to check on her well-being. Izuku then popped out of Momo's hair in a small form and said, I'll go to see her with you both. Momo was startled. She calmed her breath down. Midoriya, please refrain from doing that. I almost had a heart attack. The girl put a hand on her heart. The boy then replied, this was payback for the whole reminding Ibara of what I did thing. Momo blushed and looked away. Personally, I was going to make you into a small kitten for the rest of the day, but Kendo told me that you already had enough punishment for today. The three then went to Ochako along with Tsuyu, since the two girls are best friends. In the dark alleyways in Hasu City, a man wearing armor was running along their twisting curves looking for his target. He was the speed hero, Ingenium. He was also Tenya's older brother, Tensei Ida. The man then said into an intercom implanted inside his suit, I haven't made contact with him yet. Team Alpha, I'll keep searching. Make sure that no one comes here. The man then came to a halt. He saw his target. He wore a black suit with knives and sharp weapons tied all over his body. Around his head, there was a blood-red mask tied. Ingenium then said, your reign of terror ends now, Hero Ender, Stain. The Hero Ender looked at him before taking out his sword. So you say, fake. Back in the sports festival, everyone was excited about the quarter part of the sports festival. The fights of the first round were relatively fast and quick, but they hoped that the quarterfinals of the sports festival will have much more exciting fights in store. Izuku was waiting in his room when Pony entered it. "How are you feeling, Izuku? I bet that you're super excited for the quarterfinals." The girl noticed that the boy had a metal pan on his head. "Izuku, why do you have a metal pan of all things on your head?" The boy replied, "Well, given that today I had more than my average amount of beatings, which isn't fair by the way, I decided to have some protection against people who might want to hurt me." The horse girl chuckled and took the pan from him and threw it in the air before skewering it. Discord appeared on his shoulder, noticing his shocked expression. "I told you that stainless steel won't do much against her horns, but you don't want to listen to my advice." He then jumped to Pony's shoulder. "I watched your match. It was amazing how you turned that boy into your personal punching bag. What drove you to be so brutal?" She looked at Izuku, who whistled innocently. "No idea at all. It wasn't like someone annoyed me, or gave of the girls in my class a kiss on her nose, which by the way is considered cheating." Izuku went to the floor. "I'm sorry, Pony. Please, don't break up with me. You're the greatest thing that ever happened to me. I can't imagine a world without you." Pony hummed for a bit. "I'll forgive you for a couple of things." Izuku gulped at the word couple. The girl lifted her hand. "First, I want you to take me to say the rings of Saturn up close. Second, I want you to take me to the fanciest restaurant in the world. Third, I want you to take me on a wonderful day on the beach in France. Fourth, I want new earrings. Fifth, I want something special that you will plan. Sixth, I want to become a horse again because I was so cool. Seventh, I want..." Izuku bowed down. "Please, I think that I'm about to ask for a loan from the bank because I don't think I have enough money to give you all that you want." Pony nodded. "I'll you a list of the other stuff that I want in an email." The boy then heard the speakers call out to him to go to the first round of the quarterfinals. The horse girl kissed him on the cheek. "Good luck, Izuku. I can't wait to see you in the finals, presuming I survive my fight with Blasty or Kyoka." The girl walked out of the room as Discord appeared on Izuku's arm and said, "Dude, I think that she just made you bankrupt. I can hear your wallet crying." Izuku himself heard soft whimpering. He looked at his wallet and saw it crying. He then said, "That's because my wallet is crying." Discord nodded. "Good luck in your fight against Bird Boy." In the field, President Mike began the introduction of the fighters. "Hello people, welcome to the quarterfinals of the fighting tournament. On one end, we have the Lord of Darkness himself, a man-bird that will haunt your nightmares. He's so immersed in the element of darkness that he can control it now. Tokoyami Fumikage from Class 1A. The boy looked at the audience as Dark Shadow blew kisses at them, telling Fumikage, "They love me, Fumi. I have fans." Tokoyami smiled a little. "That, they do, Dark Shadow." On the other hand, we have the one-man army. He can do anything you can imagine. He's the god of chaos itself. It's Izuku Midoriya from 1A. Izuku walked to the field and waved to the people cheering him. Midnight walked to the judges' podium. "I want it to be a clean fight. No beating your opponent halfway to death. Am I clear?" Both boys nodded their heads as Midnight told them to start. Tokoyami tried to end the fight as soon as possible by sending Dark Shadow toward Izuku. "Dark Shadow, attack him and don't give him a chance to use his powers or we'll be defeated." The shadowy bird replied, "As you wish, boss man." He looked at Izuku and said, "Nothing personal." The living shadow didn't even get to finish his sentence when something happened that shocked everyone. People were thrown off their seats seeing this happen. Dark Shadow was separated from Tokoyami, leaving the bird boy shocked at what happened. This must be Midoriya's doing. He then realized something. "I never stood a chance, did I?" Dark Shadow then touched his face and sensed his body. "I'm free." He walked around for a bit. "It's true. I'm truly free. Finally, I can do whatever I want whenever I want. Nothing can stop me anymore from going to that beach that Fumi was embarrassed to go to." While Dark Shadow was enjoying his newfound freedom, which was going to be short anyways, Izuku walked up to Tokoyami with multiple elemental and energy attacks directed at the boy. The feathered boy gulped in fear. "I don't suppose there's a civilized way for us to solve our small situation." He knew that he was defeated at this point, so there was no point in fighting. The green-haired boy then said, "Well, you can fight or you can walk outside the ring and end the fight." Seeing that he had no choice at all, Tokoyami walked outside the ring. Suddenly, Dark Shadow found himself attached to Fumikage. The shadow bird looked at Izuku and said, "Hey dude, not cool. You just gave me freedom only to take it away. You're mean." The shadowy bird began to cry as Fumikage began patting him on the back. There, Dark Shadow. If you want, I can take you to that dark place you love." Dark Shadow looked at Fumikage and asked, "Really, do you mean it?" Tokoyami nodded, making Dark Shadow cheer in happiness. Izuku then said, "Well, all is well now." He then walked off the stage. Midnight looked at Cementos, who shrugged. "I guess this is another win for Izuku Midoriya." The people cheered, but they hoped for a longer fight because Izuku's powers looked awesome. Inside a dark room, someone yelled, "Madam President, how did we manage to miss him? This boy, if we have found him, we could have made a new better Lady Nagant." Another voice then said, well, it's because he was quirkless until a couple of months ago. Someone said, and he had this control over his powers. Impressive. But we have to find a way to make him into our asset. Imagine being able to wipe out anyone who rubs us the wrong just by thought as if he never existed. To begin with, someone else then added, the moment his powers appeared we should have taken him away. We should have molded him into our perfect soldier. Reality-bending quirks aren't that common. He then read the boy's file. He shows more promise than Hawks, and that says something. A feminine voice then said, if we did that, we would have pinned a lot of curious eyes on us. Everyone looked at a middle-aged woman sitting at the top of their table with a calculating look in their eyes. Izuku Midoriya was smart enough to change his legal status from quirkless to having a quirk a day after the entrance exam. In other words, he was already under Nezu's protection at that point. Taking him would have raised too many questions. Someone then exclaimed, but we can't let that amount of raw talent go wasted. The woman replied, I don't plan to. I have my ways of making him cooperate. She stood up and began to leave the room. Call Hawks and tell him that I want him to send an internship to the boy. Matter of fact, tell every hero affiliated with us to send him an internship offer. They all nodded and went to work. Back at the sports festival, Izuku reached 1B's booth and saw Pony on the floor roaring with laughter. That was the funniest sheet that I have ever seen in a while. The boy sat on a chair and said, what did I miss? He then looked and saw Shizaki looking at him with awe. And what's up with you, Shizaki? Your powers are truly magnificent. She then asked him, are you a god? Are you? Izuku then put his finger on her forehead and wiped her memory of the match. This was going seriously out of hand. He was one step away from making the girl forget that she was religious to begin with. Ibara shook her head. I'm sorry, but what happened? Izuku replied, you were congratulating me for winning my match and you wanted to ask me if I wanted to join you at church next Friday. The girl nodded her head. Right, so will you go with me to the church next Friday? Perhaps you can help the unfortunate with your powers. The girl looked at him with hope in her eyes. The boy nodded, making her smile. Honi then leaned and said, I'm afraid that Ibara might begin to develop resistance to your mind-erasing abilities if you can keep using them on her. Izuku frowned. Let's think about this later. He looked down at the field. Kendo's match is about to begin. The class looked down at the field with a waist making a bowing gesture. In the field, President Mike began to introduce the fighters. On one hand, we have the ice-wielding boy. He will usher the new ice age, Shoto Todoroki from Class 1A. The boy wasn't fazed by all cheers he was receiving. On the other one, we have one hell of a fighter, a martial artist that will kick your ass. Don't let her beautiful look fool you. It's Itsuka Kendo of Class 1B. The girl blushed from all the cheers that she was getting. Kendo took a deep breath as Midnight said, I want no dirty moves, no maiming, no ending blows. Both nodded their heads and Midnight gave them the signal to begin the fight. Kendo didn't have time to move her legs. One moment she was about to run, the next she was encased in an ice coffin. The girl began to shiver. I give up. Can you let me go? She wasn't dumb. She knew when she can't win the fight. The boy nodded his head and walked up to her and began to unfreeze her. The girl almost fell out of the ice, but the boy grabbed her and helped her to her feet. The girl pouted at him. Couldn't you allow me to have a couple of minutes just to show off my stuff? The boy blinked a little, not understanding what she meant. He frowned a little. Kendo, this is a fighting tournament, not a fashion walk. If you want people to see you in skimpy clothes, I suggest you go to the Snake Heroes Agency. I heard that she was making a swimsuit contest. The girl was so shocked by his words that she didn't notice him leave the field as Midnight said, Itsuka Kendo has forfeited. Shoto Todoroki makes it to the next round. The girl then turned her neck and looked at Shoto. She had many veins throbbing on her forehead. Who did he think he is? Who did he think she is? Did he think that she was some type of airheaded chick who desperately wanted people to see her body? She stomped her way to him and grabbed the collar of his clothes. She dragged him away to somewhere where people won't see them. She told him in a low voice, I think that you have the wrong idea about me, Todoroki. The boy didn't know why, but he felt if he tried to fight back, he was going to make things go way worse. A couple of moments later, Kendo emerged satisfied and Shoto appeared bruised all over. The boy looked at the girl. Man, she is terrifying. He then walked to his booth. Kendo walked into her booth and everyone began to tell her that she was amazing down there. The girl smiled. Thanks for your kind words, guys. She looked at Izuku. Even you, baby number 21. The boy nodded his head and said, the next fight is about to begin. He rubbed his chin and said, it's Shizaki against Gyro from my class. Both have strong quirks. I wonder who will win. On the ground, President Mike began to introduce the fighters. Welcome to the third fight of the quarterfinals. First, let us introduce our first fighter. She's green. She's strong. She controls the green. Let's hear your love for Ibara Shizaki. The girl waved her hand at the people. Against her, we have a girl with super strength and a super sound. She's faster than a speeding bullet, Kyoka Gyro. The girl walked confidently toward the field. Once both girls were given the usual introductions, they began their fight. It was a sight to behold. It was a match of speed and accuracy. Ibara tried to catch Gyro, but the purple-haired girl was avoiding her at every corner. Gyro then lifted her earphone jack and let out a huge sound wave that destroyed a handful of Ibara's veins. Gyro then ran to Ibara, but the girl made the ground shatter. The vine-haired girl then grabbed a bunch of rocks and began launching them at Gyro, who tried to dodge them. Ibara then sent her vines underground and managed to blindside Gyro. She managed to grab her leg and began to shake her around in the air, causing the petite girl to feel dizzy. Gyro then used her super strength to free herself before going after the religious girl and reaching her. Gyro then grabbed the religious girl by her hips and lifted her over her head. Ibara tried to send her vines down to grab the girl, but Gyro grabbed the vines and ripped them off her head. She then pinned the girl to the ground before putting her elbow on her back. Gyro then said, "Give up. You can't hope to beat me." Gyro then dug her elbow deeper into the girl's back. She didn't notice that the girl made some of her hair slowly crawl under Gyro's legs. Ibara then smiled. "I have to say this fight was," but she then grabbed Gyro's legs and threw off her toward the edge of the ring. Gyro managed to stop herself, but Shizaki used a wave of vines and pushed her outside the ring. "I won this fight." Gyro looked at Ibara and said, "Good fight, Virgin Mary." The girl put out her hand to Ibara and the religious girl shook it happily. Midnight then said, "Ibara Shiozkai moves on to the semi-finals." Both girls then walked off the stage and made their way toward their respective booths. Somewhere else, Izuku sat beside Pony. "You know that it isn't too late for you to back down." The girl raised her eyebrow. "Or for me to give you some extra juice for you to use." The girl was touched by her boyfriend's worry about her, but she wanted to do this her own way and win the fight on her own terms. She touched his cheek and said, "Izuku, I know that you're worried, but I need you to have some faith in me. I promise that I'll try not to get hurt much." The boy sighed, "I'm just worried." Bakugo doesn't know the meaning of holding back. She patted him on the back. "Clam down, Izuku. I will win this thing." She then walked outside the room and said, "Watch me go out there and kick Blasty's ass." The boy sighed and said, "Oh boy, this is going to end super badly." He gulped and prayed for the best. In the field, Present Mike began to introduce the fighters of the last match. Here we have the final round of the quarterfinals. On one side, we have a beautiful girl. She came here all the way from America, Tsunotori from Class 1B. The girl walked happily and waved toward the people. On the other side, we have a boy born with a face that only a mother can love. We have Katsuki Bakugo from Class 1A. Bakugo walked forward with a sneer on his face. He looked at Pony. "You're Deku's girl, right?" The girl raised her eyebrow and nodded her head. "Cool, I'll make sure that you'd become my personal message board for the nerd." Midnight told them to begin, but Bakugo suddenly jumped into the air. He began to destroy any horns that Pony threw at him while spinning in the air, collecting dust and sweat. He then began to get closer to Pony and said, "Howitzer impact." A huge explosion engulfed the air. Smoke was everywhere. When it cleared, it showed the horse girl knocked out on the side of the wall. She seemed a bit burnt, but she was okay overall. Midnight looked at Bakugo and sighed. Bakugo Katsuki makes it into the next round. Bakugo smiled for finishing this fight as fast as he can. He wanted to give Deku a rematch for what had happened at the battle trials. He wanted his revenge, but he needed to send a message that he was after the green-haired boy. He was sure this will suffice. Back in 1B's booth, Izuku reached a decision. He was going to beat Bakugo in the most humiliating way ever. He was going to beat him and allow the world to see it. Only one can take the gold. Izuku was pumped for his fight with Todoroki, but he first had to go to Recovery Girl to make sure that Pony was alright. The horse girl didn't even get the chance to show off her stuff to the crowd. Bakugo went full beast on her before she can even move. He will make him pay in a way that will make him hate that he was ever born in the first place. The boy walked into the infirmary. The boy saw his girlfriend with bandages all over her body. The boy sat beside her and began to slowly stroke her hair. She then opened her eyes and tried to move, only to groan in pain. The boy then helped her sit. "Careful, Pony. You had a full explosion to the face. I think regular people might have died from such an attack." Pony groaned. "Wonderful. He said he wanted to use me as a message board for you. I think he wanted to make me into a statement that he's going to destroy you in your fight." The girl pouted a little before looking at him. "Izuku, can you promise me that you will wipe the floor with him?" The boy grinned as the girl carried on. Make sure that he never misses with me ever again. You know, I'm your girlfriend after all, and you're supposed to protect my honor now that it is tainted." Izuku nodded his head. The boy looked at Recovery Girl. "When can she leave the infirmary? I want her to see my match against Todoroki. This one is going to be extremely exciting. I'm going to open a portal to a black." He was then whacked by Pony. "No interdimensional stunts. Remember what happened last time." The boy chuckled when he opened a portal to a zombie world. It's a good thing he mastered fire and destroyed the 6 zombies that exited the gate. The boy sheepishly nodded his head. Recovery Girl shook her head with an amused smile. "Okay, she can leave in about half an hour." The boy deflated, but the old hero added, but she can watch her fight from television here. The hero student then left the infirmary with a small smile. He wanted to see his girlfriend in her booth cheering him on, but he was happy that she was alright. Pony didn't deserve to be caught in the middle of their fight. Bakugo didn't know what was coming to hit him in the nuts. Pony looked at the door and sighed. He's going to cause chaos, isn't he? Recovery girl nodded her head. Oh, believe it. Your boyfriend is going to be one of the reasons why I might go bald or why I might die from laughing because his fights are comedic if anything. Pony nodded her head. You should have seen him when he first began training. One time he tried to make himself into a bull, but was stuck with a bull's head for about an hour. Another time, he was stuck with a fish's tail and a chicken's head. Both women began to laugh at Izuku's behavior. His powers were something else. In the hallway, Izuku was slowly making his way to the fighting ring. His next match was against Todoroki, and for some reason, Itsuka told him to mess up Shoto. When he asked why, she said that Shoto have offended her honor, and she wanted him to pay double the price. The boy was immersed in his thoughts. He bumped into somebody. Though from where he was standing, it felt like walking head straight into a brick wall. He had to make that he didn't have some kind of concussion after he wiped the floor with Shoto's ass. Izuku looked up and saw Endeavor. The boy didn't need this to happen. After Shoto's horrific backstory, he didn't need to see his father in his front yard. If it was up to him, he would hose him away from here, but he can't. So, the boy settled with whistling. Man, I have to admit that the news makes you less scary. How did you become so buff? It's like you're made of bricks. The boy then knocked on his stomach. If the man was bothered, Izuku had to give him credit that he didn't show it. The man seemed to be observing Izuku. He then pushed the boy away from him. Izuku then said, well, it was nice meeting you, but I have to kick your son's ass. The hero stopped him. I saw your quirk in action. I have to say that it is an interesting one. The ability to control reality itself and bend it to your will. It is very impressive. Discord then appeared on Izuku's shoulder and chuckled. Believe me that he can do more than that. He's chaos incarnate. He can make people disappear with a snap of his fingers. Izuku grabbed the ex-Chaos Lord by his neck and said, smiling, please excuse him. He has a hard time recognizing when to speak or not. Izuku quickly shoved Discord into his back pocket. The flame hero stared at the boy a little bit more, making him feel a little bit uncomfortable. The boy mentally, this is very awkward. I have to go before he asks me for my mom's number. Izuku tried to walk away. Keyword here being tried. The flame hero then said, stay, I have a couple of things to talk with you about. The boy looked at the man and pulled at his collar, letting out some steam from how intense the situation seemed. He wanted this to end. He wanted to simply go and kick Shoto's ass. In this fight, I want you to use your full power. The flame hero spoke. Don't hold back on the account that my son is holding back at you. I don't want you to dishonor yourself. My son is going through a rebellious phase, and that's why he isn't using the power that I gave him. You'll be a great way for him to achieve his destiny of overcoming All Might. Izuku tilted his head. Do I look like All Might to you? The man scoffed. Obviously not. Izuku cut him off. Good, because I'm not All Might, and I will never be him. It's also the same with you and Todoroki. The sooner you stop projecting yourself on him, the better. Plus, All Might is like 50-ish years old. He's going to retire anyway. So, by the time your son graduates, you'll be the #1 hero. He then walked away. Well, I want to say that it's been nice seeing you, but... The hero stopped Izuku by grabbing his arm and yanking the boy toward him. The man then said, I wasn't looking for advice about how to raise my children. He then growled, and I don't want to become the #1 hero by free handouts. Izuku then disconnected his arm to free himself and made a new one. Well, that's good for you. And keep my arm, by the way, I don't need it. Goodbye. The hero spoke again. Expect me to stop by your house next week. I have a very important talk with your mother. This talk will benefit both of our families. Izuku coughed. Sir, with all due respect, my mom isn't on the market for boyfriends. He then added, plus, you already have a wife, so shame on you. Get away from my family. Endeavor shouted, enough with your mind games. I'm not talking about your mother. I'm talking about you. I will talk to her about you. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. What did the flame hero want with him? Did he want to make a personal request to his agency? That would be very awesome to have the #2 hero come himself to his house to guarantee that Izuku works beside. I will arrange a quirk marriage between you and my eldest daughter Fayumi. Just imagine the offspring that you'll both produce. Izuku at this moment lost any and every respect he had for the hero. Izuku coughed into his hand. I have to say that I'm honored that you want me to be your son-in-law, but I already have a girlfriend. I'm also not interested as you think I am. The hero scoffed. Girlfriend? Please, marrying my daughter will give you status. Izuku shrugged. I'm still not interested. And I'm surely not going to cheat on my girlfriend to make you feel better about yourself. But good luck finding some idiot who will do it. Endeavor asked. How much is her family paying you to be with her? Whatever they paid you, I can pay you at least 3 times the price. This is a rare opportunity that I won't pass." The boy then said, "They are paying me about $0. Nothing at all. I love my girlfriend. I want to get married to someone I love, not someone whom I was forced into an uncomfortable marriage." The boy walked away adding, "Plus, seeing how your marriage went, I'm worried about marrying someone from your bloodline." The flame hero then yelled, "This is going to happen, kid. I'm already making calls as we speak." Izuku shrugged, "You can't strong-arm me. I can't simply erase from existence, but I won't do it." He then flicked the hero on the nose. "Remember that there are always bigger fish in the sea." Izuku walked away from the hero who scoffed, "Love my ass. I need to find out how much they paid his mother, so I can pay her triple the price to make this marriage happen." The man then felt something gooey on his forehead. He looked and saw Izuku's shadow roasting a marshmallow on his head. The shadow waved his hand and returned to its owner. The flame hero was angry but swallowed it because he needed to watch his son's match. The hero then walked away toward the hero booths. In the field, Izuku walked to the fighting area where he'll have his showdown with Shoto, even though it was going to be more of a one-sided beatdown on his end. But sure, why not entertain the ice and fire-wielding boy? Discord appeared. "Are you sure you want to do this? It may harm his psyche in the long run." If he saw what might happen in case he continued to be a pansy. The boy nodded his head. Better having him hurt emotionally than having him ended in the real world. Discord agreed with the boy who finally landed on the stage. Shoto looked at him. "I hope you're ready, Midoriya." He grabbed his right arm, making specks of ice fly off it, making Izuku wonder if he was doing this to scare him. "I'm going to win." Izuku replied, "I met your father when I was coming here." Shoto tensed at this. "He's a real piece of work. He told me he wanted to marry your sister." Shoto's eyes widened. "Told him to shove it up his ass because your sister's beauty is mediocre compared to Pony and I won't marry her." Shoto didn't know what to do at this point. On one hand, Midoriya told off his father. On the other, he said that Fayumi, his sister, was mediocre when it came to beauty. He frowned because he knew his sister could be a model if she wanted to, but chose to be a teacher. Shoto then said, "Midoriya, you attacked my sister's honor. I will defeat you, and thanks for standing up for my father." They then both might begin his introductions. "Welcome back, party people. Are you ready for the first fight of the semi-finals?" The crowd began to cheer in happiness. On one hand, we have the living wild card. He will make a bunny and chase with a bow and arrow on the back of Hades' Hellhound. It's the one and only Izuku Midoriya. The people cheered for him, so he made the sky rain soda. What a show from Izuku Midoriya. Am I right? On the other hand, we have the boy with a personality so cold it could make ice shiver, a true ice warlock, Shoto Todoroki. Midnight came and said, "All right, boys, no dirty moves, or else I'll punish you." Both boys nodded their heads and Midnight swung down her whip, signaling the match has begun. Shoto quickly went for an all-out attack as he sent a huge iceberg to Izuku, hoping to bury him in ice and making him quit before the match even began. Shoto watched as the ice quickly made its way toward Izuku, but he was frowning. Izuku wasn't even interested in fighting. Izuku looked at the ice attack with his slow-motion vision. Shoto was going to need more than raw strength to make it big in this world. He needed someone to open his eyes to reality. The boy lifted his hand and waved it with enough strength that it shattered the ice, sending it back as icicles to the sender, who almost flew out of the ring. Shoto groaned in pain. He had an ice shard in his leg, 2 in his arm, and smaller ones in his midsection. Shoto hissed in pain and launched another ice attack, only to have it turn into bubbles once it came near Izuku. He tried the ice attack one more, but this time it became soba. Shoto had to slap himself to prevent himself from jumping and digging into the delicious meal. He looked at Izuku, who seemed uninterested. He then heard the boy talk. "Is that all you have, Todoroki? I haven't even used 1% of my power and you're already down for the count." Izuku then said, "How about you use your fire? Perhaps you can change the outcome of the fight." Shoto growled at Izuku. "Did my father pay you for this? What's next?" He then shot an ice bullet toward Izuku, who grabbed his head and moved it to the side. Izuku looked at him and Shoto felt everything go white all of a sudden. When he opened his eyes, both he and Izuku were floating in someplace. It was a void, but the ground was rippling like water. He looked around only to come face to face with a fish. The fish smacked him with its tail and swam away from him. He looked at Izuku. "What is this, Midoriya? Is this some sort of trick to make me change my mind?" Izuku shrugged. "No, I just want you to see the past, present, and future. Come on." A door appeared in front of them and they walked through it. Shoto looked through and saw a younger version of his mother sitting with his grandma. His grandma asked Shoto's mom, "Rei, are you 100% on board with this?" Shoto wondered what they are talking about. "Yes, mother. I mean, why wouldn't I agree to marry a top-ranking hero? It would give our dying family some prestige." The older lady shook her head. "But this is a quirk marriage, dear." She put both her hands on her daughter's shoulder. "It's mostly used to bring children with strong quirks." Rei shrugged. "Isn't that a good thing? I mean, if they're strong, we don't have to worry about them getting hurt. They'll be brave and strong." Shoto couldn't believe his ears. His mother accepted the quirk marriage. She was eager for it. No, it can't be true. This isn't true. His mother would have never accepted something like that. He looked at Izuku. Stop this. Stop this right now. My mother would never accept this. Izuku tilted his head. Why not? She comes from a highly traditional family where honor and prestige mean everything. Don't you think she might have thought that she will win fame? Shoto didn't get to say anything but was now transported to the present. He looked at the Eraserhead and present mic talking. The voice hero said, "Man, Todoroki is surely ending himself by using his ice side only. At this rate, Midoriya might as well let him win out of pity." He then squinted. Man, he's shivering. Aizawa shrugged. I will give Todoroki a last chance to use his fire after the final exams. If he doesn't, he's as good as expelled. Present Mike nodded. Yeah, I'm usually more lenient, but this takes the cake. He shook his head in disappointment. If he's allowed to go on like this, people's lives as well as his will be lost. Aizawa nodded. That's why I'm planning of letting him go. This can't go on. People's lives aren't a game where Todoroki can waste just to prove a dumb and stupid point. They returned to the match where Izuku used a tentacle-like hook to give Shoto an atomic wedge and then put Shoto's underwear over his head. Mike said, doesn't that only work in cartoons? Aizawa shrugged. When it comes to the problem child to end all problem children, nothing matters. Nothing is relative. And, is Shoto being put on a laser machine? Down in the ring, Shoto was strapped to a laser machine that was slowly making its way to the boy. Shoto was in shock. Aizawa is planning to expel him because he wasn't using his father's fire. Why doesn't anyone understand how evil fire is? Why can't anyone see the truth? He shook his head. Even if that's true, it won't change my mind. I'll become the best hero through vigilantism. Shoto knew that some vigilantes become heroes if they're good enough. Izuku shrugged. I didn't want to do this, but remember. He put his face in front of Shoto's. You force my hand, so don't cry. Shoto was confused and honestly terrified. To the future we go. A bright flash engulfed them, blinding Shoto. Once he opened his eyes, he was greeted with a horrific sight. His mother hanging by a noose as her body swung aimlessly back and forth. He began to cry. His mother will commit suicide. No, that can't be happening. She can't do this. He stopped using his flames, so he can prove to her that he isn't like his father. Did he use them again? He looked at Izuku. What the F is this, Midoriya? What in the world is this sheet? That, he said, pointing to Rei's lifeless body, is her handiwork. The result of your actions. Shoto stuttered. What do you mean? How did I cause this? Izuku frowned, pointing to a newspaper on a table. Shoto walked to it and grabbed it, reading the title Ice Vigilante. Shoto Todoroki meets his end after a run-in with Ice Master. People are actually thanking the villain for ending the reckless vigilante. He couldn't understand. People are happy because a villain ended him. He looked at Izuku. You did become a vigilante after Aizawa expelled you, but you weren't a good one. The green-haired boy sighed. You ended at least 550 people due to your reckless large-scale attacks, crippled at least 12 people, left 15,000 people homeless, caused 20,000 people to become jobless, and did damages that reached billions of yens. But your final act was 2 weeks before your death was the reason why Ice Master sought to end you when you fought an ice villain who can manipulate ice on a mountain where it's a popular ski resort. Let's not get into the numbers, but there were in the thousands because it was filled to the brim with people. Ice Master's granddaughter was among the victims. You can guess why he ended you. Your actions stained the name of ice users so much that people began seeing them as villainous quirks. Your mother ended herself because she couldn't handle the shame of birthing someone who would end so many people just to prove a point, and had so little compassion for his victims. Shoto flopped to the ground. He caused all this pain and misery. Izuku nodded his head. What are so shocked about, big guy? Shoto looked at him before crawling away in fear. Izuku was sure that he traumatized Shoto for the rest of his life. Yes, you caused all this because you used your ice just to prove a point that no one cares about. Shoto stood up shivering. Then, I'll just be more careful. He was stopped by a punch to the face from Izuku, who looked beyond pissed off. Izuku shouted at him. Stop thinking about your dad for 1 minute of your little worthless, pathetic life. He then smashed Shoto's head against his knee. After the dark future you saw, this is what you're thinking about. How to make my life even more ingrained and influenced by my father. You say you want to be free of him, but everything you do revolves around him. Shoto went to reply, but Izuku stopped him by erasing his mouth off. No, you will listen. You need to stop thinking about your father. Tell me, you think by not using your fire, you're building your own person independent of who he is? Izuku laughed, but newsflash, you're dedicating your entire life to pissing him off. Shoto's eyes widened. Izuku then yelled as everything began to return to normal. But tell me something, Todoroki, don't you want to become your own hero, free of everything? Isn't that what you want? Shoto's mouth returned as Izuku yelled. If that's the case, stop playing around and give me your 100%. Izuku then began charging a vibration attack in his hand. Shoto at this very moment was shocked as flames covered his left side. He remembered all the ugly times he faced with his father, but then remembered the only good memory he had with his mother. "You're right, Midoriya," Shoto yelled with nostalgia on his face. "I do want to become a hero." Izuku then said, "Let's end this already." He made sure to freeze Endeavor in time when wanted to make some kind of speech because Shoto was using his fire. Shoto looked at Izuku. "You see excited, Midoriya." He then prepared his attack. "Don't blame me for what happens next." He launched a huge column of ice and made huge amounts of fire. This attack made a huge explosion, but it was met by Izuku's own vibration attack. The two attacks combined caused a huge white flash to appear in front of the entire crowd, followed by a sound-piercing shriek of energy. A lot of people were sent flying back from their seats due to the strength of the attacks and their aftermath. Some even received minor injuries, mostly those who were too close for their own good or those with eye or ear-related quirks. Present Mike from his booth asked, "What in the world are teaching your students, Eraser?" Eraserhead replied, "Clearly, I haven't taught them self-control much, but this is all they're doing." The man cracked his neck and looked down, "But I can explain what happened down there." Todoroki made the temperate decrease and then suddenly increase, causing an explosion. Izuku made his own counterattack from vibrations. The two collided and formed in well. The result, the man couldn't find the right words for him to explain what happened. Finally, the smoke cleared, showing Shoto slumped against a wall with a dazed expression on his face while Izuku was lounging on the battlefield on a comfy chair. Midnight, after pulling herself from the rubble, tried her hardest not to laugh. Izuku Midoriya is the winner of the first round of the semifinals. Suddenly, everyone can see Endeavor from his booth yelling something as Mike said, "What a supporting father." The voice hero remained silent for a couple of moments but then added, "But it's quite late to cheer him on, don't you think? He already lost." Endeavor didn't care what Mike was saying, but only carried on with his speech. "Finally, you accepted the power that I gave you. You accepted your mission in my lie." "Ah," the hero screamed as he slipped on a bar of soap that was present on his path down the stairs down to the fighting grounds. Izuku ran to him. He checked Endeavor's pulse and said, "He's out cold. We need to wake him up." He then made a wet fish appear out of nowhere and handed it to Shoto. "Come on, Shoto. Help him." The boy looked at the fish and then at Izuku. He was confused. "You want me," Shoto pointed at himself, "to help him wake up?" He then pointed at his father. Izuku nodded. "Yeah, quit wasting time and slap him awake." Shoto was about to say something, but then it clicked in his mind. The fish was there for a reason, wasn't it? The robots came to pick up Endeavor, but Shoto pushed them aside. "He's my father, so I have to help him." The boy then held the fish and began to slap Endeavor with it. "Wake up, old man. Don't die on me yet. The household can't lose you. There's still a lot we need you for." Everyone cringed at the sound of the fish hitting Endeavor's face, but Shoto was having the time of his life. He had the biggest smile each time the fish smacked his father on the face. In a college across the country, a white-haired man was rolling on the ground laughing hard. In a school in Musutafa, a girl with white hair and some red flecks sighed while messaging her temples about her little brother's behavior towards their father. In a certain alleyway, a burnt man was laughing so hard blood was slipping from his eyes. "This is the greatest sheet ever. Slap him some more." In a hospital, a woman's laughter can be heard throughout the entire facility. One of the nurses came and said, "Well, she seems to be in a happy mood today." The other one replied, "If the guy who threw you in a hospital on fake charges was being slapped on the face with a fish by his very own son, wouldn't you be happy?" The first nurse asked, "What are you talking about?" The second nurse chuckled, "See for yourself." Once she saw the video, a second woman's voice could be heard. Midnight then came down to stop Shoto from continuing to humiliate the number 2 hero, but Izuku stopped her. "Leave him be. He needs to get this out of his system." The woman didn't understand what he meant but allowed Shoto to continue. Moments later, Shoto's rhythm became slower as each hit was sloppier till he finally broke down and began crying his heart out. Midnight then allowed the robots to carry out both Todoroki members to the infirmary. She went to the side and hid from everyone's sight and began to laugh like a hyena because there's no way Endeavor slapped by a fish isn't funny. Izuku returned to Pony in her booth. Everyone looked at him, struggling to hold a straight face. Itsuka came up to him and looked him in the eye. She tried to hold herself, but she quickly cracked and began to cackle like a madwoman. That HOHOHA was the funniest HOHOHA thing ever. The entire class of 1B and their neighbor 1-1 also exploded in laughter. When they finally calmed down, Momo popped from the other side. "But are you ready to face the consequences of your actions?" Izuku shrugged, but Momo interjected, "And please don't say what's the worst that can happen because normally the worst does happen." Izuku laughed, "Please, I highly doubt that." Inside a conference room, a winged hero heard a bunch of executives muttering something about the boy being too valuable to be ended because he made the number 2 hero a worldwide joke. Back with Izuku, the boy asked, "Where's Shizaki? I thought she would scold me because of what I did." Everyone pointed to the field. "Oh right, her match is after me." He then remembered her opponent. I'll make sure to put a flower on her seat after her defeat. In the field, Present Mike began the introductions. Let's begin the second match of the semi-finals. On one hand, we have the beautiful champion of the green, Ibara Shizaki. The girl walked gracefully to the ring, although if one looked strongly, he can see her sweating. And the other side, we have a natural warrior, Katsuki Bakugo. Midnight looked at them both and pouted a little. She wanted Ibara to win the second match of the semi-finals, but the girl was put against her opposite element. The heroine said, "All right, I want a clean match. No punches or dirty moves." Both nodded, although Ibara was a little bit concerned for her own health. Midnight then announced the beginning of the match. The match was so quick that no one accepted it. Ibara tried to send her vines to grab Bakugo, but the boy blasted her way through the vines, making his way toward Ibara. The girl lifted her hand and yelled, "I give up." The boy stopped and fell on his face. "What? I don't want to win like that." The girl retorted, "Well, I don't want my face to be blasted off." She then walked out of the ring, leaving a stunned and clearly pissed off Bakugo behind. Bakugo yelled, "Get your ass down here, Deku." He looked up to the stands. "I'm not waiting for 15 minutes for the cement man to fix the ground. Use your powers to fix it up." Bakugo was suddenly lifted from his underwear and was put on a pole as Izuku said, "I can't have you in the way." Bakugo wanted to yell at the boy how he wanted to end him, but he could only screech in pain from the sudden wedgie. Once the floor was fixed, Izuku let the boy down by allowing Bakugo to fall from the pole and slamming headfirst into the hard, unforgiving concrete. When Bakugo lifted his face, it was flat. He looked like he was a human being with a flat-screen TV. Pork! The entire crowd began laughing at the boy, making Bakugo foam from anger. He then shook his head, returning it to normal. "I'm going to make you pay for this, Deku. I'm going to make hate the fact that you even existed." Izuku smirked. "I'd like to see you try that, Goldilocks," he said, laughing at Bakugo. Under normal circumstances, he would have exploded the boy, but he saw Midnight laughing at him. He then asked, "What's so funny, you old desperate hag?" A sound of her whip made him jump in his place. He was then handed a mirror. He looked and saw that he was a girl with gold hair. He then screamed, or rather she screamed at the highest voice possible, "Deku, turn me back." Izuku shrugged. Okay. Katsuki was turned back into a boy, but still had long golden hair. Present Mike began his introduction. "Welcome to the final fight of the day to win the gold of the sports festival." On one end, we have the Chaos Master, Izuku Midoriya of Class 1A. Izuku had fireworks beside him as he waved at the crowd. On the other end, we have a person with an explosive personality that matches his quirk, Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo began attacking with a series of strong explosions. Dust and rubble covered the place. The boy stood there panting. "You see that, Deku? I'm stronger than you. I'll be always." Everyone was shocked when they saw Izuku sitting on a lounge chair with a mirror in his hand as he was sunbathing. He looked at Bakugo and said, "What's wrong? Carry on. Your explosions are better than the sun itself for bathing." Bakugo then ran at Izuku and said, "I'm going to end you, Deku. I'm going to hang you up on a pole." The boy jumped at Izuku and slammed into the boy. Or rather, he slammed into a metal statue in place of the boy, making Bakugo feel that his forehead is throbbing. Effing Deku. The boy stumbled a bit before regaining his balance and looked around. He then saw a machine with Izuku's face on it. The machine's title is Waka Deku. Bakugo then had a man dressed in a carnival dress drag him to the machine. "Come on, good sir, and try our wonderful attraction, Waka Deku. If you manage to whack Deku, you get a doll of him." The carnival master pulled out a small doll which he pressed, causing the doll to say, "I'm a worthless Deku. Please, don't hurt me." The carnival master then tried to say something, but Bakugo pushed him aside and activated the machine. Many Dekus began to pop from it and disappear as Bakugo tried to blast them to pieces. Bakugo kept exploding the Dekus, but they were too fast. He pushed himself to the limit, but his hands were tired. After a while, he managed to blast something, but it was Deku's stupid quirk. The carnival master came and said, "You hit a discord. This means you will have a penalty." Bakugo raised an eyebrow but was shocked when a huge hammer was taken out of the carnival master's pocket and slammed on him. The man ran away saying, "Try to be better next time, Kaken." Bakugo jumped up, foaming at the mouth like a wild animal. He then heard a popping sound. He looked and saw a popcorn vendor. "Get your fresh popcorn. Get your fresh popcorn." The vendor handed him a cup of popcorn, but Bakugo grabbed him. "Hey, where's the chili sauce, you weakling? I like my food extra spicy." The vendor looked at him but shrugged. He then ran away. Bakugo munched on the popcorn only to find a dynamite stick in them. He then sighed in exasperation. "Deku, you son." The boy was then blasted to the side of the ring. An ambulance came and Izuku came out with a stretcher. He then put Bakugo on it. He put his head on Bakugo's chest. He looked at Discord. "Nurse, I need some electric power right now." Discord came and gave him electric cables. Izuku connected to the boy's family jewels and said, "Let her rip." Discord gave the cables power and they followed into Bakugo, who woke up and began to jump around like a monkey who had his butt on fire. Bakugo then yelled at a laughing Izuku, "That's enough. I'm going to end you now." He then began blasting Izuku till smoke was covering everything. Bakugo looked at his work. Haha. Who's laughing now? Deku. A voice laughing from the smoke said, "I think it's me." A sound of a beat began to appear everywhere, making people look around. At 1B's booth, Itsuka asked Pony after she knocked out Ibara, who had a "is this God" expression on her face, "Is your boyfriend really going to sing a song to humiliate Bakugo?" Pony shrugged. Knowing him, he will sing second rate from Aladdin, Jafar's Return. Back in the field, Izuku began to sing, "I must admit your parlor tricks are amusing." He blasted Bakugo and turned him into a magician with a huge hat on his head. "I bet you got a bunny under your hat." Izuku pulled the hat only to have a huge rabbit squash Bakugo. Izuku carried on after turning Bakugo into a deck of cards. "Now, here's your chance to get the best of me. Hope your hand is hot." He opened the cards only to look at a card that had Bakugo dressed as a clown in it. He threw to the ground for Bakugo to appear, growling as he ripped out the clown outfit. "Come on, clown. Let's see what you've got." Bakugo threw himself using a howitzer impact on Izuku, who was just singing, "You try to slam me with your hardest stuff." The smoke from Bakugo's attack cleared to reveal an unharmed Izuku. "But your double whammy isn't up to snuff. I'll set the record straight. You're simply out of date." He grabbed Bakugo's face and showed everyone the boy's expiration date. Izuku then shouted at the top of his lungs, "You're only second rate." Izuku then turned Bakugo into a tiger, making Katsuki smirk. Izuku then transformed into a lion tamer, saying as Bakugo attacked Izuku, "You think tiger's a meanie, but your tiger's tame." Bakugo jumped through a hoop Izuku had and transformed into a small kitten. "You got a lot to learn about the hero game." He put a dunce hat on the cat, turning Bakugo back to normal before throwing off into the void. "So, for your information, I'll reiterate, you're only second rate." Bakugo then landed on a giant version of Izuku's hand and looked at his pinky. Men cower at the power of a pinky. The blonde-haired boy backed away from the small finger only to pump into the thumb. "My thumb is number on every list." The thumb began to spin till it became Izuku. "But if you're not convinced that I'm invincible, put me to the test." He then buried Bakugo in a shallow grave. "I love to lay this rivalry to rest." Bakugo burst out of the grave as Izuku continued to sing, "Come on, Zap with the big surprise. Put me in a trap." Izuku then trapped himself inside a metal box, cut down to size. Multiple weapons freed at the box. "I'll make a great escape. It's just a piece of cake." Izuku slammed Bakugo's back, making the boy hit the ground. Izuku was also holding a piece of cake. Izuku then yelled, "You're only second rate." Bakugo then ran toward Izuku only to find himself in front of a statue of Izuku. "You know that your hocus pocus isn't tough enough." He turned around and saw Izuku on a throne. "And mumbo jumbo doesn't measure up. Let me pontificate upon your sorry state." Izuku blasted him into the distance. "You're only second rate." Bakugo began running around only for Deku to pop out of nowhere. Zabakabadabra. Bakugo jumped away only to land in an old lady's lap. He looked at the woman's face and screamed in fright. The lady had Deku's face. He jumped away from her as she reached out to him. "Granny's gonna grab ya." Bakugo ran faster. He only needed to find the actual Deku. He looked behind him and saw Deku growing in size. "Alakazam damas, and this thing is bigger than both of us." Bakugo groaned when he was in front of many Dekus. He began to fight them. "So spare me your tremendous scare." One of them grabbed his pants and lowered them, revealing his All Might boxers. "You look horrendous in your underwear." Bakugo was disassembled into pieces, "and I can hardly wait to discombobulate. I'll send you back in a shipping crate." Bakugo's pieces were then stuffed in a shipping crate with the label to Cuba. "You'll make a better living with a spinning plate." Bakugo was then trapped in a glass orb. Izuku smashed the orb into pieces and threw Bakugo with a harsh head slam to the ground. "You're only second rate." And with that, the music was off. Bakugo looked at him and said, "I will end you today." He then shouted, "The day you call me second rate compared to you is the day a monkey comes out of my ass." Izuku smirked. "Well, today is that day." Bakugo paled. He suddenly fell to the ground, screaming and gripping his rear. Everyone looked at him with Midnight forgetting all the laughter she was doing and asked Izuku, "What did you do to him?" Izuku simply pointed at Bakugo. Midnight looked and saw Bakugo's pants getting ripped apart. Once the hole was big enough, a monkey appeared from it. Everyone was stunned as Present Mike asked no one in particular, "Did Izuku Midoriya make a monkey come out of Bakugo's ass?" A moment of silence passed before laughter echoed throughout the entire stadium. "Oh my god, that's the funniest shit ever." Back in the Bakugo household, Mitsuki Bakugo was passed out. Her husband was fanning her. Now, some might think she passed out for how worried she was about her son, but in reality, she passed out from how much she laughed when the butt monkey appeared. Back in the field, Bakugo stood up with quivering legs. He then cracked his neck. He looked at Izuku with a deadly calm expression. "Deku, welcome to hell. He ran toward the boy and raised his hand to blow him apart, only for a portal to open in front of him. For the next few seconds, he was stuck in a loop where he falls from one portal to the other, only to fall from the first once again. Finally, in the end, he landed on the ground. He looked at Izuku and roared, "Deku!" He ran toward him, only for smoke to engulf him. Once he came out of the smoke, he felt he was lighter, and that his chest was heavier. He also felt the breeze tickling his body. He looked at Midnight, who fell over laughing while Cementos just face-palmed. The entire crowd was roaring with laughter. Bakugo had no idea, but Izuku handed him a mirror and he froze. He was a girl. No, he was way worse. He was dressed in a cat dress with cat ears and a tail. He was also wearing what could be considered a bikini. He also had cat paws. In the Bakugo household, Mitsuki was laughing so hard, she was actually crying tears from laughter. Izuku then said, "You look beautiful, Kaken." Auntie Mitsuki always said she wanted a daughter, though you being a Nico girl might be a deal breaker. Present Mike then said, "It appears Katsuki Bakugo of Class 1A is giving us some fanservice, or should I say Katsumi Bakugo of Class 1A. He then looked at his friend. "What do you think, Eraserhead?" Aizawa sighed. This match was entertaining, to say the least, but what I want is for the problem child to end this match already. Put him out of the ring and be done with it. In 1B's booth, Pony sighed. "I can't believe I'm going to do this, but this match has to end." Ibara, who was in awe of Izuku's power and was about to be knocked out by Kendo, asked, "What are you going to do?" She looked at her friends and said, "Don't judge me." The girl then yelled, "Izuku, stop this thing and win already." He twirled her hips. "If you do, I'll send you a picture of myself in a bikini." She can particularly hear the wolf whistling coming from down there. She can also hear her teacher slamming his head against the floor. Suddenly, Kendo, Momo, and Mina jumped up saying the same thing, but they were telling Bakugo to give up. Kendo sat down with a hand on her mouth. She then said, "Why did I say that?" She looked down at Izuku, who was laughing his butt off with Bakugo trying to blast him. "I will end him." Her sentiment was shared by another ponytailed girl, but Mina wasn't affected much. She merely shrugged. Back in the field, Izuku said, "All right, Katsumi. I had my fun with you, but this is over." Katsuki ran toward him and jumped in the air saying, "This isn't over." Izuku clapped his hand and Bakugo disappeared. He then clapped them again, only for the boy to appear outside the ring in front of a wall, until Bakugo slammed against the wall. Midnight stopped laughing. Izuku Midoriya is the winner of the last fight, and therefore he is the winner of the sports festival. Present Mike then said, "Man, after an amazing final match, the winner of the sports festival is Izuku Midoriya." The man ignored how Bakugo was angry and demanded the fight continue. The voice hero then asked, "What are we going to do about the monkey though?" Izuku smiled, "I'll just send it home." He snapped his fingers and the monkey looked at Bakugo. The monkey then charged at the boy, who was too busy trying to burn Izuku with his eyes to notice it approaching. When the monkey reached him, it jumped back into the hole it came from, making Bakugo cry out from pain and pass out. Izuku then said, "Now, that's an ending. Anything but a normal day." Everyone would expect the winner of the sports festival to be happy. They would expect him to be over the moon given he won a worldwide event. It wasn't something to sneeze over. However, Izuku was, currently, running for his life. Chasing him was a pissed-off Momo with a chainsaw in her hand, Kendo using her quirk at full blast, and Kendo's 2 pet spiders. Izuku looked at them. "I didn't do anything. Why the hell am I being chased down by you people?" Momo scoffed. "Did nothing, my ass. You forced me to say to Bakugo that I would send him a picture of myself in a bikini." She pulled the string on her chainsaw, bringing it to life. "Do you know how humiliating that was?" The boy replied, "Don't blame me if you like him. I didn't do anything." She then spawned 2 tigers from midair and said, "Protect me. They are trying to end me." The huge beasts growled at them but stopped when Momo created a ball of yarn and threw it to the ground. The huge beasts suddenly turned into oversized cats as they purred and rubbed their heads against Momo after playing with the ball of yarn. The girl smirked evilly. "Dears, would you be so kind as to bring over here to me and Itsuka?" The 2 tigers looked at Momo and then Izuku before looking at each other and reaching a decision. They looked at Izuku and growled. The boy screamed and tried to run away, but Itsuka's spiders caught him, making Izuku yell, "I brought you to this world. I can as well take you out of it." He was silenced by Kendo's hand slamming into his head, making a dent. "Don't you dare harm my babies." She then hugged both spiders who cuddled with her. Momo had the same reaction with her newly acquired tigers. Both girls looked at him darkly and his screams of pain could be heard for miles. In his office, Aizawa heard Izuku's scream. He looked outside and saw Izuku being pummeled by both Kendo and Yaoyorozu. Izuku looked at him hopefully. Aizawa felt his tiny little heart shatter for the boy, so to stop the pain, he closed the curtains of his windows and put on his music to full blast. He didn't hear a thing afterward. Truly, silence was a blissful state of mind. People were now eagerly watching the award ceremony. It was said that this year All Might himself would hand over the medals, unlike every year where a hobo who looked like he never bathed in his life would hand them. The people looked at the podiums that came out of the ground. When the podiums finally stopped and the students appeared, the people were shocked, to say the least. The first place was tied with bandages everywhere on his body. The second was tied and muzzled. One of two in the third place was looking at the winner like he was a god. Only the second winner of third place seemed normal, and he looked like he was looking through their souls. Midnight then walked to the podiums and said, "Today, we had a wonderful sports festival. The kids and the future of our society duked it out to see who is the strongest. But in the end, only one person can be the winner, so without any further ado, I present to you the person who will hand out the medals." The woman was about to continue speaking when someone appeared and slammed into the earth beside her. "I am here to hand the victors the medals," All Might said. At the same time, Midnight said, "Our very own symbol of peace, All Might." Both looked at each other and Midnight apologized for speaking over the man. All Might shook his head. "It is time to hand over the medals to the winners of the festival." The hero walked up to Shoto and said, "Young Todoroki, today you showed us an amazing ability you had with your quirk. You showed us fine control over it and amazing execution. You also used your fire for the first time. I hope this is a permanent thing." Shoto looked at his hand. "I'm not sure of anything right now, but I know that is it for the best." All Might smiled and hugged Shoto. He moved to Shizaki and said, "Young Shizaki, today you proved yourself to be one of the strongest fighters of your class. They usually say that one outshines one B, but this statement today was proven false." The hero then put a bronze medal around her neck, but the girl's attention was on Izuku. The hero hugged her, but the girl barely registered that, making All Might's sweat drop. Poor young Shizaki. Young Midoriya's powers must have missed with her mind so much, she thinks he's an actual god. The hero then moved on to Bakugo and looked at him. The boy was restrained to a wall of cement and muzzle. His sweat dropped a little. "Come on, I'm surely this is way over the top." The hero removed the muzzle and then Bakugo began to yell and scream about how he didn't want the silver medal, but All Might rolled his eyes, giving it to him anyway. He then walked up to Izuku. "Young Midoriya, today you showed great performance. You dominated the entire festival with a great sense of humor." He then put the gold medal around Izuku's neck and hugged him. Izuku smiled mischievously and looked at Bakugo. He then summoned a microphone and said, "People, do you want me, the magnificent Izuku, to perform one last magic trick?" The people were confused, but they began to cheer him on. The boy looked at Bakugo and said, "On the second podium, we have one angry kid who volunteered to be my first assistant." Bakugo yelled, "Like hell, I volunteered to be." The boy was then turned into a piece of caramel candy. Izuku lifted the candy, eyed it, and then swallowed it. People were confused, but they knew this was part of the trick. Suddenly, Izuku spat out flames from his mouth. Izuku looked at All Might. "He tastes spicy." The boy then said, "First, I made him disappear. Now for the second part of the trick, I will make him appear again, but I need an assistant to help me perform it." He looked at the crowd smiling. "Who will help me perform this trick from this lovely crowd?" He then manifested a spotlight. The spotlight then began to roam the hero, support, general study, and economy course students, mostly females. Most of them tried to disappear from his sight. Ibara, on the other hand, pouted because she wanted to see Izuku's powers first and help him. The spotlight finally stopped on someone, and it was none other than Kendo. The girl quickly tried to run away but was engulfed in a sparkly puff of smoke. The girl reappeared beside Izuku. She looked at him and said, "I'll maim you for this." Izuku nodded. "I thought you'd be honestly much angrier given what I did right now." The girl raised an eyebrow but then began to hear wolf whistling from everywhere. She gulped as Midnight gave her a mirror. She looked at it and almost cracked it into a million pieces. Izuku turned her outfit into a bunny girl outfit. She was so going to make him pay later, but for now, she had to endure it. She looked at him and with a strange smile said, "What's the plan?" Izuku smiled. "Now that my lovely assistant, Itsuka Kendo, has come to my side, folks. I want that name to be heard loud and clear, folks. Itsuka Ki." He was nudged by her in the side. "Anyway, let's begin." He then summoned a bag and a magician hat. Kendo raised an eyebrow, but Izuku gave her the bag. "Now, my assistant will give me everything I want from my bags of items." Kendo rolled her eyes, opening the bag and looking into it. The bag seemed like an endless void of nothingness. Izuku then said, "Cactus plant." The girl rolled her eyes and put her hand inside only to be pricked by something. She then took out a cactus plant and handed it to Izuku, who put in the hat. Blonde wig. She then handed him a blonde wig. A cup of dirt. She then pulled out a cup of dirt and handed it to him. Tiny peanuts. She then gave him, just that, wondering, "What the hell is this bag?" The process continued with her handing him many items such as a huge balloon, durian, rattlesnake, a container of sewage water, toxic waste, a Pomeranian dog, and many more. The boy then said, "Now look as I mix all these items and make Bakugo appear once again." He used a spoon to mix all the items. Once he was finished, he put his hand inside the hat and grabbed something. "It seems that I got a bunny." He then pulled his hand out and with it Bakugo. He looked down at the boy and said, And there you have it, folks, my final magic trick of the day. Bakugo then yelled, Deku, get me the F out of here. The boy began to struggle, but Izuku rolled his eyes, made a needle appear in his hand, and opened a portal. Itsuka said, you wouldn't dare do that. Izuku smiled, oh, Kendo. It's like you don't even know me. He then plunged the needle inside the portal. Once the needle was inside, Bakugo yelled in pain at the top of his lungs and jumped out of the hat. Izuku then summoned a cannon and said, let's end this thing with a big bang. He lit the fuse and waited for the explosion. He didn't hear anything for a while, so he looked at the cannon only for it to explode and give him a face full of confetti. Izuku looked up from the cannon to look at a giggling Itsuka who had the cannon's cord in her hand. She simply crouched down and slapped gently his cheek. Payback is a beach, isn't it? All Might then said, well folks, let's end this day with our usual mantra. Plus, the crowd carried on saying, Ultra, and with that, the sports festival was over. Inside an underground basement, AFO sat watching the sports festival. He was amused by it. The man stood up and walked over to his computer. He made a call to Dr. Kyudai and said, Doctor, where has your research about Izuku Midoriya led you? What information do you have? The man from the other side replied, my lord, I have found some interesting information about the boy. AFO hummed a little. I have read that his quirk manifested 10 months before the entrance exam. It's named Chaos Energy. The boy can collect chaos from the world around him and use it for all types of feats. AFO nodded approvingly. The boy's quirk seemed to be in a different league than that of New Order, the quirk of America's #1 hero. He would need to look into this further. Inside Kurogiri's bar, Tamura blinked in disbelief. What the hell was this? What kind of NPC is this? No one is supposed to be that strong. It's close to cheating. He really needed to go out and end someone to cool his head. He rubbed his forehead. Tamura wanted to end this brat. But what will he do if the brat made a monkey come out of his ass during their fight? This type of defeat will be humiliating. Kurogiri asked Tamura, is something bothering you, young master? Tamura growled, no, I'm peaky. I'm just peaky. He then disintegrated a glass, causing Kurogiri to sigh and bring a dustbin to sweep the remains of the glass away. Tamura left the bar as Kurogiri said, what did my bar ever do to you, young Tamura? In some underground basement, a man glared at Izuku. He hated Izuku just by looking at the boy. One of the men's henchmen came to him. Sir, the girl is ready for work. The man pointed at the screen. Find everything that you can about that boy. The henchman tilted his head in confusion. Can I ask, sir, why the sudden interest? The man said, he's disgusting. I think he might be one of the sources of the disease that are quirks. If we manage to grab him and experiment on him, we might be able to take our experiments to the next level. The other man nodded his head. Understood, sir. I'll make sure that he's grabbed as soon as possible. The first man walked away to a room and entered it. He looked at a young girl who looked beyond terrified of him. Now, Iri. We can do this the easy way. He then removed his glove, adding, or the hard way. It's your choice. Back in Class 1A, Aizawa stood in front of his students. Good work, class. You all did your utmost best in the sports festival, and I'm very proud. He stopped for a moment. ... And for the love of God, Midoriya, turn off your lights of celebration. The boy did just that, and Aizawa added, also go to Class 1B and wipe Shizaki's memories again. Izuku lifted an eyebrow. I heard her murmuring something about starting a cult. Minda whistled. Wow, I told you guys. It's always the religious ones who do creepy, unsettling things. And you thought that I was being a pervert. Momo replied, well, excuse us. It's not like you tried to grope my breasts, my butt, or my thighs. Nina added, ... And it's not like you're always ogling us with your eyes so much that we have to bath with holy water provided by Shizaki just to remove your stink. Gyro carried on, ... And it's not like you treat us like sucks of meat instead of human beings. Achako wanted to continue, but Minda screamed, I get it. I'm the scum of the earth. Geez, you try to be nice to them, and suddenly you're the bad guy. I had a girl dunk a fish bucket on my head in junior high and I never complained. And back then I wasn't even a pervert. He said the last part under his breath. Izuku then said, I feel bad for you, dude, but I still won't forgive you for trying to peep at the girls when they were in the bathroom. All the girls glared at Minta. The great boy gulped when he began to hear boss music. He waved his hands in the air trying to defend himself, but Toru then yelled, kill the pervert. Momo quickly supplied the girls with weapons. Izuku meanwhile began to play commentator as the girls chased Minta around the school with various weapons. Izuku looked at Aizawa and said, Principal, did I make Aizawa-sensei's life hell or do I keep going? Nezu responded, no, you have done well, my pupil. Come to my office so we can talk a little. Izuku waved at a shell-shocked Aizawa. Goodbye, Aizawa-sensei. Good luck calming the girls down. Aizawa's eyebrows twitched. He opened his drawer with his resignation paper on it, but suddenly from the ceiling, a huge stamp appeared slamming down on the paper. He looked at it and it only had one phrase that made him sigh-denied. He looked at the rest of the students. Well, you have the rest of the week off, so do whatever you want. He eyed Shoto and Todoroki. The boy looked at him. I'm taking you to Hound Dog because I'm sure Midoriya showed some messed up bullshit down there. He then transformed into his caterpillar mood. I'm truly not paid enough for this bullshit. The man then began to roll away on the ground. He was going to his secret pot of weed to cool off. Denki then said, "Hey, guys, does anyone where Ida went?" Tokoyami replied, "I heard that he had a family emergency that required his presence." Everyone nodded as Shiro said, "Wanna go and smoke pot to live in the same dimension Midoriya lives in?" The other students laughed with Shiro at the joke. In Class 1B meanwhile, Vlad King looked at Ibara, who seemed to be busy at the moment. "Shizaki, I can't express how proud I am of you for making it into the semifinals. You made." He then noticed the girl writing something in her notebook. He walked up to her, stood in front of her desk, and asked, "Hey, Shizaki, I'm going to marry your sister. What do you think about that?" The girl replied, "Sure thing, Vlad-sensei, save for the fact that I don't have a sister, and what you said is sinful." She closed her notebook. "I was just putting my last touches on my cull. I mean Midoriya's fan club." "Yeah, his fan club. Nothing happening there." Itsuka knocked her out. "No cults are going to happen around while I'm breathing." The girl cursed Izuku. "Damn you, Midoriya. You turned our cinnamon roll into a creepy worshipper." Pony only sighed. "I'll tell him to play with her mind a little to remove the whole thinking that he's a god thing." Itsuka frowned but nodded with a dejected expression. Vlad then said, "Anyways, good work everyone. Now, you all have the weekend to do whatever you want. Next week, you'll have your internship results." He looked at Ibara. "Take her to Midoriya to wipe her mind clean or mess with it till she stops her plans of making a cult based around him." He then popped a bunch of pills. "I'm not paid enough for this sheet." Pony rubbed her forehead, but suddenly a poof happened in front of her. When the smoke cleared, she saw 2 gifts on her desk with a note that said, "To my lovely girlfriend, happy birthday." The girls cooed at the gesture, but Itsuka was a little bit suspicious about this. Pony happily opened the first gift only for it to explode in her face. When the smoke cleared, the horse girl's face was entirely black. Some of the boys were cackling in laughter till the girl glared in their general direction, making them wilt. Pony's eyebrows began to twitch. "I'm going to end that little." Pony let out a series of curses in English that only Setsuna and Juzo understood. She then eyed the second gift cautiously. She began to poke it from its sides. The girl carefully removed the ribbon from the top and looked at its contents. The only thing inside the box was an egg, making Kendo rub her head in confusion. "Seriously, he gave you an egg on your birthday?" She looked at Pony, who was beaming with happiness. "And why are you so happy?" Pony exclaimed, "This isn't just any egg. This is," Yui carried on with sudden excitement and happiness, "a Pokemon egg." Pony began to jump and down like an excited toddler, with Yui joining her in excitement. She took out the egg and examined it further. The egg was brown with a zigzag pattern. The egg began to shake and rattle. The egg finally cracked a little. The cracks began to grow larger and larger till the egg shattered completely and revealed a small dog-like creature with a furry coat. Pony and Yui exclaimed excitedly, "It's an Eevee. It's so cute." The girls had other reactions. Kanoko smiled at the cute creature. Setsuna smirked since she still had the stronger creature. Ibara looked at the creature with evident shock. Itsuka sighed as she felt that her life would be 10 times more complicated from this moment going forward. Yui looked at Ibara. "Hey, Ibara." The religious girl looked at her. "Do you think I can join your fan club?" The vine-haired girl nodded, making Yui smile. Kendo then smacked them both. "No making creepy cults under my supervision, got it." Izuku then appeared from nowhere. He looked at Pony and asked her, "So?" He managed to grab his girlfriend's attention. Did you like my gifts to you? I put special thought into both of them." The girl walked to him as she rubbed Eevee's hair. Pony looked Izuku in the eyes as she delivered the mother of all kicks to his groin, making the boy let out an inhuman screech of absolute pain. The girl said, "This is for the first gift." She then pecked him on the head. "This is for the second one." The boy didn't even reply because his soul left his body from the pain. The boys rushed to his aid, making the girls roll their eyes. Itsuka then grabbed him by the neck. "Fix Ibara up." She then put him in front of the girl. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. "I don't see anything wrong with her. She seems fine to me." Itsuka replied, "She's planning to make a cult in your honor named the Brides of Izuku or something like that." She then enlarged her fist. "So do something." Izuku looked at Ibara. "Shizaki, you need to stop this. I'm no god." He then opened a portal and brought out a stick from it. "Now, I want you to look in the stick so I can erase any thought you have about me being a god, okay?" Ibara shook her head. "No, I refuse. I have the right as a free person to believe what I want." Izuku rubbed the back of his head in confusion, thinking about a way to make the girl comply. Discord then appeared on his shoulder and gave him some advice. "Look, here's the game plan." Izuku listened carefully to his mentor. Now go do it." Izuku then asked her, "Do you think this is what Jesus wants you to do?" The girl stiffened as she shriveled up on herself. She looked away and said meekly, "No, but..." Izuku carried on. "You don't want to be considered blasphemous, do you?" "No, but..." Ibara started before exclaiming. There are already 10 different churches that revolve around you, and that is now. And they are still going up as we speak. Why can't I have one? Izuku and Discord looked at each other, deciding to save this information for later on. This information managed to send chills down both their spines. Izuku said, "But that doesn't make it right now, does it?" The girl looked away for a bit before nodding her head. She looked at the devices. Izuku said, "Cheese." There was a bright flash of light. After the flash of light disappeared, Izuku looked at Ibara. "Shizaki, what do you think about cults that worship people who aren't God?" The girl blinked a little before blinking a little, registering the question. "Hello, Earth," to Shizaki. "Are you still with us?" The girl shook her head. "Yes, I am a little bit dizzy, but to answer your question." The girl gained a slight edge in her voice. "I see them as despicable people who strayed away from God's will." Izuku nodded. "Okay, that's cool." He patted her head. "Thank you for your input, Shizaki." Ibara's interest was quipped by the sudden question, so she inquired, "Why did you ask me that, by the way?" She then saw sweat pouring down his face and Itsuka's face. Izuku coughed. "Well, you see, there have been some people who made churches revolving around me, so I need help in." A finger was put on his mouth. Ibara hushed him. "Worry not, Midoriya." She stood up and walked away. "I'll bring my crusading equipment." She reached the door. "I'll see you in front of the school in half an hour." Izuku scratched his head. "Okay, that just happened." He looked at Kendo. "I just hope I didn't send her to start a sudden crusade." Itsuka sighed. "Just in case." Kamakiri, front and center. The boy marched and saluted Kendo. "Hide your sword collection away, because I'm sure I saw a bored sword there." Kamakiri nodded his head and ran away. Pony then poked Izuku on his shoulder and asked him, "Does it evolve? Where can I find a rune to make it evolve even further?" Izuku shook his head. "This one doesn't need a rune." He lifted his hand, putting out one finger. "It needs one thing and one thing only: constant training and love." Pony giggled. "Dummy, that's two things." Izuku frowned a little. "Does that make it a problem?" Pony kissed him on the lip and said, "No, not really." She turned to make away, but stopped to ask Izuku, "Oh, can you tell what does this Eevee evolve into?" Izuku hummed, "Well, since it is with you, it will most likely evolve into Falrian due to your fiery personality." Pony hummed a little and nodded her head. Yui poked Izuku in the shoulder. He looked at the girl, who was sporting a small blush. Yui then asked, "Can you give me a Pokémon of my own?" Izuku nodded and snapped his fingers. A puff of smoke appeared in front of Yui, making the normally expressionless girl beaming with excitement. When the smoke cleared, a small dinosaur-like creature appeared. It was colored blue with a gem on its side. It had blue eyes. The girl hugged it and began to jump up and down. "Yay, it's an Amora." Everyone in the class, especially Kendo, had a disturbed face since they never saw Yui this animated before. It felt wrong to them to say her this expressive. Kendo sighed and looked at Yui and Pony. "Look, girls, you can keep them, but remember one important detail." Both girls looked at her and concentrated. "I'm not going to scoop their poop off like with Takege's dinosaur. Got it?" She messaged her forehead a little. "One more unexpected chaotic event, and I'm going to have a breakdown." Tetsu poked her shoulder. "Big sis." The girl glared at him. "We might have a problem." Itsuka looked at the door and was stunned. In front of the door was Ibara. The religious girl was decked in medieval armor with a sword attached to her side. The girl said, "All right, Midoriya, let's go hunt down some sinners and let the word of God shine upon them." Itsuka could only look in shock and disbelief at what happened. She didn't even say a word. She simply just looked and looked, not reacting to anything. Inside Itsuka's mind, a mouse on a small wheel was running as fast as it could. The mouse suddenly stopped and fell down in exhaustion as it rotated with the wheel till it finally stopped. Izuku stood in front of Itsuka as Ibara approached her and looked at the boy. "Did we overdo it?" Everyone looked at them as Ryako said, "I know that I will regret this, but what are you talking about?" Ibara suddenly blushed and looked away. Ibara then said, "Well, I really liked my angel wings, and I wanted them to be permanent, so I asked Midoriya if he could make that happen. He accepted, but asked for something in return." The girl began to drag her foot across the ground. "He asked me to help him prank Kendo, making her believe that I think that he's God or something." Setsuna walked up to Ibara with disbelief all over her face. "You, the holy maiden." She pointed at Ibara. Sold Kendo's sanity for a pair of fluffy white wings. Ibara nodded her head, but Takage hugged her and said, "I'm so proud of you right now." The girl wiped a tear from her eye. "They grow up so fast, but damn." Setsuna looked at Izuku and Ibara. "You got her good. I mean, you fried her brain." Izuku then stretched. "Well, my job here is done." He looked at Pony. "See for tomorrow's date. I'll pick you up from my mom's house." He then slapped Pony's butt before disappearing. He reappeared for a second and gave Ibara her new wings. He then disappeared for good this time. The horse girl's face was burning hot from this, so she ran outside the room at speeds that put it to shame. Everyone else shrugged as they left the room, while Tetsu hefted Kendo over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes to take her to her room. No one noticed Yui taking Ibara's cult notebook. The next day came, and Izuku was quite nervous, to say the least. He was being forced to go to the meeting of the gods that Discord told him about. Izuku looked at his mentor. Do I really have to go there? How about you go in my stead? Discord slapped him on the back of the head. Man up, you big baby. Do you want the other gods to think that you're a coward? Izuku shook his head. Good. Then suck it and go for it. Izuku sighed as Pony knocked on his dorm room. He opened it and the girl walked in. You know Kendo has put a red light on you and Ibara. She looked outside. In the morning, I saw Kendo plucking Ibara's feathers to make a pillow for herself as punishment for hurting you. I also saw a planning board for her revenge plan. Izuku shook her off. Please, as if Kendo can do actual harm on me. Pony's sweat dropped when she saw her boyfriend decked in heavy-duty armor. Pony shook her head. So. She looked at the ground. Are you really going to meet other gods like Zeus and Jupiter? I think that's awesome, but why are you sweating bullets? Izuku was shaking. He looked at her and said, I'm worried. Okay. I don't want to look like a complete idiot in front of actual gods. Do I look good? Is my clothing well enough? Pony slapped him on the back of the head. Clam down, you're going to down fine. She then added, plus, those so-called deities aren't any better than you. Most of them spend their time making babies with human women or cursing people like how Athena cursed poor Medusa to be a monster after Poseidon raped the girl. Izuku was dumbfounded. I have to admit that you have guts, Pony. He looked around. I mean how you're willing to face the wrath of gods be placed upon you. The girl shrugged. I'm not afraid of some no-good-for-nothing old fossils. The boy sighed and exited the room. He had to make a trip to Greece because this was where the meeting was taking place. From what he heard, the meeting is happening inside the Pantheon. Pony asked him, are you really going to Greece? The boy nodded. Man, I'm so jealous of you. I really wanted to have a trip to other countries. The boy raised an eyebrow. But you are here inside Japan. You are in another country. The girl shook her head. I mean, I want to see places like China, Persia, England, Assyria. Izuku quirked his eyebrow. Never took you for a history buff. I thought you were an anime otaku. Pony nodded. I am, but I also like visiting places. So, how about for our anniversary next year, you take me to Rome so we can have fun there? Izuku patted her head. Okay, I'll think about that. But knowing you, you'll probably force me to do it anyway, so the answer is yes. Pony patted his head. Good boy. The two continued to pat each other's heads for a while until someone stood behind them and coughed. Behind them was Momo, bringing a huge bowl of meat to her tigers. The girl said, although I think that your relationship is really sweet, please refrain from too much PDA. She finished with a blush. Izuku rubbed his chin. You know, Momo, I'm going to Greece. What do you think about that? Momo groaned. Ugh, Greece is so overrated. My advice, go to Italy. Venice is such a nice place this time of the year. Greece is really a tourist trap. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Wow, Momo, I didn't know that you didn't like Greece. He looked at her and rubbed his shoulder. How come you don't like it? Momo said, well, I'm not really into Greece. I like Rome and much more. It's as simple as that. Izuku deadpanned at her. You went there one time before UA. And you got scammed by someone, didn't you? Momo blushed a little, making Izuku exclaim. That totally happened, didn't it? Momo's blush increased to astronomical levels. Momo defended herself. That only happened when I was 10 years old. She stomped her feet on the ground and walked away to her room with a huge blush. Izuku laughed at her. Man, getting a rise out of her is just as easy as Kendo. Both are so prideful. Pony sighed. You added her to your list of targets, didn't you? Izuku nodded. I'll begin torturing her when I return from the internships. He stopped registering what he just said out loud. I mean annoying her. Yeah, annoying her. Pony just shook her head and walked beside him. They bumped into Aizawa, who looked at Izuku and sighed. What do you want this time, problem child? He then saw Pony with him. Please tell me that you don't have a Rugrat coming anytime soon. One of you is enough. Pony blushed and instinctively kicked the man in the groin, yelling, Get your head out of the gutters. The man groaned in pain, having felt this pain once again after Gyro kicked him at the beginning of the year. Izuku looked at Pony and wondered, what the heck is it with girls and cheap shots? Izuku explained, no, I'm actually going out with Pony. She wants to visit my mom. Aizawa nodded his head. And I have the annual god meeting with other deities such as Zeus and Jupiter. Aizawa jumped straight on his feet. You mean like the Greek and Roman gods of old times? Izuku nodded his head as everyone then heard mad cackling coming from the speakers throughout the entire school, making many staff members go to the panic room. Aizawa sighed. Fine, you can go, but don't bring any of them here. He looked outside. Call me crazy, but I swear this morning I saw Shizaki from Class 1B flying with angel wings. He looked at his mug of coffee. I think I need to let loose on the coffee. It's messing with my mind. The man walked away as Pony asked Izuku, should we tell him? Izuku shook his head. No, I want to see his reactions when he sees that what he saw was real. Pony shrugged and went to visit Izuku's mom as the boy himself opened a portal to Greece. Inside the teacher's staff room, Vlad was crying because he was now forced to adjust all training plans for Ibara because of her sudden manifestation of wings. When Pony arrived at the Midoriya household, the girl opened the door and walked. "Hi, Inko. It's nice too." Inko looked at Pony. "What's wrong, Pony? I know I have guests, but there's no need to be shy." The girl looked at the guest and gulped. Inside the living room was the president of the HSPC. Unexpected day of chaos. Izuku gulped nervously. The boy was in Greece now and was heading toward the Parthenon in Athens. Today was his first annual meeting of the gods. He wondered how they even existed. He always thought they were just myths like Hercules and Medusa. Were they just some kind of pseudo-quirked humans? Or were they like Discord? Or the most interesting conclusion, were they aliens from outer space and people just started worshipping them? He looked at his mentor who was eating peanuts on his shoulder. "Hey Discord, what is the deal with those gods? I mean, how come they just disappeared one day?" Discord stroked his beard. "I generally have no idea, but the best explanation I have is that the emergence of monotheistic religions drove them into obscurity." He rubbed his right horn. "But what they are exactly? I'm not really sure. They're not like me. I'm a pure representation of chaos. But for example, Thor and Zeus aren't like me. They aren't pure representations of lighting." Izuku's sweat dropped. "So, your guess is as good as mine." He shook his head. "Well, that's kinda disappointing." He looked to the temple getting closer. "Are they as chill as you are?" Discord deadpanned. "I'm the god of chaos. I'm basically the other face of being chill." He put on sunglasses. "Didn't you see my past when we officially met for the first time?" Izuku glared. "I did, though I have to say that flying fish isn't something that I find funny." Discord gasped like a rejected schoolgirl. "How dare you? That's the greatest act of chaos ever." Izuku shook his head. "Anyway," he then returned to the issue at hand. "Can we please return to our original talk about how the gods are? Are they chill as you or are they like Bakugo?" Discord shook his head. "I'm not sure. I guess they're just like humans. You'll have those who will welcome you with open arms. Others will avoid you since they don't much about you. Some will try to haze you since you're a newbie. Some won't blink since they don't care much. I guess you have to wait and see what happens." Izuku now stood in front of the Parthenon and said, "Well, here goes nothing." He looked around to make sure no one saw him. He took a step into the temple, but nothing happened. He looked at Discord. "What happened? Wasn't the meeting here? Did they change the location of the meeting?" He then jumped back and forth. "This is absolutely frustrating." Discord tilted his head. "Well, this is new." He grabbed his tail. "Perhaps you should activate your dimensional vision. Maybe there's some kind of doorway to the meeting of gods." Izuku looked at him. "Why didn't you tell me this sooner?" Discord shrugged. "I thought you wanted to discover your powers on your own." Izuku's eyebrow twitched. "We'll talk about this later, but for now." Izuku activated his dimensional vision and saw an amorphous door that seemed to be vibrating at a certain frequency. The boy sighed. "Man, why does everything have to be so complicated?" Izuku began to vibrate his body to adjust it to the frequency so he could enter through the door. The boy walked through it only to be met by something he didn't expect. It was some sort of casino with drinks being disturbed around and meat on the grill. He expected something more epic. He thought that the meeting of gods would have thrones hanging in the middle of space. He imagined burning corridors mounted with the heads of each god's enemies. All in all, he just thought there would be something more intriguing. He walked around for a bit before he bumped into a very beautiful lady. He wouldn't say it out loud, but Pony would look. He then remembered something that made him shiver. Pony grabbed him by the neck at night before he went to the meeting of the gods. "Listen here and listen well. If I feel for 1 second that you fooled around with one of the goddesses of love or fertility," she grabbed him where it truly hurts, "you won't be able to walk again, understood?" The boy shivered a little. Never once in his life has he felt such pure terror for his nether regions. He wondered how she could threaten him with such horrific physical harm. Izuku then heard the woman talking to him. "Greetings. I'm Athena, the Greek goddess of wisdom and strategic war. And who you might be." He noticed that her hand went to her sword. "You seem to be a bit lost." Izuku began to sweat. "I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm the god of chaos." Izuku looked away, even though I was kind of forced into it. Discord slapped the back of Izuku's head saying, "Don't chicken out now. We're in the middle of the meeting of the gods. Grow a spine." Athena gained a look of realization. "Oh, you're the newbie who caused a cosmic imbalance." She then looked at Discord, who chuckled. "Well, to be more accurate, your mentor caused a cosmic imbalance. This gave you a very bad name even among other gods of chaos. Though Eris loved your fight against the blonde boy." Izuku's sweat dropped. "What about you? Do you hate me like the rest?" Athena patted his head. "Of course not. It's been boring around here lately. A new face would be appreciated." She then looked at her father, who was busy talking with Thor. "Though my dad doesn't want you to be here." She stopped for a bit. "And so do the Egyptian gods, Mayans, Norse, Incans, Roman, Phoenicians." Izuku stopped her. "How about you make it easier for me and tell me who wants me here?" Athena nodded. "Well, other than Japanese and Chinese deities, I think that only Ares and Loki want you here since they find you amusing and want to teach you their ways of chaos. She looked around. By the way, reject my brother's offer. His teachings will oppose your heroic attitude. Izuku nodded his head. Well, I'll go to the Japanese side. Athena waved him goodbye. Good luck, Izuku. She looked at Zeus. You'll need it later. Izuku looked at Discord. Well, this wasn't so bad. He wiped some sweat from his forehead. I thought she would be more unwelcoming. Let's hope the Japanese are like her. He walked toward a woman who seemed to be shining like the sun. He put on some glasses. Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm the god of chaos, the newbie god. The woman looked at him and smiled. Greetings, youngling. I'm Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun in Japan. I'm happy to meet a new god. She then turned and glared at Discord. And unhappy to meet a leech who tried to destroy the boy's life. I think this is divine retribution. Amaterasu grabbed him and introduced him to other gods from Japan such as Fujin, Rajan, Tsukayumi, Sujin, and some other gods and goddesses from Japan. They all welcomed him given that they are from the same origin, but they all seemed angry at Discord for causing a cosmic imbalance. He was then introduced to the Chinese gods and goddesses including the immortals, which were interesting. He hoped things would continue to be good as it is right now, but the meeting was about to begin, so he knew that things would begin to go downhill from there. The meeting began with Zeus saying, Gods, goddesses, we meet yet again. He looked around looking for the one person he wanted to see. He spotted Izuku and smiled. This year we have fresh fish that managed to enter godhood at the expense of destroying everything till a goddess to balance him out suddenly appeared. He looked at Izuku. In a blink, Izuku found himself being held up like a prize toy. Zeus then said, This person here is a new god. Can you believe it? A lowly human who came from the dumps of his society. He then made electrocuted Izuku a bit using his thunder, making the boy annoyed. Izuku phased through Zeus's grip and fell to the ground. He looked at the old god. What's your problem? I didn't do anything, so why are you against me? Zeus growled. Other than your low birth. We came from cosmic powers. You came from people who grovel at our feet. You're no god. You're only a low human who shouldn't have come. He crossed his arms. I honestly thought you were going to send your girl in your stead. I am fair, so I congratulate your courage. Izuku felt a vein on his forehead throb. So, all this about is some kind of pity feud. Izuku pretended to cry. Oh no, I can't help but feel sorry for you. I'm so sorry that you're a beach who just can't accept me. He then laughed. Bah, I'm sorry, but you're old news. Zeus was enraged and other gods followed his lead seeing that someone of low birth was insulting them. Izuku crossed his arms as Zeus yelled, You dare insult me? Zeus, the god of Greek gods. Izuku yawned, more like the god who can't keep it in his pants. Zeus was now red in rage. Ares on the side was laughing with Loki. I mean, you have a lady as beautiful as Hera and you fool around with other women. For shame to the god of gods, for shame. Hera crossed her arms and glared at Zeus. The god of the sky growled. Do you think that some lowly human can talk to me like that? Izuku yawned. In case you forget, I'm a god just like you, and I'm so much stronger since my powers are embedded in the universe itself. He flicked the man in his head. So do what you want, old man, because I don't care. I can beat you with relative ease. A lot of the gods began to mumble among themselves about the boy's arrogant attitude, but Zeus smiled. Is that so? Izuku nodded. Then why don't we have a little spar? If you win, I and the rest of the gods will accept you. If I win, you go and never return to this place and your powers will be chained so that you can never use them ever again. Izuku didn't even think about it. Deal. But don't come crying to me when you lose. Zeus then slammed his hand on the ground. Then let the fight begin. The landscape began to morph into a fighting arena, making Izuku let out a whistle. Now, that's much more like it. This seems a... He wasn't able to finish his sentence because Zeus punched him in the face, embedding the boy into the ground. Izuku came out of the ground grumbling, saying, Cheap shot. Izuku saw a thunderbolt coming toward him, but he grabbed it, causing it to get electrocuted lightly. Izuku frowned. Enough of that. He slammed his foot on the ground and made pillars from the ground as he said, To me Mjolnir. Thor's hammer then went to Izuku, shocking the gods. Izuku then blindsided Zeus and slammed the hammer into his gut before summoning lightning and hitting him square in the chest. Izuku then opened his mouth and blasted him with fire. Zeus gathered himself. He grabbed Izuku's mouth, silencing him before summoning thunder through his hands to fry Izuku. But the boy summoned a battery that sucked all the energy from Zeus's attack. Izuku turned his hands into crab claws and grabbed Zeus's hand, throwing him away. Izuku then turned into an alien and attacked Zeus. The boy bit into the man's neck and began to thrash him around, but Zeus punched him in the gut. Zeus threw the lion off him only to be blasted in the face by Mjolnir's lightning attack. Izuku then said, Man, Thor's hammer is awesome. No wonder Loki wants it so much. The hammer returned to Izuku, but before he could do anything, Zeus slammed an insane amount of thunder on him. The man huffed and puffed crazily. So how's the strong one now? Zeus suddenly felt an insane amount of gravity being slammed on him. He didn't know why, but he began to kneel down. You're kneeling for me. Izuku came out of the mist. He put a hand on his face. That's just too much. Zeus managed to break free from the gravity attack and traveled at supersonic speed to Izuku. Izuku yawned as he lazily put up his arm, blocking the attack, which caused a ripple throughout the multiverse only a select few felt. In a distant universe, a green-haired man was standing on the ruins of a destroyed medieval military garrison. He felt a disturbance in the sky. What the heck just happened? He shook his head. You know what? I don't care. He then grabbed a man who tried to attack him and turned him into a dry shell devoid of life. Next time, try to be quiet. He then walked away to his next target. In another universe, a hooded figure was jumping from roof to roof avoiding heroes, but he felt a sudden disturbance that caused the heroes to foam at the mouth. What the hell? He looked around. I don't know about this, but something feels fishy. I hope Father isn't behind this. In another world, a mask-wearing Izuku was looking at the Class 1B being turned into semi-nomus. He then felt a shiver run down his spine. Intriguing. What just happened? In another place inside the multiverse, a green-haired boy was watching an All Might video, feeling happy that he's All Might's successor. He felt a sudden disturbance that shook his room. In another world, a swordsman was walking with a girl when they saw the sky rip apart before reconnecting, making them both look at each other and say at the same time, "We saw nothing." In another universe, a teen riding a motorcycle came to a sudden halt when his entire being shivered from fear. What in the seven hells was that? In location inside the wide multiverse, a man reading a book stood up. What the heck was that? Finally, inside a universe, a green-haired male was sitting against a laptop working tirelessly on it, felt the entire world shake around him, making him wonder what happened. I hope this is the end of whatever this was, but something tells me it's going to hurt my head later on. Back to the original universe, Izuku said with a cheeky smile. I bet a couple of versions of myself saw what happened in their universe, but only a select few felt it. Maybe I will meet them someday in some sort of multiversal adventure against some ancient evil like Cthulhu. Zeus glared. Joke as much as you want, boy, but my victory will make it much sweeter. Izuku laughed. Do you know how many times you said that by now? Zeus frowned. You're too confident. I will end you. Izuku flipped Zeus away. The man stood up but felt another wave of gravity hit him with much greater force than the last time. This caused him to begin to kneel. Izuku came to him smiling smugly. You both know you want to rest your old bones, so why don't you kneel and rest already? There's no shame in declaring that you're defeated. Zeus tried to move, but he began to slow down. He suddenly stopped. Don't tell me that he made me stop. No, he clenched his fist. I hate to admit this, but he might be one of us. In a last-ditch attempt to win, Zeus summoned his strongest attack, his lightning spear, and tried to throw it at Izuku, but his attack was stopped before it even happened. The lightning spear began to implode on itself, engulfing Zeus. When the smoke cleared, the man was barely able to stand. He walked toward Izuku. I accept you, but I refuse to lose to you. Izuku smiled. In that case, have this. Izuku released some type of smoke that Zeus inhaled. Zeus's eyes suddenly widened in fear and he began to crawl away. No. The Greek god began to pale. You shouldn't be here. I left you trapped under a mountain. You're still trapped there. What Zeus was seeing was Typhoon, the monster that Gaia birthed with Tartarus to defeat him. He barely defeated him the first time, but now when he was already weakened, it will need a miracle even with the other gods helping him. Typhoon then raised his hand and bonked Zeus on the head, making the man pass out. Typhoon disappeared only for Izuku to be in his place. Izuku forced Zeus to inhale fear gas that forced him to see what he feared the most. Izuku jolted him awake, saying, I guess I win. He patted him on his back. For someone as old as you can tank some serious hits. Good for you. Still strong in your old age. Zeus sighed. I'm a man of my word. He looked away. At least most of the time, so by the power I hold over this council, I declare. He grabbed Izuku, lifting him in the air like a ragdoll. Izuku Midoriya, a god of chaos. He looked at the others. Make sure he doesn't team with the others and rip the universe apart. Izuku walked away only for Thor to yell, I refuse to accept him. He's no god. The man began to rant, making Izuku feel a little angry, so he decided to give him the Hulk treatment. Izuku's body buffed up to a huge mass. He suddenly grabbed Thor by his legs and began to slam him back and forth on the ground like Hulk did to Loki in the Avengers movie. By the end of it, Thor was moaning in pain as Loki said, so that's what Loki of Earth 19-99,999 felt like. Ouch. Izuku walked over to the Japanese gods who were still shocked over Izuku's action. Amaterasu said, What was that, Izuku-kun? You seem like a different person. Izuku suddenly fell over. I don't know what's happening. He began to moan. I feel like I have a hangover after drinking for 6 days in a row. Discord appeared on his shoulder. No need to thank me for helping, Izuku. Izuku looked at him with an angry look. You did this. Discord nodded. Of course, he explained. The gods wouldn't have taken you seriously if you didn't prove yourself to them, so I gave you an injection that made you hyper. Izuku grabbed him by the neck and began shaking him, making the other gods sweat drop at the interaction. The rest of the day was spent with the gods talking among themselves about everything and nothing at all in the meeting. Nothing interesting actually happened. Izuku returned to his house around 5 p.m. only to be met by his mom and Pony talking. He immediately felt something wrong since Pony seemed to sweating buckets. Izuku sat down with them and chatted a little bit. He then dragged Pony aside and asked her, "What's going on, Pony? You seem like you saw God. And this is coming from me." Pony looked at him worried. "Well, I don't know what to tell without getting you angry and ready to go medieval on however caused this." She chuckled, remembering what he did to Bakugo for her sake. "But this is serious, Izuku, so promise that you won't do anything stupid." Izuku nodded his head, but made sure to sprout a tail to cross it, making Discord shed a tear of pride. Izuku knew that he needed to act should he see the situation demand it. Pony then began explaining what happened. "Do you remember when I told you I'm going to visit your mom today to give her a ticket to a 5-star hotel for the next 2 weeks that I won?" Izuku quirked an eyebrow. "No, you never told me that." He shook his head. "Or did you even get such a thing? Is that even possible?" Pony shrugged. "Mama won in some kind of lottery and gave it to me since she wanted to return to the States." Pony then looked away. "But I already had something planned for us, so I gave it to your mom, so congrats on the free trip she just gained." Izuku hummed in approval. "Yeah, thanks for giving my mother such a wonderful plan." He then tilted his head. "Can you tell me what your plans are?" Pony winked at him. "Oh, Izuku." She tapped gently on the cheek. "How can they be a surprise if I told you about them? I guess you'll have to wait and find out what I'm planning." Izuku felt fear, but at the same time, he also felt excited, wondering what Pony was planning for him. He truly was excited. Pony then returned to the subject at hand. "Well, when I came, I found that your mother had someone drinking tea with her." Izuku quirked an eyebrow, not seeing what was wrong with that. "Well, the person who visited your mom was the HSPC president." Izuku felt a chill pass through his spine. "Okay, tell me everything." He grabbed her shoulders and shoved her down on his body, "And I mean everything." Pony rubbed her shoulder. "Well, it all began." Pony looked at the president of the HSPC. The woman looked back at her and smiled. "Hello, young lady. I saw you during the sports festival. You had an impressive performance." Pony began to sweat, but she kept a calm facade. "Thank you, ma'am." Inko then said, "Oh, Pony, can you believe this?" Pony looked at her. "She came here just for Izuku." The president smiled, making Pony even more nervous than she already was at the moment. Pony shook her head. "No, I had no idea, but why?" Pony noticed the president's smile widen. "I mean, everyone performed very well." Sure, Izuku stood out a little bit, but not that much. The president then said, "I'm sure given that you're his girlfriend that you should know he stood out among the students like a sour thumb in the middle of the crowd." Pony merely nodded her head, accepting the woman's reasoning. "Damn it, what does she want?" Pony was worried deeply. "Mama told me the HSPC doesn't come unless they want something. That's why she quit the hero business in Japan and moved permanently to the States." Pony asked, "So how can I help you, ma'am? What do you want to know?" The woman smiled. "Nothing. All that I want is for Izuku Midoriya to get an internship where his skills will be appreciated." She then smiled ominously, although only Pony caught the hidden meaning behind her smile. "Also, I want him to take an internship where he'd be protected from any unfortunate accidents that could put his life in danger or his loved ones." Inko gasped. "So, that's why you came to protect my baby. Thank you very much for protecting my son." Inko, due to her innocent nature, didn't quite catch the threat the president delivered to her should Izuku choose any internship except one from the HSPC-sponsored heroes. Pony did. She was going to tell Izuku. She only hoped he wouldn't go medieval on their butts. Pony finished telling her story. So yeah, that is what happened, so tell me. How was the meeting of the gods for you? She gained a very serious look. And why did the sky shatter for a moment before repairing itself? Itsuka called me, telling me that she's inside a panic bunker eating canned beans like a crazy person. She's about to reach a new level of crazy like my Uncle John. Izuku replied, "Well, Zeus called me out on a duel, so we had a couple of cosmic punches that shook the multiverse a couple of times." He looked outside. "I'm sure a couple of versions of myself saw their world shake to their core." Pony's sweat dropped. "Do you always cause trouble wherever you go?" She shook her head. "So Izuku-kun, are you ready for a date? I have the cutest outfit." Izuku nodded. "Yeah, I'm going to take you to this cowboy-themed cafe down the street." Pony pouted. "Are you going to take me there just because I'm an American?" She crossed her arms. "That's really uncool, Izuku. I thought you would take someplace more romantic." Izuku tapped his chin. "How about I take you to Paris?" Pony's eyes lit up. "Really, you want to take me to the city of love?" She jumped up and down. "That's so awesome, Izuku. Give me a minute so I can go and change my clothes." Izuku nodded, but as soon as Pony left, he made a clone of himself. Izuku looked at him, make sure that she doesn't find out. The clone nodded his head, so Izuku phased through the ground to the street and went to the HSPC headquarters. People are going to pay and learn that he's no pushover. Izuku made his way toward the HSPC. He finally reached the building. He looked at it with enough hate to melt into nothing but sludge. Izuku chuckled eerily. No one comes to the home and threatens my mom and gets away with it. Izuku walked into the building and someone tried to stop him, but Izuku flicked him into the sea. He continued to make his way throughout the building. He felt something was odd. There was no security. But the answer to this mystery was revealed when all of the guards were gathered around the woman's office. Izuku cracked his neck and said, "Men, we can do this the easy or we can do this the hard." The men pointed his guns at Izuku, making him roll his eyes. Izuku snapped his fingers, making the guns turn into snakes and wrap themselves around the men's hands. Izuku passed them and phased through the wall to meet the president. The woman smiled. "Midoriya Izuku, I've been expecting you to come here. I thought you would be here earlier, but I have no problem. Frankly, I had nothing better to do." She then pointed to a cup of tea. "Do you want some tea to calm down your nerves? You seem tense." Izuku slammed his hand on the table, transporting them both into a place outside of space and time itself. But the woman kept her calm facade. "How do you think you are to threaten my mom in her own house?" So the horse girl caught on. She hummed a bit. "I thought, given how naive she seemed, she wouldn't catch on even after years to come." Izuku felt his blood boil, making him turn into a walking flame. But the president said, "But in order to avoid anything misfortunate, I have a deal for you to sign." She gave him a paper. "Izuku, read it. As of now and forward, you work for us. We'll train you to become the best hero you can be under Hawk's supervision. We'll see that you reach your full potential, and in return, you do us some favors." Izuku quickly signed it and said, "Deal. Now you sign it." The woman was shocked. She thought Izuku would argue, but she thought that since his mother's life was on the line, he just conceded. She signed the paper and said, "I'll see you during your internship with Hawks." Izuku chuckled. "Yeah, sure. Good luck in your pursuit of power." He walked outside the room. "By the way, I'm going to work with someone else. Don't wait for me." The woman quirked an eyebrow as he said, "Did you really think you can outplay me? You're dumb. Your soul is now in my hands." He now showed her what she truly signed. It was a deal saying the HSPC would leave Izuku and his family alone. Should any one of them try to harm his family, the president will slowly lose her life force. Izuku smiled. "I said someone was going to pay, and I guess you're the one paying the price. Goodbye, and learn your place next time." The woman was left sitting in silent fear for her life. School came back relatively quickly. Izuku went to school not before having a quick chat with Amaterasu, who nowadays works as a librarian near UA, which surprised him. When he asked her why, she simply said that even gods need a source of living and food, plus it was a pastime hobby of hers. So he simply shrugged. The boy was now in his class waiting for homeroom to start. His friends were chatting among themselves till Tsuyu came up to him. "I bet people kept swarming you, Midoriya-chan." Izuku smiled, shaking his head. "Well, not really." He crossed his arms. "I had an ace up my sleeve to blend into the crowd without being noticed." Tsuyu tilted her head. "You just camouflaged yourself, didn't you?" Izuku nodded his head. Achako then said, "But I bet people were talking about you whenever you go." She began to pump her fist into the air. "You were super awesome. I really liked the song you used against Bakugo." Izuku blushed a little. "Oh, come on." He put his hands on his face. "I wasn't that awesome. I admit that the song was my own touch, but the rest I got was from old cartoons." He then saw Ida enter the room and Izuku greeted him. "Good morning, Ida." He smiled at the boy, which made Ida shiver a little bit. "How is your brother? I hope he's feeling better now." Ida smiled. Yes, my brother is recovering quite nicely." He sat down in his seat. "I heard the doctors saying that he'll be back in the field around next week." The boy was now sitting with a haunted look on his face, remembering the price he paid for his brother to become better. Ada stood in front of Izuku. "Midoriya, at the entrance exam, you gave a vague warning about alleys and swords. You warned me about this, didn't you?" Izuku sighed. "I didn't know for sure what was going to happen if you're aiming at that. But yeah, I was warning you about something like that." Ada stopped him. "I know that now." He dragged a hand across his face. "At first, I thought it was crazy rambling. But now, I blame myself for not taking it more seriously." Izuku patted him on the back, but Ada asked him, "But I came here to ask you one question." Ada looked at him with a hopeful look. "Can you heal my older brother?" Izuku smiled deviously. "Of course, I can. But I want something in return, not money, just for you to sign something." Ada nodded his head rapidly, so much so that Izuku for a moment wanted to call him Rapid. Izuku conjured a contract and a knife. "Okay, I'll cut your thumb so you can sign it with blood to make the deal bend you forever." Ada paled but did as Izuku told him. Izuku then said, "Read the deal to know what you're on for." Ada took the deal and began to feel dread. It was a 100-page deal. The front and the back were fully written. He sighed as he read it, feeling dread engulfing him with each word. Ada sank into his seat. "Now, I understand why Kendo calls him a demon." In the meantime, Tensei was laughing with Izuku at Ada's face after reading the deal. What Ada didn't know was that Izuku healed Tensei before Tenya asked Izuku. The deal was just to screw with and secure for himself a sidekick in the future. Aizawa entered the room that very moment and said, "All right, you disgusting midgets." He then looked at Izuku. "And one overpowered midget, today we're going to look into your offers. Remember that the offers aren't permanent. Pros picked for your performance at the sports festival, but they may lose interest as time goes on." He then displayed the offers. Usually, the offers are more spread out, but this year, they focused more on the top 4 students, especially one problem child in my classroom. There were a lot of high numbers. Shoto had 4862 offers, Katsuki had 3937 offers, and the most shocking of all was Izuku, who had 23,042. He has offers from all over the world. Hell, he even has one from North Korea. I guess a madman would like a madman to work with him. Izuku's friends began to congratulate him on this very impressive feat. It was rare to have an outside country offer, but to have offers from all over the world was truly something else. Izuku, on the other hand, had swirls in his eyes, unsure what to pick. There were so many offers to pick from. He felt a little bit dizzy. Aizawa then said, "All right, be quiet now. We still have something very important to do that will determine your future in heroics." He looked at them with a very serious look. "You're going to pick your hero name." The students began to cheer. "Shut up," was Aizawa's response to the students' cheers. "This is very important because if you don't pick them carefully, then you're..." Midnight came into the room, "going to be in hell for the rest of your career." Midnight then disturbed pens and boards for students to use and write their hero names. All the students were nervous. Izuku could just tell by their faces, but then Aoyama walked up first to Midnight. His hero name was odd, but Midnight for some reason accepted it. Following him was Mina, who wanted to use the name Alien Queen to be her codename. But Midnight refused. Mina was about to back down, but suddenly she felt the urge to argue. The two girls kept talking for half an hour before reaching a compromise to let Mina name herself Acid Queen. Others were lackluster, like Gyro's earphone jack. Some were cool, like Tokoyami's Tsukayami. Shoto took his "I'm cooler than all of you" attitude a little too much because he just used his name. Finally, it was Izuku's turn. He put his name, going on forward, "I'll be known as the Chaos Hero, Discord." Midnight was about to congratulate him, but Mini Discord appeared with a megaphone and yelled into Izuku's ear, "Hey, don't go around stealing my name." Izuku looked at him. "Why are you even bothered? You don't use it anymore." The two began to bicker back and forth, but Discord finally agreed to let Izuku use his name. Finally, Aizawa let them go after reminding them that they have until the end of the week to submit their internship choice. When Izuku was walking home, Pony walked beside him and said, "Ready for a great date?" Izuku nodded and they went on an amazing date. The date finally ended inside Izuku's home. The two were sitting on the couch making out with each other. Suddenly, Pony stood up and said, "I'll be back." Izuku sat and waited only for his girlfriend to return with a very hot cowboy outfit as she asked him, "What do you think? Are ready to go around with me?" The girl then hugged him and continued their intense makeout session. Hours later, both Izuku and Pony were cuddling each other under a blanket on the couch. Their clothes were thrown around on the ground. In the corner of the room, Discord was near a trash can. "I cannot unsee what I saw today. My eyes. It burns. It burns." Internships of chaos. In Izuku's house, both Izuku and Pony were putting on their clothes. Pony buttoned her shirt with a goofy grin. "Last night was amazing. It couldn't have been better." Izuku had a blush on his face remembering last night. Pony was like a siren. He didn't know how she drew him in. On the plus side, he can't say he didn't enjoy last night. The after treatment is even better because Pony is feeding him chocolate-covered strawberries now. Pony looked at him as she shoved another strawberry into his mouth. "So, tell me," she put on her innocent facade she usually uses. But Izuku would never be tricked by it again. "Did you like last night?" She then hugged him and whispered into his ear, "Do you want a repeat of?" A pressurized water blast from a power hose held by Discord made them soak in water from head to toe. Izuku looked at Discord. "What the heck was that for? Do you know how much time it will take me to make us dry again?" Izuku snapped his fingers, making Pony and him dry. "It took me about 6 seconds to make us dry." Discord yelled, "Consider this punishment for the horrible images you implemented in my head." He then hugged his legs. "It was so disturbing. I can never unsee what I saw yesterday." Izuku gave him a bored look. "You could have just averted your eyes." He tapped his chin. "Or went to one of your D&D sessions with Dark Shadow." He then crossed his arms. "You know Tokoyami still complains to me about how you're both loud when you play it." "I can't, you moron." Discord facepalmed. "Even though I can leave your head and walk around." He shivered a little bit. "I can't go far away from your body because I will begin to fade away and return to your head. So next time you want to have fun, give me earmuffs." Izuku sighed and nodded. "Fine." The boy rolled his eyes. "For any future activities, we'll give you a warning beforehand." Pony was sitting there silently with a blush on her face. Izuku asked Pony, What agency did you decide to go with, Pony? He wiggled his eyebrows. I bet it's going to be a badass heroine so you can learn to kick butt. Well, I first wanted to go with the snake hero. Izuku blushed, imagining her in some kind of fancy advertisement looking like an angel, but I heard that she only does advertisements, so I decided to go with the rabbit hero. Izuku's face paled, imagining his already terrifying girlfriend returning with Maruko's attitude. Her attitude was already terrifying enough. Pony smirked at his face. Don't worry, I won't rough you up when I return. She slapped him lightly, at least, not too much. Izuku gulped and prayed to whatever lord to hear him out and make Pony change her mind. His phone pinged and he saw a message from Zeus that said, "Man up, beach." Pony then said, "All right, how did you decide to go with?" She wiggled her eyes. I bet you decided to go with Ms. Joke or her sister Funny Bones. I can only imagine. The girl began to shake in fear, imagining the damage her boyfriend might do after interning with those two heroes. She grabbed him by the neck. You aren't allowed to intern with them. You hear me? Izuku disconnected his neck. Well, I'm not planning to intern with them in the first place. He then freed himself from Pony's grip and reattached his head to his body. Really? You aren't interning with them? Pony tilted her head. How come you aren't interning with them? From what I heard, they are the most suitable for you. Izuku just shrugged. I just don't want to do it. Now, Izuku might have said that, but reality couldn't have been further from the truth. Back in Class 1A, Izuku walked up to Aizawa and handed him his internship request. Aizawa-sensei, I already decided who I want to intern with. Can you make it official? Aizawa looked at him with boredom. Fine. But word of advice, he took the paper to see who his problem child was interning with. Next time look for more options. Hey, Ms. Joke, the man whispered under his breath. He felt a shiver travel down his spine. He loved Emi. He truly did. But he imagined having Izuku intern with her, making his life even more complicated. He trembled at the thought. Aizawa put the request down. He looked at Izuku and walked outside the room. Wait here for a bit. Izuku just stood there with his classmates looking at the scene in interest. A few moments later, Aizawa came with a flamethrower on his back. He looked at the internship request and activated the flamethrower, burning the paper into ashes along with the table. He then looked at Izuku and said, "It is denied. Find someone else." He turned around to sleep but stopped. He then said, "Hand Funny Bones request too." Izuku shook his head. "Yeah, I just don't want to go with them." He rubbed the back of his head. "I decided to go with Sir Night Eye instead." Pony arched her eyebrow in confusion. "You mean All Might's old sidekick? It seems an odd choice." "Well, I hope to see why he decided to pick me," Izuku said. But Pony gave him a "why did you pick him" look, which made him admit, "Fine, I just want to see how I can screw with your quirk." Pony giggled. "Of course, you want to do that." She grabbed his cheeks and began to stretch them. "You won't be my destructive Lord of Chaos if you didn't screw with people's lives." Izuku then cracked his neck. "All right, I'll teleport us to the dorms to get ready for our internships today." Pony nodded as Izuku snapped his fingers, teleporting them both. Inside Izuku's dorm room, the boy has already finished packing his stuff. He was making his final touches on torturing Itsuka during his week-long internship. He knew the girl couldn't live without his pranks, and he couldn't live without her suffering. He walked outside his room and blew a whistle. He heard a groan followed by Ida walking up and saluting him. "Good morning, High Commander. How can I serve you?" Bakugo, who was walking by, laughed at Ida. "Good work being Deku's beach." Izuku rolled his eyes and snapped his fingers, making two vicious snapping pineapple appear and bite Bakugo in the butt, making the boy run around while yelling in pain. Ida tried his best to hide his smug grin at what happened, but failed and began to chuckle. Izuku then asked him, "Is everyone ready for the internships? We only have half an hour to move." Ida tapped his chin. "Everyone except Gyro is ready." He then remembered what happened to Kaminari when he tried to wake her up. Gyro isn't a morning person. She can be very prickly. Izuku hummed, "You are relieved, Ida. I'll go and make her up." Izuku rubbed his hands evilly, making Ida sigh in exasperation. Izuku walked to the girls' side of the dorms. He saw Momo. "Good morning, Yaoyorozu." He then noticed a black eye on the girl's flawless skin. "What's with the black eye?" "I walked into a war zone with good intentions," Momo said, rubbing the black eye. "Gyro is seriously cranky when someone tries to interrupt her beauty sleep." Izuku snapped his fingers and made the black eye go away. "Don't worry, I'll handle this." Momo nodded but silently wished that Gyro make him suffer. Izuku walked into Gyro's room. He had to admit it looked like a musician's personal heaven. He saw Kyoka wrapping herself inside her covers looking like a human burrito. Izuku smiled at her before summoning a huge blowhorn and putting it beside her ear and earphone jacks. The boy tried the diplomatic way first. "Kyoka-chan, wake up. It's time for the internships." 5 seconds later, and with a flash of purple lighting, Izuku was thrown out of her room. "F off. I want to sleep a little bit more." Izuku took this as a challenge and began to use the more aggressive methods to wake the girl up. Izuku looked at the huge blowhorn and activated it. The sound was amplified, causing Gyro to launch herself from the bed and hang to the ceiling in shock. She glared at Izuku. What the F, dude? You know I have sensitive hearing. Izuku chuckled and summoning a cup of water. Well, if you woke up the diplomatic way, I wouldn't have resorted to doing this to you. The girl then backed to her bed and glared at Izuku, taking the cup of water from him. Kyoka began to drink, but Izuku made some last-minute changes to the cup. He thought it wasn't hot enough. The moment Kyoka drank it, she felt her stomach begin to turn upside down. She felt like she was being boiled alive from the inside out. She looked at Izuku and growled, "You F-er." The girl then opened her mouth as fire blasted out of it from the hot drink. She quickly ran downstairs to the tap water in the kitchen. She opened it and tried to drink, but this only increased her agony because the water was extremely hot. The girl kneeled to the ground as she felt her insides melt into slag. She felt someone tap her shoulder. She looked up and saw Izuku with a cup of milk. The girl didn't want to trust him, but she had no choice. She took the cup and drank it greedily. Once she finished, she exhaled a sigh of relief as steam exited her mouth. She looked at Izuku rolling on the ground from laughter. A vein bulged on her forehead as she sent one of her earphone jacks into the boy's neck and began to torture him. Kyoka was using OFA to make the vibrations stronger. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Izuku removed her jack from his neck. "Well, consider this as your usual tribute for me." He then noticed something. "Hey, Gyro, does your family have some genetic disease that makes your hair white?" He then plucked a white hair from the girl's head. Gyro rubbed her head and said, "No, I don't think so." She then looked at the white hair strand. "I'll talk with my mom about it." She coughed into her fist and went to her room to get ready. Discord appeared beside Izuku. "Why are you concerned? Some people have white hair strands." Izuku rubbed his head. "You said that two powers can't coexist peacefully inside one body once, right?" Discord nodded, but Izuku shook his head. "Nothing, I just thought about something." The dorm's entrance was kicked open. Izuku looked and saw Itsuka twitching with small electric currents going off her. The funny thing about this is that Izuku had no idea what happened. Itsuka grabbed him. "Why the hell did I find 2 electric eels inside my shower?" Izuku shrugged. "How the hell should I know? I didn't send them there." He summoned a calendar. "I have lots of projects, but none of them have electric eels." She then threw him like a rag doll across the room and vowed vengeance against the boy, making him laugh. Discord appeared beside him. "You truly don't have anything to do with this." Izuku waved his hand a little, meaning that he might have something to do with it, but not much. Back in Itsuka's dorm, the girl was packing her clothes from her week-long vacation from Izuku. A week away from him is like a week in heaven. The girl was giddy that she had All Might's teacher choose to have an internship with him. What the girl didn't notice was that Izuku had prepared for such an occasion. He summoned a raccoon and gave him specific orders to make Itsuka's life as hellish as possible. Its mission started today. Aizawa stood in front of the train station after accompanying his students there with Vlad's class. The man looked around and saw his students' excited faces for the internships. He felt a little bit happy for them, but something was odd and it was making his skin crawl. His problem child hasn't caused a disaster yet. He thought Izuku would have made at least 3 of his classmates by now hear colors. Instead of that, he was just standing there as he looked at Pony with a goofy look on his face. It confused Aizawa to no end as much as it scared him. "Midoriya," Aizawa called to his most favorite student, "why are you smiling so much?" He then grabbed the boy's shoulders. "Is Nezu beginning his world domination plans earlier than we thought? I was sure we have at least 10 years of preparations before he begins." Izuku prayed Aizawa off his shoulder. "First, I can smile as much as I want since it isn't a crime." He took a few steps back. "Second, something magical happened last night that you most definitely don't need to know." He then looked at Pony. "And finally, you need at least 20 years of preparations before Nezu-sensei begins his invasion of the world." He stopped for a moment, a mischievous grin forming on his face. ... And it's closer than you think." Aizawa paled at the newly revealed information. He took out a special phone and yelled into it, "This isn't a drill. The rat will make his move soon. I repeat, the rat will make his move soon. Activate DEFCON1. I repeat, DEFCON1. We have a moral duty to save the world from the rat." He looked at Izuku and his demonic apprentice. The boy laughed at his teacher's panic. He looked around and saw Minta twitching. He raised his eyebrow and asked, "Minta, why do you look like you've been subjected to an electric eel treatment? You look like Itsuka over there." He pointed to the orange-haired girl who was still twitching from the eels from earlier. "I don't know," Minta said initially as he looked at Izuku carefully. "Every time I look at you, I feel a disturbance in the perv force." He looked at Pony and then looked at Izuku. You. Izuku looked at the small midget clenching his fists. "How could you betray me like that?" Aizawa looked at Minta. "What in the world are you talking about, Minta?" He ran a hand through his face. "If you're talking about Midoriya joining Nezu's efforts in world domination, it's been a dead giveaway from the beginning of the year. The best we can hope for is for Midoriya to be a benevolent overlord." "I'm not talking about that," Minta yelled. "I'm talking about that bastard getting laid last night." The small midget exclaimed at the top of his lungs, making everyone look at him. They then looked at Izuku and Pony. The former pretended not to see them while the latter hid behind the former. Aizawa dragged a hand across his face. I could have lived my entire life without hearing that. He looked at Minta. Thanks for that, Minta. The small midget then spontaneously ignited on fire and began to run around yelling in pain. Izuku said, next time, keep such information for yourself. He then blew air toward the flaming boy and implanted him into a wall. Izuku then created a napkin and wiped his sweat away. Wow, I almost lost my cool back there. He threw the napkin toward the bin, but someone took it. This will be great for the cult, Yui said with a small smile. She looked at her Pokémon, who was shaking its head in disappointment, making the girl sigh and drop the napkin into the bin. Just because you asked nicely, not because I wanted to do it. The Pokémon then nuzzled his face into her leg, making her bend down and pet him. Ibara walked up to Izuku and attempted to slap him, but the boy pointed his finger to her wings, stopping the girl in her tracks. Izuku asked, is there a reason for you to try and slap me? How could you defile and seduce Pony like that? The girl crossed her arms. I thought you were better than that, Midoriya. What you did was extremely sinful and you must repent. The girl stopped and shivered, feeling a sense of dread coming from behind her. She turned around and saw Itsuka with a demonic aurora surrounding her. Repent, you say? Itsuka walked to Ibara and grabbed her shoulder. Have you repented for trading my sanity for a pair of wings? But, Ibara tried to defend her case. My wings are so fluffy. I like them. This statement made Itsuka very mad and she began to chase Ibara around to pluck her wings. Come back here, sinner, Itsuka yelled. Face your divine punishment like a good girl or it'll be worse than it already is. Ibara refused to stop running. The chase continued for a little while as Vlad yelled at Aizawa. Control your problem, child, Aizawa. He made Ibara into a hooligan. The sweet summer child of my class was turned into a co-conspirator to make Kendo's mind unravel into nothing. Aizawa looked at him with tired eyes. Do you honestly think I have any control over the problem child? He walked away from the man to gather his class because the trains were beginning to arrive. You're cute. I have no control over him whatsoever. Talk to Nezu so he can put a leash on him. Not me. Vlad slumped to the ground and began to cry. He had to make two hard choices. Either allow Izuku to play with his class even further, or make a deal with the demon rat of UA. He then heard a thump. He looked and began to sigh as Itsuka grabbed Ibara and began to pluck Ibara's feathers. He stood up and went to solve the altercation. Aizawa gathered his class. All right, midgets. He looked at Izuku, and overlords. Today, you are going to the internships, so that means you represent UA's reputation, so try your best to be on your best behavior. The entire class nodded as Aizawa said, in that case, load yourself on the trains. I'm going home to sleep. Izuku walked to Pony and gave her a good luck kiss, which the girl reciprocated back. Izuku was about to walk away when he was crowded by a bunch of girls who were asking him for his number. The girls all stopped when they felt an ominous aurora coming from behind them. They looked and saw Pony standing still with a very dark and ominous aura surrounding her. What the heck do you girls think you're doing? Leave my boyfriend alone. Izuku used this time to run away because seconds later he heard a war cry and slapping happening. He would have found it very hot that girls are fighting for him, but his life would be at stake. Izuku left his girlfriend to deal with the girls and headed to his friends. He looked at Ochako and Ida. Ochako was excited as always. I can't wait to go and train with Gunhead. Izuku smiled. That's wonderful, Uraraka. I hope that you can make the best of it. He then looked at Ida and said, try to make sure that you won't do anything I would do under normal circumstances. He patted Ida on the shoulder and left a baffled boy behind him. He finally headed toward Kendo and said, I guess this is it for an entire week. You aren't going to see and I'm not going to see you. I'm going to miss our good time together. Kendo looked at him and flipped him off. Like hell, I will miss you. I'm one step away from tearing my hair off and dating Minta. The boy suddenly manifested beside her but was quickly kicked away by Monoma. This week is going to be the happiest week of my life. See you never. Monoma looked at Izuku, who was smiling. You have something planned for her, don't you? Izuku didn't reply, but he just kept smiling as he looked at the top of the train that Kendo entered, where a raccoon gave him a thumbs up, meaning he was ready for his mission. Monoma looked at Izuku. You are pure evil. Izuku gasped. I'm not pure evil. I'm pure chaos. Get your facts straight. He then flicked Monoma's nose and walked to his train as he saw Pony dusting her hands with a bunch of girls piled on each other moaning in pain. His girlfriend was truly scary. Izuku sat in his train wondering what might not I teach him. His powers were relatively simple enough. He collected chaos energy from the world around him, which allowed him to do many feats, including but not limited to reality manipulation. Izuku brought up his notebooks but sent a mental message to the raccoon to begin his mission. On Itsuka's train, the girl came back from buying refreshments for her and Gyro. Here you go, Gyro, a cup of lemonade. Kendo looked at her cup of coffee. And for me, a cup of black beautiful coffee without baby number 21 being there to make it into dirt. The girl sat down only for a farting noise to feel the train making everyone look at Kendo, whose face was as red as a tomato. The girl looked under her hoping to find a whoopie cushion. But there was nothing. Jiro looked at Itsuka with a sympathetic look. Cheer up. This might be just a parting gift. Kendo nodded her head, but both of them didn't notice the raccoon under their seat. Izuku walked into the agency of Sir Night-Eye. He looked around it for a bit. He had to admit that the agency lacked luster a little bit. He expected a little bit more from All Might's previous sidekick. But then again, he figured that the man was looking for a plain look, given he was more of a background hero type who works from the shadows. He began to look for someone to lead him to Sir when he bumped into something, or rather someone. He looked up and whistled. Man, you're as built as a mountain. The person chuckled. Thank you. I worked very hard to gain these muscles. He flexed his biceps. Maybe one day if you work hard enough yourself, you can be just like me. Izuku chuckled to himself. Why wait? He then blew air into his muscles and made them all pump up. Look at me. I'm now full of hot air. He flexed his new muscles, but they deflated. Meh, I always liked the skinny option. Make things less awkward when I want to change. The person laughed a little. You have a good spirit, kid. He then walked away, but stopped to introduce himself. Where are my manners? My name is Mirio Tagata. I'm a third-year student at UA High School. My hero name is Lemillion, the hero who's going to save 1,000,000 people. Izuku nodded. That's a nice goal. I hope to see you one day in the #1 spot. You. Izuku grabbed his hand and shook it, only for Izuku to be hit by another vision. In the vision, Izuku saw a dark alleyway. He then saw a small horse wearing white garments being chased by a very huge crow. A blonde lion looked at the scene but turned his face away. He backed away from Mirio, who had a worried look on his face. Mirio asked him, Midoriya, are you okay? You were sweating pretty heavily back there. Izuku wiped some sweat from his face and said, No, nothing. I felt a huge wave of chaos. He looked at a map and saw Hasu. There must be something big going on in Hasu. Well, in that case, I'll ask Sir to go there so we can investigate it, Mirio said with a smile. But enough chit-chat, we need to talk to Sir. He was very intrigued by you the moment he saw you. Mirio still remembered how Sir Night-Eye reacted when he saw Izuku. It was the first time he saw the man showing genuine terror on his face. It was a little bit interesting if he had to say so himself. Mirio was at Sir's agency training for a bit. He heard Sir call him. He looked at the man who held a serious expression on his face. Mirio, I asked to come here so you can watch the first years. Mirio nodded his head. I have to ask. Why do you want me to watch them, Sir? Last year, you weren't so interested in this. Sir replied. Well, I heard that there might be some interesting characters in this year's festival. Mirio shrugged and sat with Sir as they watched the festival. It was nothing special, but he found the boy with the sentient quirk who ruined his speech a little bit funny. Mirio watched carefully as the race began. He had to admit that Todoroki had quite the firepower on him. But ironically, it was his ice that was extremely strong, though he did notice Sir's unimpressed look as he examined the boy. Is there something wrong, Sir? Sir sighed. That Todoroki boy isn't using his full potential. He adjusted his glasses. I can tell just by looking at him that he's holding back considerably and on purpose. Such a disappointment. Mirio raised his eyebrow in confusion, but before he could ask, he saw the most incredible thing as one of the hero students lifted the 0-pointer and threw it at another one. The blonde-haired boy smiled. Now that is what I call power. Now, I have to see, that is quite impressive. Sir nodded in approval. Such strength. Could he be the one that All Might gave OFA to? Still, he is nothing compared to Mirio. When they reached the huge chasm, both Shoto and Katsuki were having trouble using their quirks, with Izuku laughing at them like an insane person with his sentient laughing alongside him. They then reached the minefield, which began to act weirdly, making pink explosions that affected people in different ways. Mirio couldn't stop laughing when the orange-haired girl was turned into a reverse mermaid. The finale was the funniest when Shoto and Katsuki were turned into puddles, forcing Eraserhead to wipe them away from the commentator window. The cavalry race was a little bit interesting, but there was a lot of action like the previous line. The tournament was the most entertaining part of the festival. He saw the true powers of Izuku Midoriya from the first round, where he sent his opponent crying like a beach, to the second round where he simply made Dark Shadow leave Tokoyami. Then his fight with Shoto was interesting. Mirio couldn't stop laughing at Katsuki's flat-screen TV face. This fight is going to be amazing. I hope we have popcorn. The fight with Katsuki was hilarious. He especially liked it when Izuku began to sing and called Bakugo second. But the true killer was when the monkey emerged from Bakugo's rear, making him fall over from laughing. We need to bring him here for an internship. Mirio looked at Sir and frowned a little. His mentor's face was contracted into sheer horror. It was like he was watching a monster in this sports festival. Sir, the man shook his head and looked at Mirio. Is there something wrong? The man adjusted his glasses. Nothing. I was just interested in that boy's powers. He then looked at his office. Would you go and tell Bubble Girl to bring me internship papers? Mirio nodded. Yeah, I'll be back in a jiffy. Mirio went away, leaving Sir to his thoughts. How is this kid? What kind of power does he have? His eyes then widened. Could he be related to AFO's son? The thought made his body shiver. This was truly terrifying. AFO has a son with so much power that he can change reality itself. This made fighting AFO much more complicated, but he found a little glimpse of hope given the boy seemed more interested in messing with people than controlling them. This still didn't help ease that tiny voice in his head that said run to the hills, run and never come back. He hoped that the voice wasn't right. He hoped that the boy's quirk was just that strong, but even then, the boy needed to be put under constant surveillance to make sure he didn't fall into the wrong hands. He felt his body flinch at the thought. Did we already lose him? Night-Eye looked at the ceiling. What criminal mastermind did we lose him to? What kind of horrible beast of hell got to him first? In UA, Izuku and Nezu were discussing their plans for world domination. To start our invasion of USA, we stage an attack on Europe or the Middle East to distract the country into a bogus war and drain its resources. We then attack. Izuku and Nezu then sneezed together, making them wonder who was talking about them. Sir's bad feeling was correct, but it wasn't a villain that took Izuku under his wings, but a hero. Mirio didn't know why, but Sir's look made him shiver that day. It looked like he was looking into a catastrophic universe that met its end under the fist of a tyrannic ruler. He shook his head. Well, Kohai. They stood in front of an office. I hope this meeting with Sir Night-Eye goes as smoothly as possible because Sir can be sometimes a little bit intense. Izuku chuckled. I heard that. Some sources even say that he has a torture tickling machine for people who don't smile that much. Izuku slapped Mirio's back. Can you believe that, Tagada-senpai? A well-respected hero has a torture machine inside his office. If this isn't a joke, I don't know what is. Mirio's sweat dropped. Well, he is in it for a huge shock when he sees the tickling machine. Izuku walked up to the door and said, wish me luck. Izuku clenched his fist. I'm going to nail this meeting. Oh yeah. He walked into the office only to be greeted by the sight of a semi-naked blue girl strapped to a machine tickling her with a man standing in front of her operating the machine. Upon closer inspection, he saw the girl wasn't naked, but her costume was really skimpy, still better than Yaoyorozu's first costume. The man looked at Izuku with a stern glare, but the boy was still knocked out of the loop regarding what was occurring in front of him. Izuku causally summoned a bowl of water. He proceeded to pluck his eyes out and dip them in the water before putting them back into their place. He inspected the scene once again only to see what he saw wasn't some sort of trick or glitch inside the matrix. It was real. Izuku didn't know how to feel about this, but he knew the rumors were true about the tickling machine. Night-Eye looked at Izuku and sighed. He then let out the girl he was tickling. Next time, try to smile more, Bubble Girl. The girl nodded and ran outside the room. Night-Eye then ushered Izuku toward a chair in front of his desk. Izuku mentally prepared himself for one of the weirdest conservations on the face of the planet. But he quickly said, look, I'm all into kinks and stuff, but tickling machines are off the table. Sir Night-Eye coughed into his fist. That was a small punishment for being late on some reports. Izuku tilted his head. Wow, if that was for the reports. What will happen to her when she misses up a mission? He tapped his chin. She gets covered in honey and made into a human chicken. Sir chuckled a little before readjusting himself. No, I'll just put the machine into its max mode. Izuku whistled. There's a max for that thing. He rubbed the back of his head. And here I thought I saw everyone there is to be seen. Guess I need a couple more years. Night-Eye then changed the subject. All right, let's talk business. Why did you choose my agency instead of the many others that you were given? Izuku shrugged. Well, to be honest, I don't know myself. Night-Eye raised his eyebrow. I was kinda interested to see why you sent me an internship even though you never sent one before except to Tagada-senpai. Then again, I heard you can help me with fine-tuning my powers, so that's something I'm looking forward to. Sir Night-Eye hummed. I see. He sat down on his chair. He put his elbows on the table and crossed his hands before putting his hand on them. And what can you bring to the team? Izuku rubbed his hand. Laughter gas. My quirk analysis skills are something to be looked at. He then puffed his chest. I mean, I don't want to tote my own horn, but Nezu-sensei made me his student and future successor. Sir felt the color drain from his face. This boy is Nezu's successor and student. It's like having two versions of the demon rat. He looked at Izuku. I must bring him back to humanity's side before all hope is lost. Night-Eye then shook Izuku's hand. Welcome to the team, Midoriya. He discreetly tried to use his quirk on the boy, but he got weird feedback. The only thing he saw was Izuku yawning in a void of darkness. The boy looked at him and waved as if he knew he was there. Sir shook his head and said, let's start your training sessions right now. Sir walked to the door. I'll get Mirio to show you the building later on, but for now, you'll both spare together. Izuku nodded and walked outside the room to put his hero costume on, but he suddenly shivered. I guess Pony has begun her training with Maruko. Hopefully, she won't change that much. He then dipped his head down. Who am I kidding? Once she comes back, she's going to use me as a punching bag. So unfair. With Pony, the girl stood in front of Maruko's agency with a smile on her face. She can't wait to walk in there and learn how to kick butt. She walked instead, but her instincts from living with two brothers who liked to prank her as much as they could breathe told her to duck. The girl threw herself to the ground as a white missile went soaring past her outside the Rabbit Hero's agency. A voice then said, "Good reflexes, kid." Maruko came back in with a smirk on her face. Most people wouldn't have been able to dodge that kick, but you managed to do it, so good for you. Pony went to Maruko and began shaking her hand. "Mrs. Maruko, I'm a big fan of yours." She took out a notebook. "Can I have your autograph? Please, it would make my boyfriend really jealous." The woman smiled. Of course, she signed the notebook and handed it to Pony as she said, "But know that flattery will get you nowhere here, so get dressed and meet me in the gym." Pony nodded and went to put on her costume. Chaotic training. Izuku walked with Sir to the training grounds. For Izuku, it was an opportunity to see how he could stack up against his senpai in school. For Sir, it was an attempt to see how well Mirio can stand up against Izuku in case the boy decided F it, I'm going to go AFO and take over the world to be the ultimate demon king or something like that. For Mirio, who was waiting inside the training room, it was a new chance to fight someone new and steamroll all over him. For poor Mirio, it was his bad luck that drove Izuku to be his new sparring partner. Midoriya, Sir spoke, grabbing Izuku's attention. "When you fight Mirio, I don't want you to hold back. I want you to fight him as if he was a real villain and your life depends on winning this fight." Izuku tilted his head until it was 180 degrees. "You want me to fight him at 100%? He then fixed his head. "Are you sure that you didn't eat something funny or are you just plain crazy?" Sir felt his eyebrow twitch. "Yes, I want you to fight him at 100% to see where you are in terms of strength." The man adjusted his glasses. "I don't want to brag, but Mirio is the next number hero." Discord appeared and snorted. That's until Izuku came to the scene. The man looked at the sentient quirk. "Izuku is going to steamroll over your student. He can already defeat All Mights." Izuku grabbed Discord's mouth and tied it into a knot. "Sorry about him, but he likes to talk very much." Izuku then threw the ex-Chaos Lord over his shoulder like a ragdoll, making Discord feel a bit peeved. Sir bit his lip. He knew the quirk was talking about All Might's successor. He wanted Mirio to be All Might's successor, but the man couldn't see reason. Mirio was perfect. He was like the second coming of All Might, but the man couldn't see it. He only saw some hero student with a mediocre quirk that couldn't match up to Mirio. The original reason why he requested Izuku was to see if he had OFA, and he was going to nicely ask him if he could hand OFA to Mirio since he's the more worthy candidate. But now he has no idea whatsoever about the person who has OFA. But all he knows is that Izuku knows who has it. Sir coughed into his fist. "Look, I can't hold you accountable for whatever your quirk says, but try to keep him under a tight leash." Discord appeared back on Izuku's shoulder and stuck his tongue out. Izuku shook his head. "Anyway, are you sure that you want to go all out against Mirio?" Sir looked at him with an annoyed look. "I mean that even 10% of my power is too dangerous for him." Sir felt very offended at this moment. "Are you saying that Mirio is too weak to face you?" Izuku rubbed his head. "No, all I'm saying is that I just don't want to harm him too much." Sir replied, "Don't worry about Mirio. He can take care of himself and is more than strong enough to handle you." Sir adjusted his glasses once more. "Overconfidence can kill you in the field." Izuku smirked. "It isn't overconfidence." Izuku made an opening to the sky and began blasting air into it. "It is just skill, my good sir. Pure skills." He then closed the portal. Sir rubbed his head. "All right, why did open a portal to midair only to pump air into it?" Izuku smirked. "I just closed the ozone hole." He walked away from him. "Good luck having Mirio-senpai beating that." Izuku flexed his muscles once more. Sir's eyebrow twitched at the challenge presented to him. "Okay, let's make a small deal between us." Izuku eyed him up and down with Discord crawling around the man on the ground. "So, I assume that you're interested in my offer." "I'm not interested," Izuku replied. "I'm just taking a sucker's deal. You're going to lose anyway." "I'll take your reply that you're at least intrigued." Sir gritted through his teeth. "So, do we have a deal now?" Sir extended his hand only for him to see it being engulfed in green energy. The man began shaking his hand as Izuku said, "Why do you look like Alastair from Has-Been Hotel right now? You should look at yourself in the mirror. You look like a shady drug dealer." Sir coughed into his fist. "I agree with you. I didn't look like a hero a moment ago, but I ask you again, do you accept my deal?" Izuku merely shrugged and shook his hand. "All right, the deal is simple. If you win, I'll admit that you're better than Mirio." Izuku yawned. "But if you lose, you're going to use your powers to transfer OFA to Mirio since he deserves it." Midoriya's eye widened. "Wow, this guy is kinda sneaky." He rubbed the back of his head. "He also has a very weird obsession with Mirio having OFA. Doesn't he believe that Mirio can make it on his own? Geez, what a lousy mentor." Izuku nodded. "Cool, but I thought you would have more faith in Mirio in becoming number based on his powers alone, but I guess you don't have any." Sir halted and said, I have faith in Mirio's abilities, but he will be able to do great things with OFA. Izuku rolled his eyes. Please, don't tell me that you handpicked just to have him receive OFA because he looked a little bit like All Might and had a bad sense of humor like the big man himself. From what All Might told me, each user has to be different than the last. If you're trying to create a chain of users who are like All Might, I hate to break to you, but it won't work longer than Mirio or his successor. And if what I'm thinking is right on the money, no one will ever use it. Sir clenched his fist. I'm not trying to make Mirio another All Might. I'm simply guiding him to be the best. He then looked at the entrance of the training ground, and when the time comes for him to hand OFA, I'll help pick a worthy successor. Izuku gave Night Eye a weary look. Yeah, you definitely ain't trying to do that. Izuku kicked the door open. Mirio, I can see an X-ray vision. The boy was looking at the ground. Don't try to surprise me. Get your ass up here and hopefully with clothes. Mirio popped from the ground. Well, you took my element of surprise away. Sir walked between them. He then put his hand on Mirio's shoulder. Look, Mirio. The boy looked at him. I want you to fight Midoriya over here. I want you to show him the ropes of being a top hero. He patted the boy on the back. Can you do that for me? Mirio crossed his arms. Of course, by the time I'm done with him, he'll be seeing stars. Izuku felt a vain throb on his forehead. Are you trying to challenge me? Sir clapped his hands, making both Izuku and Mirio take their spots on opposing sides of the arena. Izuku cracked his neck and Sir was about to announce the beginning of the fight when Discord appeared. Stop everything that you're doing. Izuku looked at him and asked him, what the hell are you doing now? We're in the middle of something. Discord rolled his eyes. If you can kindly go somewhere else, that would be. Discord cut him off. I didn't leave when you were trying to procreate. I'm not leaving you now before we have insurance that we won't be held accountable for anything that happens to the boy. Discord took out a deed and showed it to Izuku. It contains everything that may happen to him, including being lost in time, maimed, burnt to a crisp, getting thrown into space, becoming the father of humanity without knowing it. Wow, Izuku whistled in appreciation. You got everything included in this contract. Izuku handed the deed to Sir, who signed it without looking at it. Mirio asked, aren't you going to read it, Sir? He looked at the deed and saw many ways that might make him die, making him feel worried. Really worried. Plus, the deed has Nezu's signature on it. Sir looked at the deed again. He felt a little worried now but pushed the worry down. The man then said, since that is out of the way, let's the fight between you two begin. The man then ushered them to take their positions. Get set. The man knelt. Fight. Mirio sank into the ground, making Izuku raise an eyebrow before shrugging. He looked into the ground and flicked his fingers. The ground suddenly began to morph and it spat out Mirio. The boy fell face first to the ground as Izuku looked at him. How's everything on ground zero? Mirio jumped back up. This is going to be interesting. Izuku smiled. All right, it's my turn to attack you. He then summoned a machine gun. Say hello to my little friend, Emily. The boy began firing gum at Mirio, who was phasing through the ground to avoid the shots. Izuku then fired another type of ammo. It hit Mirio in the face and launched him out of the ground. The material was slimy and looked like oil. Mirio tried to wipe it off. What the hell is this? Izuku sighed. This is ectoplasm. Mirio rubbed his head. It nullifies things that go intangible or can density shift. Izuku then enlarged his fist and tried to punch him, only for Mirio to roll away. Mirio frowned a little. Midoriya's quirk is too strong. His quirk allows him to harvest chaos energy from the world and use it to do whatever he pleases. In other words, his power is reality manipulation. This isn't something you can win against. He avoided a stampeding elephant. Plus, you can't cut off the source of his energy. Mirio sank into the ground and tried to reach Izuku to punch him. But Izuku sprouted wings and began to fly up in the air. Izuku smiled. Come up here and fight me if you can. Izuku began to laugh, but he was suddenly flung to the ground as Mirio smiled at him victoriously. Izuku rubbed his chin. Okay, I think I underestimated you too much. I never thought I was going to do this, but you forced my hand. Izuku pressed his hands on the ground, causing the world around them to change. The new fighting arena looked like a twisted maze of horrors. A voice bellowed, enter the maze of horrors at your own risk. He began to tease Mirio. Come here, little blonde chicken. Do you dare to fight me into here, in my domain? Mirio smiled at the challenge. Just be sure not to cry at the end of it, Midoriya. Mirio sank into the ground, but once he was there, he lost all of his senses. If it was hard to navigate before, now it felt like he didn't have any sense of gravity or navigation. Mirio popped from the ground only to slam headfirst into a frying pan waiting for him. Mirio shook his head as many stars rotated around his head with a couple of birds. The birds suddenly stopped and began drilling into the boy's head. Mirio swatted the birds away and said, I guess Midoriya took off his friendly gloves. Come and find Mirio. Izuku yelled deep from in the maze, making Mirio smile a little. The boy tried to phase his head through the walls but quickly learned not to do that. The first time he did that, a stink bomb went in his face. The second time he was trapped in some sort of medieval contraption and had a machine give him the spanking of a lifetime. The third time his face was met by a cup of noodles, though he had to say it tasted nice. Finally, Mirio was running through the maze with a single thought in his head. This isn't a fight anymore. This is a one-sided slaughter. I only got one hit on him. Suddenly a portal opened under him and he fell through it only to land face first on the ground. Izuku walked to Mirio and squatted in front of his face. Do you want to give up now or should I kick around a little bit more? Mirio smiled. No way. The boy jumped back up. Do you know why? He took a pose. It's because I didn't use enough power, so I'll use more power. Mirio sank into the ground, but Izuku just stood there. The blonde-haired boy then emerged from the ground. My special move, his fist then went through Izuku's face, who didn't flinch. Eyeball crusher. Mirio tried to punch Izuku in the gut, but his fist phased through him, making Mirio's eyes widen. Don't tell me. He can also become intangible like I can do. Izuku's body became solid, trapping Mirio's fist inside his body. Izuku smiled. Good game, but it's over. Electricity arched through Izuku's body and went into Mirio's. By the end of it, Mirio fell to the ground coughing and raised his hand. All right, I give up. Izuku put his hand in front of Mirio. Nice game. I really felt cornered there for a moment. Mirio chuckled. I don't think I ever got close to that. He then accepted Izuku's hand. Izuku helped him stand and both made their way toward Night Eye, who looked one step away from an aneurysm. Discord snapped a picture of Night Eye to put it inside his album. Izuku then whispered into the man's ear, I expect you to respect your end of the bargain and leave my friend alone and out of your delusions. He patted the man on the back. Izuku and Mirio walked away to share a drink as Sir said, That's impossible. It isn't scientifically possible for him to win. Discord laughed at him, taking another picture for the album. Back with Pony. The girl was wearing her hero suit and bouncing inside the gym. She was excited to have a sparring round with Maruko. The girl walked into the gym only to receive a kick to the face. Maruko stood over her with a savage grin. Rule number 1, girly. Never let your guard. She then kicked Pony another time in the chest. Rule number 2, when you take a hit, make sure to never stay down because you'll be toast in the field if you stand down too much. Pony stood up and began blasting horns randomly at Maruko. Take this. The heroine dodged them with ease before reaching Pony, kicking her in the head. And finally, rule number 3, don't react. You have to act. Take things into control. Pony nodded. Yes, Miss Maruko. The girl took a fighting stance. I'm ready to fight you now. Maruko grinned. That's what I like. She launched herself at Pony, a girl with a fire similar to mine. The rabbit heroine began to weave through Pony's horns and kicked the ground where Pony was standing. The heroine dodged another barrage of horns. She looked up and saw Pony hovering on some horns. Pony smiled. You have to catch me now. Pony began to launch attacks at the woman. She then used her horns as daggers. The girl was controlling 6 horns at the same time, chasing the rabbit heroine, who was dodging each attack easily. The woman then jumped from side to side. The horns followed her, but the rabbit hero then changed her course toward Pony and kicked the girl out of the air. The girl managed to regain control of herself, but Maruko was already on her, making the girl fly away as she sent a barrage of horns at the woman. Maruko destroyed the horns and said, This attack won't work anymore on me. She then saw something move toward her and destroyed it. It was a single horn, neither will that. Maruko launched herself toward the girl and slammed her head into Pony's stomach, making Pony gasp and fall to the ground. The rabbit hero landed beside her and said, Look, girlie, you did well for a newbie, but you have fatal flaws in your style. Pony adjusted herself. What are those flaws? What should I do to correct them? Maruko smiled. Well, first you need to work on your speeds and maneuverability while using those horns of yours. Second, you depend too much on your quirk. You are half horse, for crying out loud. You could probably kick a wall down if you felt like it, so we'll work on fighting skills if you were cornered, and using your quirk would be dangerous. Pony nodded and began writing notes in a small notebook that appeared out of nowhere. Maruko said, All right, girlie, let's go back to training. We have lots of work to do before I give you a real taste of actual hero work. Pony nodded, and they began to spar again. At Kyoka's internship, Kyoka and Itsuka stood in front of an old house, but Itsuka had her eyebrows twitching. This has Izuku's name written all over it. I'm sure he messed with our trains to bring us here. Kendo carried on with her rant in anger. Kyoka looked at her with a sad look. Poor Itsuka. Midoriya is putting her mind through mental loops. She looked at Itsuka, who had a rain cloud over her head. I think this is going to be the best week of her life away from him. Kyoka then said, This is All Might's old teacher. The guy is ancient. Of course, his agency is going to be a trashy old place. I think Midoriya has put you through so much, didn't he? Kyoka hugged the girl and patted her on the back. There, let it all out. Thank you, Kyoka. Kendo cried a little. I don't know why, but he's been making my life hell on earth. I haven't been this stressed out since my twin brothers decided that dyeing my hair yellow was a great idea for some reason. That summer I looked like a walking banana. Kyoka replied, Well, he targets you since you are the easiest out of all of us, who he knows will not stand down and take lying there. Kyoka made circles in the girl's back. So if you want him to back down, you need to ignore him. Itaska throughout this whole conversation only heard the phrase easiest, which didn't sit well with her competitive side or her normal side. The girl cracked her neck. He thinks I'm an easy target? Huh. When we go back to school, I'll show him an easy target. Kyoka's sweat dropped as she remembered something Izuku told her. Kendo won't back down whatever what you do. Kendo has an extremely competitive side. She can't accept defeat, especially not in this type of war where her pride is the one wounded the most. That's why I love targeting her. She's too easy to rally up. Kyoka shook her head. Wait up for me, carrot head. If she was going to this internship, she might as well arrive on time. The girls knocked on the door, but no one answered. Itsuka walked through followed by Kyoka, but both of them gasped in shock when they saw an old man lying on the ground with blood surrounding him, but something fell off to Kyoka. The earphone jack girl used her hearing to listen to his heartbeat, and sure enough his heart was still beating. The girl gained an annoyed expression. Not funny, old man. I can hear your heartbeat. What were you trying to do? Give us a heart attack because you kinda did. The man then stood up. What? I was bringing the sausages to make lunch for you girls when you arrived. But I tripped and fell. The ketchup I had slipped. I wasn't trying to do anything. Kendo then said, well, it's nice to meet you, sir. It's an honor to train with All Might's teacher. My name is Itaska Kendo. She then pointed to Gyro. The girl with the earphone jacks is Kyoka Gyro. We hope that you can teach us to the best of your abilities. The man nodded. Oh my precious granddaughter wants me to teach her how to cook. This day couldn't get any better for those fragile old bones of mine. Itaska's sweat dropped a little. No, sir. I'm not your granddaughter. I'm a hero student from. The man continued with ramblings, making both Kendo and Gyro frown. The orange-haired girl leaned toward Gyro. Are you sure this isn't one of Izuku's pranks? Gyro replied, I'm sure it isn't. Even he wouldn't be able to pull off something this creative. Kendo then proposed, how about we see if we can still change our internships? Kyoka nodded. She went for her phone, but a voice stopped her. Those are very nice suits you have there, girls. Not too bad. They fit your style and aren't too flashy like most heroes' suits are these days. Both girls looked in front of them to see the man inspecting their hero suits. Kyoka gasped and coughed a little in her fist. When did he manage to get our suitcases? Kendo replied. The better question is, when did he move to begin with? The man threw the suits at them. Oh kids, you have no idea what hell you walked into when you interned with me. The small man crossed his arms. Welcome to hell. Your tour guide for the week is me, Gran Torino. Learn to fear my name. He then threw the suits to them. I have a room upstairs. Get dressed. I want to see what I'm working with here. See how good you are at fighting dodging. Your reaction time. You know. Both girls nodded and went to change as Gran said, why do I feel like there is someone else in this house? He shrugged and went to eat a bit of his food. The man was eating happily as the raccoon commissioned by Izuku to make Kendo's life hell rubbed his hands together. He then made a countdown with his fingers. When the last finger went down, a scream of pain could be heard through the house. Moments later, Kyoka and Kendo, who were walking hard, stood in front of Torino. The man asked, what the hell was that scream about? Kyoka, who was rubbing her rear. When we put on our suits, we found a very unpleasant surprise in them. The girl flinched from pain. Someone put a porcupine baby in my pants. Literally, Kendo added. They took special care of me by putting a porcupine and 2 crabs in mine. Gran Torino didn't know if he should laugh or wonder what was happening. So Gran said, alright, moving on. I want you two to fight me. I want to see your skills. Maybe work awareness, since I'm sure anyone would have noticed the porcupines and the crabs in their pants. Kendo and Kyoka grumbled as they readied themselves to fight the small man. They thought that this was going to be an easy fight, but they were dead wrong. Once the fight began, the 2 students felt 2 feet collide with their faces. They looked around to see a yellow blare moving around the room like a crazy bird. Kyoka flared up OFA at 8% and tried to punch Gran. But the man jumped above and kicked in the back of her head, making her taste the ground. She tried to stand up, but Gran directed a kick to Kendo, making her fall over the punk girl. Both girls stood up. Kendo saw a yellow blare move toward her, so she enlarged her fist and punched her fist forward, but the girl couldn't touch him. Gran replied to her attack by driving her foot in her back and making the girl cry in pain and faceplant into the ground. Kyoka sent out a sound wave toward Gran, but the man moved quickly and kicked her in the stomach, making the girl twist in pain on the ground. Gran quickly made his to Kendo and kicked her in the chest area, making her fall to the ground. This fight carried on for 5 more minutes until the girls raised the white flag, declaring their defeat. Gran laughed. You youngsters are sure very mellow nowadays. If you were back with me back in my prime, oh boy, this would have been 10 times as difficult. Kendo stood up, rubbing her back. Somehow, I can't find myself to doubt, so I'll take your word on it. She then cracked her back and neck. Wow, that was horrible. Kyoka stood up. I felt like I was a punching bag. She looked at Torino. What are you? Some flying UFO that delivers kicks on the gut? Gran laughed. What did you expect from me? Some senile old man who can't help himself. He walked over to Kyoka and patted her cheek. You're cute, kid. But I didn't make All Might shake in fear whenever I'm mentioned by being nice. Kyoka remembered when All Might told her about Gran. Young Gyro is here. All Might appeared in front of Class 1A. Can I borrow you for a small moment? The girl shrugged. All Might grabbed her and took her away, leaving a baffled class behind him. All Might eventually stopped and Gyro asked, so what is this about? I have a new offer for you, young Gyro. Gyro couldn't help but notice that All Might was shaking like a twig in front of a strong breeze. It's from my old teacher. He saw you at the festival. Gyro stopped him. All right, what the hell is going on? He pointed to All Might. And why are you so afraid? It looks like you're about to face the Boogeyman himself. Believe me, young Gyro. I already faced the Boogeyman and he scares me less than my teacher. All Might thought while his legs quivered. My teacher saw your performance, and he thought my teaching was horrible. He said that you needed an expert to help you control OFA. Gyro chuckled as she stuck her tongue out cutely. Don't tell me that the great strong All Might is afraid of some sickly old man who probably can't tell us from BS. All Might looked at her. You don't know yet of the horrors of Gran Torino. He shivered a little. He seemed like he was having WW2 flashbacks. Once you train with him, you won't be able to look him in the eye and not shiver in fear. All right, he's a scary old man. Ugh. The girl began to cough violently in her hand, making All Might feel worried. Man, what the hell is wrong with me, and from what world did this cough come to haunt me? All Might patted her on the back. Dear Lord, young Gyro, do I need to take you to recovery, girl? Gyro shook her hand. Nah, I had this cough for a while now. Don't worry about it. All Might nodded. Oh, one more thing I need to tell you. He seems to be interested in your classmate Itsuka from 1B, so do tell her. Gyro nodded and walked away. She looked down at her hand and saw the cracks reaching further down her arm. What in the world is happening to me? Gran said, all right girls, we need to work on your reaction time. We also need to figure a way for the two of you to work together since I saw snails with better coordination. Kendo stood up and rubbed her head. Yeah, I'm sure that I'll have a couple of concussions by the end of this internship. Torino looked at her and said, no pain, no gain, my dear friend. He then cracked his neck. Now, up and again, we need to have another round. The man began to bounce from one wall to another before slamming into Gyro's gut. Kendo jumped in the air to grab the man, but he flew upward. Itsuka tried to outsmart him by enlarging her fists, but he used them as a trampoline to jump away from her. Itsuka was then kicked in the stomach and flew to the ground. Gran then dodged a sound blast from Gyro and slid under Kendo's as she tried to grab him. Kendo then slammed her hands together, causing the room to vibrate, but something fell on her face. The girl had a scorpion on her face, making her scream in fear. The girl threw the insect off her and was kicked in the face by Gran. Don't lose focus. In a villain fight, you'll see something even worse than a bug. Kendo was still shivering from the insect replied, easy for you to say. She looked at the scorpion. You're not the one who just had it take a ride on your face. Does her house need to be fumigated or something? The girl rubbed her shoulders. Gyro yelled, focus on the bugs later. She jumped away from a kick. We have a flying elderly citizen kicking our butts. The girl fell to the ground with a kick to the back of her head. Kendo nodded and jumped up as Gran came near her, but she raised her leg attempting to kick him, but the man dodged. Nice try, sweetie, but I'll give you points for creativity. Maybe you'll like this, Gyro said as she raised her hand. Solo blast. The girl used a finger flick alongside her music beat to make a strong attack that tore a hole through Torino's house. Oops. Once the man saw the damage, he frowned a little. Nice move combining your attacks. Gyro chuckled a little, waiting for the stick after the carrot, but expect to find the repair bill on your parents' front yard. The girl groaned. Kendo jumped above Torino and clapped both her hands twice, disorienting the man for a moment. She tried to tackle him, but he quickly recomposed himself and flew away. Nice move, rookie. The fight continued like this, with the girls trying to grab Torino only for the man to avoid them. By the end of the second round, both girls were on the ground panting in exhaustion from their fight with the old man as Gyro said, man, for an old man, you sure aren't like what commercials show us grandpas are. Don't you have any cookies for us as a reward for trying so hard? Gran laughed. No, I don't, but if you want, I have some taiyaki for you girls to share with me. Both girls nodded, but Gran said, go wash up and relax. I'm sure that your body is sore from all this training. Once you finish, come back here. The girls stood up and went to shower, but unseen to them in the water pipes, the raccoon was waiting for Kendo to take a bath to drop through the water pipe chocolate syrup on her. He also made special adjustments to the taiyaki. Gran began eating before the girls. The first bite was normal, but once he continued to eat from it, the taiyaki began to feel weird. One time it tasted like dirt. The other time it tasted so hot he needed to drink water. He was cut from his musings when he heard a scream. What the hell is wrong with this house? He sighed. What happened now? He walked to check on the girls only for a floorboard to fling itself up straight and smack him against the face. Torino pushed the floorboard down and grumbled as he went to check on the girls. Through a crystal ball, Izuku was watching everything and laughing. From the side, Sir was hugging his legs and murmuring something about a demon rat's portage. With Ida, the boy was walking with his older brother in the streets of Hasu. Ida was interning with Manuel since the Hero Commission gave him a month's leave so he could recover. The older sibling came by to check on his brother. Ida was happy to see his brother. "Brother, I can't express how much I'm happy with your visit." Tensei smiled at him. "Of course, little brother." The older man smirked mischievously. "Tell me, how are you doing with your new boss?" The older man couldn't help but laugh at Ida's shivering. Tenya frowned at his brother. "Why didn't you tell me about Lord Commander Midoriya healing you?" Tenya shook his head in sadness. "I could have been saved from working for him." "Little brother," Tensei patted Tenya on the head, "you're too uptight. Believe me, you need a little bit of chaos in your life." He then remembered when Izuku healed him. "Man, I laughed so hard when he healed me. He said that he was afraid you might go on the deep end and go hunting for Stain." Tenya began laughing awkwardly with his older brother. Imagine the responsible Tenya Ida going after Stain in a mad campaign to kill him. Ida chuckled with a strained smile. "Yes, imagine that happening. Now that would be insane." Ida looked away. "Whatever happens, Tensei must not know that I was going to hunt Stain." Tensei then said, "By the way, Tenya," the younger Ida looked at him, "why did you choose Manuel of all people to intern with?" "I'm not doubting him given that he has a good reputation, but I thought you might intern with some members of my agency." Tenya replied, "Well, I thought that Manuel would be a good starting point for an internship instead of going for something too advanced from the beginning." Tensei nodded. "I see. This is some good logic behind your decision." He put his hand on his chin. "Starting with something easy is much better than going with something hard from the start." Tenya nodded and continued to chat with his brother as they walked down the street unaware of someone watching them. On the roof of a building, the hero killer Stain stood there watching the Ida brothers talk with each other. "I can't believe this. I am sure I managed to paralyze him. How is he able to stand on his two legs?" The hero killer remembered clearly when he stabbed the fake hero Ingenium through his back. He saw the blood dripping from his bleed. He saw the sword tore through the man. He saw the older man drop his brother off at Munel's agency and said, "No one escapes my judgment twice. The hero Ingenium will die once and for all today." The older Ada walked down the street, so the hero killer followed him down the street only for a black mist to form in front of the sword-wielding man. The man took a defensive position, but the mist took a humanoid shape. Stain eyed it carefully as the mist spoke. "Don't be alarmed, hero killer. I came here to take you to my boss." Stain replied, "What does your boss want with me?" "My boss wants to talk to you," Kirigiri replied. "We mean you no harm." Stain nodded his head. Kirigiri opened a portal and through it walked Stain. A clam prelude to a chaotic night. The moment Stain walked through the portal to meet the Mistman's boss, he knew that nothing good would come out of it. At best, he would be some wannabe villain who wanted him to join him only for Stain to refuse and leave from where he came. Or at worst, he would have to kill his way out. The first thing he saw was a young man in his early 20s, and he had to admit he wasn't impressed. Just by looking at the man, he could tell that he was some low-class villain who had no vision whatsoever. "So, you're the boss over here." Tamura looked at him. "Yeah, that's right. And boss." He then stood up. "And I have a deal for you, hero killer, Stain." Stain looked at him curiously. "I want you to join the League of Villains." Stain rubbed his chin for a bit. "And why do you want me to join?" The man crossed his arms. "I know that you didn't seek me of all people to join you on a whim, so to rephrase my question better, why should I join you?" Tamura groaned, but Kirigiri nudged him a little. The young man growled at Stain, but cleared his throat. "We both have the same goal. We both want to destroy Hero Society, so why don't we join forces?" Tamura crossed his arms. "After all, what better way to bring Hero Society down than to team up and help each other?" Stain scoffed. "I see that my decision to come here was a mistake after all." He looked at Kirigiri. "Take me out of here. I have no time for mindless idiots who have no vision." Tamura snarled. "What the heck are you talking about? Vision?" Tamura laughed. "That's rich coming for you. You're just another run-of-the-mill sociopath who thinks he's helping the world." Tamura stood up. "What makes us so different that you won't join me?" Stain eyed him like a predator sizing up his prey. "What is your goal? Why do you want to bring down Hero Society?" Stain looked into Tamura's eyes. "Answer my question, kid." Tamura gritted his teeth. "I want to destroy everything that displeases me." Stain shook his head. "Then I have no business with you." Stain turned his back to Tamura. "You are but a child throwing a tantrum. I have no business with you whatsoever." Tamura groaned. "Why are you calling a child?" Tamura looked ready to kill Stain. "You're nothing but a sick killer. Do you think that you're doing something noble for this world? You're no better than I am." Stain rolled his eyes. "We're nothing alike." He then unsheathed his sword. "Stay where you are or I'll kill you the moment you move." Kirigiri was about to intervene when a voice came through the speaker. "Kirigiri, please don't do anything. This will be an educational moment for young Tamura." Kirigiri just stood there, but he felt a sudden sting in his shoulder. He tried to move, but couldn't. The man looked at Stain, who was holding a bloodied knife in his hand. What did you do to me? Stain shook his head. You don't need to worry about that. He looked at Tamura. But you are going to die today, Stain stated before asking, any last words? Tamura was enraged. The young man charged at the hero killer who dodged him before stabbing him in the shoulder and making Tamura fall to the ground. The man tried to move as Stain stood above him raising his sword. The word hero has lost its meaning. Stain glared at Tamura. I will be the one to restore its meaning. All I do is for the sake of a better world. I will not stop till my message is heard and the meaning of the word hero is restored. He lowered his blade to Tamura's throat. If it means killing a couple of fakes, so be it. The only man allowed to kill is All Might. Tamura retorted. All this sounds to me like a rambling of a madman who couldn't achieve his dream. He was still trying to move. Do your worst. I will still kill you at the end of this. Stain groaned. And if to achieve my goal, I have to kill a couple of headless chickens who have no conviction, I am willing to do it. Stain saw Tamura was able to move when the man grabbed his blade and decayed it, making the hero killer jump away. Tamura stood up. Conviction? What the hell are you talking about? Tamura began to scratch his neck furiously. All this world knows is power and strength. That's why I will destroy this society. Stain eyed him for a moment. I see. Stain then stood down. So it appears that we both have something in common even though we have polar opposite goals. Tamura growled. What the hell are you talking about now? He then stood up. Just a moment ago, you were about to kill me. Now, you're praising me. Stain scoffed. Praising no. I merely saw a small seed of conviction inside you that made me keep you alive. Stain rubbed his chin. I wonder how this small seed will grow. Tamura walked away. So you stabbed in me the arm, so what? You can test me. Stain replied. People close to their death show their true colors. Through that, I saw in the sea of wickedness inside your heart that small seed of conviction. Stain looked at Kirigiri. Open a portal to Hasu. I still have work to do there. Kirigiri nodded and opened a portal for Stain to use. The man walked through it and returned to the place where Kirigiri picked him up. Tamura groaned from pain. That guy coming here was a complete waste of time. Talking about heroes and All Might. The man grabbed a chair and destroyed it, making Kirigiri think to himself, what did my bar ever do to you, young Tamura? Kirigiri then said, I say we still use Stain as a way to gain more followers. Tamura groaned, yeah, whatever. He walked up the stairs. I want to play video games. He stopped for a moment and said, you know something? Tell Sensei that I need a couple of nomas ready for tomorrow night. Tamura smirked. I'll show that hero killer who's the best. Kirigiri asked. What do I tell him if he asked me why do you need the nomas? Tamura replied. Tell him that he needs them for a very important mission tomorrow in Hasu. The young adult left the room, leaving Kirigiri to sweep the floor clean from the dust that Tamura made after he destroyed a couple of items inside the bar. He truly wished Tamura would stop doing that. It was annoying. Back with Izuku, the boy was once again fighting Mirio. Well, fighting would be too much of a generous term. It would be more like a one-sided beatdown that Sir insisted the blonde boy keep fighting Izuku to see if he's able to hit him or fight him to a standstill. Currently, Izuku is sitting on a chair looking at the ground. He summoned a giant fly swatter and waited for a few moments before Mirio popped from the ground yelling, pow. He didn't get to finish his catchphrase because Izuku swatted him away like an annoying fly. Discord, who was sipping a lemonade Izuku made with Sir, asked the green-haired man, you know that your student won't be able to do much, right? Discord refilled his cup and did the same with Sir. He's practically a god walking among men at this point. I wasn't called the god of chaos for nothing. Sir nodded. Dully noted. But this is for Mirio to find ways to fight people with such an advantage. The man looked only to see Mirio trapped inside a cage while dancing so he wouldn't get electrocuted. It was funny as much as it was sad. Sir then yelled, all right, that's enough for tonight. I want you both to go and sleep. Izuku snapped his fingers, causing the top of the cage to open and the floor to throw Mirio out of it. The boy flew a little bit in the air before gravity decided he needed a much-needed reunion with the ground. The boy flew and planted face first into the training grounds floor. Izuku stretched his body. Man, that was hard. I'm going to have a good night's sleep now. Mirio stood up. Hard on who? The boy cracked his back. I feel like I was run over by a horde of angry buffaloes. He rubbed his shoulder and added, only to get into a punching match with a kangaroo afterward. This was not funny. Sir patted him on the back. The important thing is that you keep trying, and you'll get there. A voice from behind them both laughed. I highly doubt that, but keep hoping. Both men jumped in fear and looked to see an astro projection of Izuku present with them. The projection disappeared only for Mirio to say, Sir, when I first met Midoriya, he said something was going to happen in Hasu. Do you think we should check it out tomorrow? Sir hummed for a bit before nodding. All Might told me that he has some limited form of precognition, so it is best to go to Hasu. It was 5 a.m. at Gran Torino's house. It wouldn't until another hour before the man decided to wake up and go to kick his interns awake for sleeping overtime. He was currently sleeping in his bed wrapped in a couple of blankets. Kendo and Gyro were sleeping together in a bed inside a room that Gran gave them so they could get some rest and sleep after his harsh beatdown. What they didn't know was that their peaceful slumber was about to get a very rude awakening. The raccoon looked at his watch and tapped his foot. His tail was waging back and forth. He nodded to himself. He pulled out a bag which he began to fiddle with. Moments later, he pulled out a rooster with a megaphone attached to its mouth. He stealthily made his way into the girls' room and put the rooster between them. He gave the rooster instructions to wake up the girls when the old man screams. The raccoon then made his way toward the old man's room. He was sure to stay quiet in his movements because he didn't want to wake up the old man since he seemed to be a light sleeper. The raccoon took a zipper and attached it to the frame of the old man's bed. He then opened the zipper in one quick move, allowing ocean water to flood the room. It didn't take Torino a couple of microseconds to wake up only to see himself swimming inside the ocean with a menacing shark staring at him. The man quirked his eyebrows before kicking it in the face, making the shark run back into the ocean. Torino opened the door of his bedroom and yelled, "What the F is going on here?" He then looked around. "Who the F made my bedroom into an aquarium? I'll kill you all." The raccoon looked at the man after he secured the zipper. He wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead before waking a military crawl outside the bedroom. He then hopped to get ready to make their breakfast into a huge mess. Inside the girls' room, the rooster heard the old man's screams of anger. He tapped on his chest. He then began to make small noises to test his voice before he woke the girls up. He made sure to open the window to make it look like he snuck inside the room. Once he settled on a voice, he took a deep breath and let out a mighty roar that made both girls jump from their beds in fear. Kendo enlarged her fists, and Kyoka activated OFA to be ready for a fight, though they looked less threatening because they were hugging each other. Kendo looked and saw the rooster still going at it. The girl walked up to it and grabbed it by the neck. Kendo glared at it. "Tell me, he's the one who sent you, didn't he?" The girl began to shake it back and forth. "Speak up, you stupid poultry." She tightened her fist. "I said speak up. I know that you can speak, so tell me if he's the one who sent you." Gyro saw this and bit her lip. She was sure that Kendo was a step away from madness. She grabbed the girl and patted her on the back. "Clam down, Kendo." The girl glared at her. "The window is open. It must have entered our room by accident." Kendo pointed to the megaphone attached to its mouth. "What about this? Huh? Did it also have it on him by chance?" "I think not." She gave the rooster to Kyoka. "This must be Midoriya's doing." The girl was about to go on with her rant when the door was opened. Gran walked into the room, and he was soaking wet. He looked at them and growled, "Can any of you open a portal to the ocean?" Both girls shook their heads. "Then how come my room was a water park with sharks in it a couple of minutes ago?" The girl went to answer before the man raised his hand. "You know what, I don't care." He began to walk away. "Freshen up. We're going to have breakfast, and then I'm going to vent out some stress on you because I'm really angry right now." Kendo timidly asked, "Sir, don't you mean that you're going to train us?" Gran stopped for a moment before continuing in his descent. "Yeah, that too, so be ready." Kyoka sighed and flopped to the ground with a dejected expression. "He's going to wail on us for whatever happened to his plumbing." The girl didn't want to believe Izuku was behind this because it meant she had to get back at him, which meant he would tease her even more. Kendo looked at her. "You're in denial. Talk to me when you come back to reality." She walked to the bathroom, but looked at the chicken. "You're on today's menu." The rooster began to shake in fear. He saw from the corner of his eyes the raccoon giving a military salute, telling the rooster that he was on his own. The rooster gulped as it tried to make its way out of Kyoka's hand. But the girl strengthened her grip on it. "Where do you think you're going?" "You heard her. You're on today's menu." Kendo opened the bathroom door only for a bucket of slime to fall on her head, making her eyebrow twitch. Gyro swore for a moment she saw flames come from inside the bathroom. Minutes later, the girls were sitting with Gran Torino in his living room having a wonderful breakfast. Well, as wonderful after the rude awakening they had. Their breakfast tasted great at first, but they carried on. The food began to taste bland and like a wet blanket. Gran asked, "Is it me or is the food beginning to taste bland?" Kendo replied, "No, but this is a demon's work at play." She clenched her fist. "And I hoped my coffee would make me feel so much better, but it doesn't taste like coffee." The girl went to the sink and emptied her cup of coffee, talking about her loss of a beautiful cup of heaven-powered liquid and swearing vengeance against the demon who caused this. Gran quirked an eyebrow. "A demon?" He chuckled a little. "Don't tell me that you're religious like your vine-haired friend in the sports festival." He laughed a bit. The girl seemed ready to bow and worship that Midoriya brat at any second. Kyoka laughed. "No, Ibara wasn't going to do that." Gran looked at her. "She just made a deal with Midoriya to give her angel wings if she sold out Kendo's sanity." Gran Torino laughed. "Man, that's priceless. Must have been pretty shocking when you found out." Kendo bit into an apple. "I plucked her feathers and made a pillow out of them." She crossed her arms. "That will teach her to miss with me. Little twerp couldn't even muster a reply when we first met her. Now she plays with my sanity. This isn't over, though not by a long shot." I'll turn her hair into my garden. She whispered the last part. Gran grinned a bit. I guess you aren't the type to take a hit and just lie down after that. Kendo shook her head as Kyoka said. That's why Izuku always targets her. Gyro smirked at her. Her pride won't allow her to take his hits and ignore him. If she did so, he won't bother anymore. Gran raised his eyebrow. The Midoriya boy targets her. Yeah. All Might told me about his other student who likes to play with the mind of a girl in a different class, but I thought he meant the boy's girlfriend. Kendo looked at him. I'm sure he's the one causing all of this. She looked to the ceiling. He's the only person who can make an ocean appear inside the bedroom. Gran rubbed his chin. I believe that you're right. Tell me, girls, where is he interning? Kyoka replied. He's interning with Sir Night-Eye. She put down her sandwich. Why are you asking? The old man smiled and looked at Kendo, who smiled back at him, making Kyoka feel worried. In another room, the raccoon was doing a small victory dance with a projection of Izuku. Back with Izuku. The boy was making a victory dance for another day where he messed with Kendo's life and got off scot-free. It was amusing, to say the least. Sir was looking at him. You know I wouldn't mind you messing with the girl, but messing with Gran Torino is a death sentence. You're simply asking for trouble to come to your doorstep. Izuku rolled his eyes. Oh please, what can the old geezer do to me? He can barely walk without his cane. Izuku flexed his muscles. I can't see him beating me. Night-Eye shrugged. It's your funeral. He then became serious. Now, I want you to sense all the chaos close to you, and our sidekicks will respond accordingly to them. Izuku nodded his head. He sat on the ground and began to focus as much as he could. All right, there's a robbery going on 2 streets down from here. Sir gave the coordinates and a sidekick went there. A mugging inside an alleyway 2 blocks from here. And it continued like this for half an hour before Sir finally said, all right, you can rest now. Izuku cracked his neck. Man, it's been a while since I did this. Most of the time I mostly focus on messing with people with my power to create more chaos, or draw chaos without searching for a source. Yeah, I heard that. He put his arm on Izuku's shoulder to try and activate his powers. The man this time was met by Izuku on his back laughing like a madman with 10 different Izukus laughing with him. Sir stopped and looked at him with a frown. I hate that you're the only person who I can't see his future. Izuku chuckled. And you never will be able to do that. He patted him on the back. Don't feel bad about that. I highly doubt that anyone can see into my future, and if they did, they'll see one thing. Sir raised an eyebrow and asked, and what that might be. What Izuku said next made him laugh. Izuku crossed his arms. Of course, there'll be interstellar peace. Aliens living among humans. People going to planets outside of Earth learning new cultures. Sir began laughing hysterically as if someone told him the world's greatest joke, irking Izuku, who asked, did I say something funny? Because I think I missed the joke. Sir wiped a tear out of his eye. You making interstellar peace? Now, that is a joke. Sir took his glasses and wiped them clean. If anything, you'll cause interstellar war just for your amusement. Now, you listen over here, Mr. Izuku said, puffing his chest as Discord appeared on his shoulder. I might like chaos a little bit, but at the end of the day, I'm still a hero in training. Discord laughed. Yeah, a hero in training who's driving his sister's class's president in madness. Discord slapped his knee. You could have fooled me. Izuku grabbed him by the neck. Whose side are you on? Exactly. Discord shrugged, causing Izuku to shake him rapidly, making Sir sweat drop. But Izuku suddenly stopped and shivered. I feel an insane amount of bloodlust coming this way. Sir raised an eyebrow. Could this be a villain planning to attack the agency in broad daylight? He rubbed his chin. This might be the dumbest villain I ever saw, or the bravest. Izuku shook his head. No, it's not villainy enough. Izuku concentrated. It seems like it's 2 dots of pure unfiltered anger with a dot of exasperation and denial. I wonder who this could be. Izuku turned to Sir and said, it's time for Mini Izuku to go on a spying mission. The boy opened his skull, making Bubble Girl, who walking by them, faint on the spot. Izuku then pulled out a small version of himself with wings and said, go and see who is coming here. Mini Izuku nodded his head and saluted him as he flew away to see who was coming in the direction of the agency. Sir looked at the boy. This ability of yours is too handy. Izuku chuckled as he waited for his mini version of himself to tell him who was coming here. With Mini Izuku, the small creature was outside the agency as he flew over the city toward the overwhelming bloodlust. When he was close enough, he landed on a building and watched. Down on the street, Gyro asked, is this necessary, you two? Do we really need to do that? Kendo and Gran replied, yes, we must do this. This made Gyro sweat drop and sigh. Kendo said, I'm going to make him pay for waking me up and sending this piece of sheet. Kendo pulled out the raccoon who she caught dancing. After me. Gran added, and I want to make him pay for messing with me in general. With Mini Izuku, the small Izuku panicked and flew back to HQ like a monkey with its butt on fire. Back with Izuku, the boy was tapping his foot impatiently, waiting for Mini Izuku as he fought Mirio with 2 clones. The clones were having a match of volleyball, with Mirio being the ball and Sir crying off to the side silently. Mini Izuku barged through the ceiling and went down to Izuku. Izuku looked at him and said, "What took you so long? Do you know how much I waited for you?" Then Izuku slapped him on the face and whispered something in his ear. The small clone then opened Izuku's skull and went to hide inside it. Izuku's face became pale. He then began to run to Sir. "You're a hero, so protect me." Sir's interest was quirked and he wanted to ask why the boy was so afraid. But the sound of his agency's door being opened followed by bouncing noises. The man smirked and asked Izuku, "Didn't you say that he's just a cranky old man a while ago?" Izuku looked at him. "Is this the time for?" The boy couldn't continue his questions because he was interrupted by a kick that caused his face to cave in. Gran stood above Izuku. "Did you brat think you can mess with me of all people and live to tell the tale?" Mirio wanted to intervene, but Sir stopped him. Izuku crawled from Gran, but he stumbled into something. The boy's face was still caved in, so he felt it up. It was smooth and long. He heard a click like a photo being taken. The boy popped his face out only to see Itsuka standing there with her phone and a smirk. Izuku gulped as Itsuka said, "I wonder how Pony will feel when she says a photo of you feeling my legs." Izuku chuckled. "You wouldn't do that to your friend, would you?" The girl sighed for a bit. "You're right." Izuku sighed in relief. "I can't do that, but I can." Izuku looked at her enlarged fist reared backward. Do this instead." The girl punched the boy so hard that he was sent flying outside the agency. A few moments later, Izuku was sporting an ice pack with Sir and Gran catching up with each other. Izuku looked at Kendo and Gyro and asked them, "So how's the internship so far?" "Mine has been interesting," Gyro replied. "Ours has been Gran Torino over there kicking our butts at every angle." Kendo nodded. "Yeah, not counting all the shitty stunts that you and the raccoon carried against me." She then grabbed her hair. "Slime and chocolate? Seriously? Do you know how much time I spend in making it this clean?" Izuku shrugged. "What can I say? You get rallied up so quickly." Kendo felt her eyebrow twitch due to the answer, but Gran and Sir came to them. Sir said, "After much discussion with Gran Torino, we decided to have a joint internship going forward." Gran Torino then said, "So get ready, because we're going to train your bones off." All of them nodded excitedly, but all three students didn't know the risks waiting for them. With Pony, the girl was jumping around with Maruko. He had her Pokemon on her back as she used her horns to fly around the city following Maruko like a lost puppy. Pony was training with the heroine right now to follow her on her horns to make sure she could stay in the air for the longest time possible. They had been at it for about 5 hours, and Pony felt her legs getting numb from balancing her weight so much. Maruko came to a halt and ushered Pony to come down. The horse girl flew down to Maruko, who said, "You've been doing fine. Take 5 and rest." Pony nodded as she fell face first into the ground. She was exhausted. She then felt Maruko drag her by her horns. "I said take 5, not go to an early grave. Come on, you're making heroines everywhere look bad." What happened to girl power and all that sheet? Pony lifted her head. "Icon the 5th. She then flopped back onto the ground. Maruko rolled her eyes. "First off, this isn't America," she then added. "Second off, I'm not asking you a question, I'm just giving out a statement. And third, you're a big hypocrite." Pony then stood up and walked beside her. "I know, but I guess I didn't think my first internship would be this tiring and boring. I thought it would have more action." "Yeah, I get you, kid," Maruko said. "You kinda remind me of myself when I was your age." The small girl with the mutant and seemingly harmless quirk. "You get the usage stick. When I joined my first internship, believe me when I say it was boring to the bone." Pony looked at her. Was it that bad? She couldn't imagine the badass hero Maruko having a lame internship. Maruko rubbed her head. "You tell me, it was boring. All the time, I was forced to increase my jumping and leaping ability. They forced me to jump from one wall to another, forced me to kick dolls." She crossed her arms. "We didn't have any type of action until the final day, and all I did was stand there like an idiot." Pony looked thoughtful for a moment. "I guess so, but still I accepted more." She rubbed her shoulder. "At least a little bit of action." Maruko laughed. "Okay, tell you what." Pony looked at the hero. "How about after we finish here, we go to Hasu City tonight? I heard that a lot of action happens there at night, and it would be a good experience for you." Pony nodded excitedly, but suddenly an explosion filled the area. The two females looked and saw a couple of criminals robbing a store. Maruko smiled as she leaped after them. "Keep up, rookie." Pony frowned. "Oh no, you don't. I saw them first." Back with Izuku. The boy was training with Gyro, Kendo, and Mirio. The boy was training on using his clones to coordinate and use multiple types of powers at one time. Discord was sitting on Gran's shoulder. "You're doing fine, Izuku. Keep pushing yourself." He then pointed a finger to himself. "Maybe one day, you can be as good as me." The main Izuku, who was fighting Mirio, summoned a shoe and threw it at the chaos entity. Discord dodged, but the shoe hit Gran Torino, who was pissed off with Izuku. The man didn't give Izuku a moment to regret his choices as he flew toward the boy and kicked him in the back, allowing Mirio for the first time to land a hit on the boy. Sir shook his head. We need to work on your spatial awareness, Midoriya. Izuku flipped him off as one of his clones turned into a bull made from lighting and rammed Itsuka in the gut, causing the girl to get launched into the ceiling. The bull then turned into a tiger who caught the girl and fell back. The one fighting Kyoka was by far having the worst time since the girl's speed posed a challenge. But in the end, he just made the floor slippery, causing her to slip and have a face-to-face meeting with his fist. Jiraiya replied by giving him a kick to the crotch, making every male in the room cringe in pain. Izuku went down, but he also opened a portal above Kyoka and let an army of spiders fall on her. This made the girl run around the room and flail her arms in fear. Izuku looked at her and enlarged the spiders. This what happens to people who target the family jewels. In the end, Sir called an end to this training session because he felt that Izuku was about to drop the training gloves and get serious. He didn't want to see what that looked like. Izuku stretched his body. Okay, so what are we having for lunch? Kendo smirked evilly. We're having a special dish of rooster meat. I personally made it just for you. Itsuka handed him a sandwich and smiled. Enjoy. Izuku nodded happily and took a bit. You know, Kendo, you're such a good friend when Nezu-sensei and I take over the world. Grand Torino leaned towards Sir. Won't history blame us if we don't take him out now before he and the demon rat begin their plans for world domination? Sir shook his head. Don't bother. Gran looked at him curiously. He has immortality. Gran groaned. You gotta be kidding. So whatever we do, we won't be able to stop him. Sir nodded in confirmation. The best we can do is try to be as friendly as possible to our future overlord, and to not get on his bad side. He looked at Gran, or at least make him angry at us more than he already is. Gran growled. I won't bend over for a child, especially not Toshi's child for that matter. Izuku was still talking. And for that, I will make you my favorite slave. I'll make sure that Pony and any of my children, biological or adopted, try you well. Kendo felt a tick mark form on her forehead when he said that she'd be his favorite slave. She heard soft laughter coming from Mirio and Kyoka, so she glared at them, making them stop. Izuku then asked, by the way, where did you find such a tasty sandwich? Itsuka smiled. No, I made from that chicken you sent to torture me with that raccoon, which I'm going to make a rug out. Said raccoon, who was inside a box, began to shake to try and escape. Izuku's mouth fell wide open and he couldn't believe what was happening. I'm eating cocoa. The boy fell to the ground and began to wail dramatically before grabbing Kendo's head and taking it off her body, making Bubble Girl, who was walking nearby, faint once more. He held Kendo's panicked head in his hands. Why would you do such a thing? What did he ever do to you? He was only 1 year away from being retired. He had a family. Kendo couldn't answer because her head was in his hands and she couldn't process what was happening. In the end, the boy returned Kendo's head to her body. The girl was shivering from the horrifying experience, but she looked at Izuku. I'm going to get you back for this. Just remember my words. She walked away. Now excuse me while I go scream my frustration away because this was truly horrifying. Izuku looked at Sir and asked him, so what are we going to do now given that we're done training? Izuku sat down on the ground. Are we going to have some actual fieldwork? Gran nodded. For someone who's all about chaos, you said something useful. He looked at Sir and said, so, what do you say, Mirai? Want to take those rookies down to the ground? Sir adjusted his glasses. I suppose it would give them a feeling on how patrols are done at night given that the sun is about to go down. Gran then said, all right, you little punks, I want you all to get ready so we can head out. The man then flew toward Izuku and kicked him in the gut. And you, don't try to do anything funny or I'll break your bones. As much as I can. Izuku gave him a shaky thumbs up. You got it, old timer. He crossed his fingers behind his back. I'll make sure to not pull anything against you. Gran nodded, but he was still skeptical of the boy. He wouldn't admit it, but if he were Toshi's successor, he would have fled the country due to the boy's childish behavior and his general attitude toward anything and everything. Izuku chuckled as the man went away, making Gyro roll her eyes. You really can't control yourself, can you? Izuku smiled. Nope, I still get my revenge for Coco, by the way. Gyro only laughed at him. In another location, Tamura was playing a video game when Kurogiri appeared in front of him. Tamura asked the mist man, did you get them? Are they ready to go out and destroy everything? Kurogiri nodded. Sensei gave you 3 of Nomas. Kurogiri looked nervous from his charge's reaction. While they're not as strong as the USJ Namu, they are still quite formidable. Tamura looked and saw 3 Nomas. One of them was a long Namu with gray skin. The other Namu was yellow and had wings. The third had huge muscles and his color was purple. Tamura rubbed his head. Good enough. We'll move in about 15 minutes. He then went back to his video games. With Stain, the man was in Hasu. He was watching his next prey. Native. The man lifted his sword and declared, everything I do is for the sake of a better society. A chaotic night. Pony and Maruko were making their way to Hasu City. It was their first nighttime mission together. Pony was hovering on her horns. I can't wait to make it to Hasu City so I can kick ass and make my name known more than Izuku. She couldn't wait to make Izuku see her new moves. Maruko hummed for a bit. Do you mean the green-haired mischievous kid who made his final fight into a song? Pony nodded. Man, I sent him an offer. Why didn't he come here? I wanted to go around against him. I wonder what kind of shit he would have pulled to fight me. Pony thought about it for a moment. He would have probably summoned a magic hat and pulled you out of it. Or he would have trapped you inside the turtle and the rabbit story for his amusement. Maruko was shocked. Yes, fighting him means you need to be ready to put your pride and dignity aside because they are about to be steamrolled. Maruko smiled savagely. You know what? Pony looked at her. I really need to fight him to see who's going to make fun out of whom. Maruko saw Pony's shocked expression. What's wrong? Pony stammered a little. Well, you're the first person to say he wants to fight him willingly, and not be a crazed Pomeranian who's high on espresso. Yeah, it's shocking. Maruko just grinned. What can I say? I love to live dangerously. She imagined a fight between her and Izuku. Finally, I found a worthy opponent. Our fight is going to be legendary. I hope there's a way to set up a fight between us. Pony shrugged. Unless Nezu sets a fight between you and Izuku, I doubt this is going to happen. Maruko sighed but received a bing on her phone. The rabbit lady checked it and smiled savagely. Pony gulped and asked her, Is there a reason why you're smiling like that? It's creeping me out. Maruko just smiled at her. Just wait and see. Just wait. It's going to be an epic day. Maruko then built up speed. Come on, keep up, rookie. I'm not going to slow down for you. Pony frowned. Like hell, I'm allowing you to beat me there. The girl then did her best to keep up with her mentor. It was a fun race, but this peaceful night was going to end very soon. On the top of a building inside Hasu, a portal opened. Tamura walked out of it with 3 Nomas following him. He looked at the peaceful city. This peace, it disgusts me. I want it to end, right now. I'm going to destroy this city and show this society how weak it are. The man was getting an atomic underpants wedgie. His underwear was pulled so far that it covered his eyes. Kurogiri came to Tamura and freed him. Young master, what just happened? Tamura glared at Kurogiri. What do you think happened? I got a wedgie. He looked at the city. Someone just gave me a wedgie. I want this city to be burnt to the ground. On the train, Izuku was laughing his ass off from the orb he was using. He saw the hate speech Tamura was beginning to spew, so he decided to give him a helping hand. The wedgie he gave Tamura will be remembered by the idiot till he dies. Itsuka asked him, Why are you laughing like this, Midoriya? Are planning on sending demons after me tonight when I sleep? Izuku simply stared at her. Or are you planning to send me to Mars? Izuku shook his head. Neither. Right now, I sent a pack of piranha after Tsuyu. They won't enter, but their bites will make her unable to sit for a while. Her rear will be in so much pain. Gyro deadpanned at Izuku. I understand, Kendo, but why are going after Tsuyu now? Izuku shrugged. Nothing. I just made a lucky draw, and she won it. Great, isn't it? Gyro just stared at him with a bored expression. It almost landed on you. I was going to make a small cricket jump into your head and scratch his feet to make the most annoying sound possible. Gyro sent her jacks near Izuku's ears. If you ever do that, I will eviscerate. Understand that. Izuku slowly nodded, but he made plans to do that to her next year. He really wanted to make the girl squirm under his hands. Gyro was too easy to mess with when you know how to go under her skin. She may try to act cool, but she will eventually break down in annoyance. Sir asked Izuku. Though I am intrigued, Izuku faced him. Why are you smiling like that? Izuku smiled. I just gave Tamura Shigaraki an atomic wedgie. I pulled his underpants over his head. The boy laughed a little before gaining a bored expression. And by the way, he's about to attack the city with 3 Nomas about. Something landed on the train. Now. The train's roof was ripped away, revealing the winged Nama standing on it. All the people on the train began to panic and worry, but Izuku yawned and summoned a giant fly swatter. The boy yelled, Don't worry, Phlox. He slammed the flying Namu away. This bug is gone now. Gran leaned towards Sir. I guess he's going to be one of those beloved overlords. Sir agreed. Sir then said, Midoriya, I want you to go and follow that thing. Izuku nodded and transformed into a green phoenix. He quickly began trailing the flying Namu to destroy it. Gran looked at his interns. Girls, you are responsible for people's safety. Use your quirks if the case demands it. Don't go looking for trouble. Gran jumped out of the train and followed Izuku. Sir looked at the girls. All right, let's evacuate the train safely first, then we can go to the ground. The girls nodded and waited for the train to come to a stop to help the people off it. With Pony, the girl was looking at Hasu City with fright. She couldn't believe what was happening. The entire city was on fire. It was being destroyed by the same monsters that attacked her and her friends in the USJ. It was an unpleasant memory. Maruko looked at the situation and cursed. Shit, everything is getting burnt around here. I need to go down and help the other heroes. She jumped away, ordering Pony, safety measures for civilians. Don't use your quirk unless forced. And Hero Ender hunting. Pony looked at her mentor. Does she think I'm crazy to go after the Hero Ender? She remembered who she was dating. Yeah, maybe I'm a little bit crazy, but Izuku is a different type of crazy. The girl used her horns to hover on the ground where she saw a couple almost crushed by falling debris. The girl used her horns to save and take them away from danger. The girl yelled, "Go away from here. It's too dangerous. There's a safe place around the corner." The couple nodded and fled the area, leaving the girl to go and assist others. Honi sighed. "I hope this night doesn't get much worse than it already is." She shivered a little. "Why do I always say that? It's like I'm just asking for trouble." The girl began to hover around using her horns to find more people to help and save. With Shoto, the boy didn't regret going to an internship with his father. He was the best fire user around, so he couldn't ditch him for someone else less experienced. It would be a bad mistake. On the first day of the internship, his father went on and on about how Shoto would succeed him in the world of heroics and become the next number hero. His father took him to his office where he found pictures of Izuku, Pony, and Fayumi. Shoto asked him what the pictures were for, and his father told him that this was his plan to make sure the Chaos Boy married his sister after finding a way to make Izuku leave the horse girl. Shoto thought his father was crazy for this stupid and unethical plan. He already had enough shit on his plate. Does he really need any more to add to that? Apparently, his father does want more shit to add to that already overflowing plate. His father demanded he go and begin hitting on the horse girl to make her seem like she was cheating on Izuku, so the green-haired boy would dump her, and then he would take Fayumi. Shoto refused for many reasons. The chief among them was that he wasn't going to allow his father to treat his sister like a piece of meat. The second reason was that he still remembers what happened during his fight with Izuku. He still had nightmares. He knew Midoriya wouldn't end his mother, but that doesn't stop Izuku from putting Shoto inside a nightmare where he sees this scene over and over again till he goes insane. Third was to just piss off his father. His father obviously wasn't too pleased with that, but a phantom hand appearing behind his father's head and slapping him was all the man needed to stop being a beach. After that episode of his father showing him why he was considered by Shoto as an insane person who shouldn't have been allowed to ever become a hero, Shoto's actual training began. As much as he hated his father, Shoto had to admit the man's control over his quirk was amazing. The way he uses his quirk is top gear. It must have taken his time to make it as good as it was. Shoto trained with his father day in and out. His father was like he remembered, an actual slave worker. He forced him to use his quirk constantly till he hit his limit where he couldn't do it. But his father will keep him pushing himself to increase his limit. Shoto had to admit that his training yielded impressive results on the first day. His limit slowly began to increase. He noticed this after he lasted 5 more minutes each time he went all out. After training his fire, his dad trained his ice, making Shoto keep producing ice at a constant rate to increase his immunity against frostbite by increasing his limit before he was tired from the cold. It was a good training session that day. He got half an hour of sleep. The rest of the week was going to be the same, with the occasional patrol to give Shoto some experience in dealing with crowds and handling some minor villains. It was nothing special. His first night patrol in Hasu City was supposed to be the same as his daytime patrol, normal. But it appears fate had other plans for him and his father because things got crazy after an hour of his presence there. It was going to be an interesting one. His night started with a normal portal. His father was scaring away anyone who came near them and dared to ask him for an autograph. But suddenly an explosion rocked the place as a monster from the sky came down and began attacking everything in its path. His father quickly jumped to action and blasted the thing in its guts and sent it flying. He looked at Shoto. "Shoto, you handle the civilians. No quirk usage unless you're pushed into a corner." Shoto nodded as he began to guide people away from the fighting areas. He saw in the sky a huge Namu flying with a green phoenix on its tail spewing fire at it. With Ida, the boy wasn't having the time of his life. The city was being attacked by creepy monsters and he was trapped in there. But now he was helping Manuel put down the fire that was engulfing the city. The water hero was blasting buildings with water from his quirk to put out the flames. Ida, try and evacuate the civilian. Ada nodded and began to guide civilians away from the fighting area. But he then noticed something from the corner of his eye. It was a shadow that was moving quickly. The hero Ender is here. The boy wanted to follow him but remembered what Izuku told him. "Don't do anything that I would do. No, seriously, don't do that because it's reckless." The voice kept rambling on about how stupid he would be to follow the hero Ender and try to beat, but eventually shook his head and proceeded to follow the man. A small Izuku was floating in the air. The little Izuku deadpanned. "Man, it's like talking to a rock with little to no brain. This guy is an idiot." Going after the hero Ender, the mini Izuku began to fly around till he found Shoto. Mini Izuku flew to him and yelled, "Shoto." The dual-haired boy looked around until a slap grabbed his attention. "It's me, Mini Izuku." The boy looked at the small winged clone of his friend. "What are you doing here? And how am I supposed to know you? We never met." He got slapped again. "Focus, you overrated strawberry ice cone." Shoto pouted as Mini Izuku carried on. Ida for some goddamn followed the hero Ender Stain into an alleyway. "Go and stop him from doing something stupid." Shoto's eyes widened. He knew that Ida's older brother was attacked by Stain. But to actually go hunting after the hero Ender was insanity itself. Right, I'll go and save him. Shoto began to go away. But Mini Izuku yelled, send a text to the others to come and aid you. Shoto took out his phone and sent a message to the others as he entered the alleyway system. He just hoped he'd reach Eda before he did anything stupid. The boy shook his head and he hoped he'd reach Eda before he got on the bad side of Stain. With Izuku, the boy was following the flying Namu in his phoenix form and attacking it. But for something so huge, it was surprisingly nimble and able to dodge his attacks. Izuku finally got bored from this little game of cat and mouse between them. So Izuku sped up and began to twirl around, creating a vortex of green flames that engulfed the Namu, burning it to bits. The yellow Namu flew from the sky like a crisped piece of beacon. The monster hit the ground away from a couple who shrieked in fear. But Izuku landed near them. Don't worry, you're fine. I've taken care of this monster. He then opened a portal. Go through it. It will lead you to the train station away from here and the fighting. The couple hurriedly entered the portal and Izuku closed it. The boy looked around and saw the flames roaring around the city, so he simply took a deep breath and let it out. He caused huge winds to flow through the city and snuff out the flames completely. Izuku didn't know he managed to make Tamura roar in outrage because his plan went away in the wind. Back with Tamura, the young man was kneeling in anger on the roof of the building. He was hitting the ground with his hand. What the hell happened here? The city was burning. He looked at the peaceful-looking city except for the occasional sounds of fighting. And now, everything is fine. Hirajiri tried to calm him down. Don't worry, young master. I bet the Nomus will continue destroying the city, leaving an imprint on hero society. Tamura calmed down. All right, I'll calm down. You're right. There's nothing to worry about. Suddenly, in front of Tamura's eyes, the destruction visible in front of his eyes began to fix itself, making the man yell in absolute as his entire plan failed completely. Back with Izuku, he was finished with fixing up the city and walked around to heal people's injuries when stumbled on Endeavor fighting some muscular Namu with Gran Torino. Izuku increased his body mass and tackled the Namu to the ground. Izuku began to go ham on it and pound it into nothing in front of Endeavor and Gran. Endeavor came near the Namu and burned it with his quirk. He looked at Izuku. Good work, kid. Izuku nodded and asked, where is Shoto? I don't see him here. Endeavor shrugged. I told him to control the civilians, so he's probably somewhere here. Izuku hummed. Yeah, I'm going to take a small break now. The moment Izuku tried to rest, he saw something flying his way. It was the mini Izuku he sent with Eda to make sure the boy didn't do anything stupid. And from mini Izuku's arrival and the look on his face, Eda went out of his way to do something stupid. Okay, so what did Captain Stiff do this time? Did he go after the hero Ender? Yeah, mini Izuku replied. He then looked at the Endeavor. And what the hell are you doing here? There's a big Namu in the center of Hasu causing chaos and destruction. Endeavor and Gran quickly went there as mini Izuku disappeared back into Izuku. The boy then sat and rested his head against a wall as Discord appeared. What are you doing? Your friend is in danger. Go and help him. Izuku lazily looked at him. Yeah, I was just resting my body. Izuku then jumped toward Eda. Earlier, the hero native was making his way through the alleyway. He needed to reach his agency to call for more backup from other agencies from nearby cities. The situation was a nightmare. He used a shortcut for his usual speedy travels, but he suddenly heard a sound above him. He looked, but didn't see anything. The man's instincts activated and rolled on the ground, avoiding a blade that was going to hit him on his shoulder. Native looked behind him and came face to face with every hero's worst nightmare recently. It was the hero Ender Stain. What the hell are you doing here? I don't have time for you. Stain glared at him, escaping from the fight. Aren't we? You truly are a fake. Stain lifted his blade and readied himself to fight. Fakes like you should be purged from the world. The hero replied, look, I don't have time for this. I need to reach my agency to call for backup. Stain scoffed, lies. You were fleeing the fight. Stain pointed his blade at him. Say your goodbyes because this will be your final day in this world. The hero dodged to the side as Stain lunged at him. Native then ducked under the blade, but he felt a sudden sting in his leg. He looked and saw a blade there. Stain quickly overpowered the hero and took the blade from the man's leg, jumping away from the slightly injured hero. Native looked at the hero, wondering why he jumped away from him, but suddenly, the hero felt his body become heavier and fell to the ground. What is happening here? Why can't I move? The hero Ender replied, this is the last of your concerns, fake. You should be more worried about your incoming death. The hero Ender slowly made his way toward Native. Stain raised his sword above the fallen hero. The hero Ender was about to end him, but he saw from the corner of his eyes something coming toward him. The hero Ender jumped away, avoiding a kick from a man dressed in armor. Ada looked at the hero Ender. If his brother was still injured and unable to move, he would have been angry and yelling at the man that he wanted to end him. But now he only wanted to stop. It was his duty to bring down the hero Ender as the younger brother of Ingenium. Ada yelled, so, it's you, the hero Ender. He looked at the man who was eyeing him carefully. The hero ender rubbed his chin. I'm sure that I saw you before. The hero ender then realized why Ida looked so familiar. You're related to the Ingenium, aren't you? I still don't know how he managed to recover, but I will take him down once I'm finished here. Ida took off his helmet. I won't allow that. I'm Ingenium's younger brother, and I won't allow you to hurt him. The boy looked at the hero ender. Tenya Ada, will stop you from hurting anyone. Stain snorted. Don't make me laugh, kid. He then pointed his sword at Ada. Go away from here. This is no place for a child. Don't you dare stop me from performing my mission. I'm not afraid of ending you just like I almost did your brother. Ada was about to yell something stupid, but a paper manifested in front of him. Both Ada and the hero ender were shocked, but Ada grabbed it. The paper said in bold letters, "Don't say stupid shit, you moron. This is the hero ender you're talking to. He will end you if you even make him feel that you aren't heroic." As much as Tenya hated this, he knew this was true. Ada replied, I don't care what you think. You keep hurting people. You keep destroying lives. It's my job as a hero in training to stop you. He then noticed Native, and I'll save him from you. Stain hummed. It appears you have a small seed of conviction in you, but I can't allow you to stop my work. Stain then rushed Ada, who barely managed to avoid a strike aimed at his leg. Ada then went to deliver a kick to the man, but Stain ducked and stuck a knife inside the boy's shoulder. The hero ender took it out and jumped away from Ada. Ada then suddenly fell to the ground. Damn it, what just happened? Why can't I move? Stain walked toward Native. Doesn't matter. The only reason you're alive is because you have a small seed in conviction. You managed to control your anger, so I'll spare you, but this fake. Stain pointed at Native. He's going to meet his maker today. Ada yelled in anger. No, you can't do that. You can't just end people because you don't like the way they act when there's 100 different ways you can expose them. Tears fell from his eyes. If you truly want to help society, give the evidence you find to the proper authorities. Yeah, like that would work, Stain snarked. This society is obsessed with those false idols. Even if you gave them all the evidence, they will keep worshipping them. Ada yelled, that's false. There's a lot of heroes who were taken to courts. Stain's patience finally reached its limit. Silence. The only true hero in this world is All Might. He's the only hero allowed to end me. He looked at the sky. Everything I do is for the sake of a better society. Stain then stood in front of Native to finally end him. Native closed his eyes waiting for his life to end. But he suddenly felt very cold. The man opened his eyes and saw that in front of him was a giant iceberg that separated him from the hero ender. Ada looked at Shoto. Todoroki-kun, how did you come here? In fact, how did you even know that I was in trouble? Ada saw how the boy was panting. Midoriya, Shoto said panting. He left a little version of himself on you to deter you from doing stupid stuff. He looked at Stain and then at Ada. Apparently, that didn't work. Stain looked at Shoto. You're the son of Endeavor, aren't you? Shoto replied curtly, as sad as that is, yeah, I'm that man's son. I just hope this brand doesn't follow me my entire life. My dad has an unhealthy habit of making enemies out of everyone. Stain nodded. I don't care. You're that fake son, so that means you're a fake as well. Shoto readied himself to fight. Wonderful. This is the price of being my son's dad. Stain sped toward Shoto, who made an ice wall and blocked his attack. The hero ender made his way around the wall only to be met by a line of flames. The hero ender moved away only for another ice attack to come his way, but Stain avoided it skillfully. The fight continued this way for a little, with both sides going back and forth between the hero ender and Shoto until Stain finally managed to stab Shoto in his leg. The man brought the knife up to his lips to lick it, but he was punched in the face by a new arrival. Shoto looked and saw Kyoka standing where Stain was a moment ago with Kendo on her tail. Kyoka looked at her classmate. Todoroki-kun, are you alright? She looked down at Ada. And you, what were you thinking? Attacking the hero ender. What kind of pot were you smoking? Ada yelled back. Focus, the hero ender is still here. Kyoka and Kendo looked at the man who stood. You can scold me later if we manage to survive this. The hero ender groaned. Interruption after interruption to my work. This can't go on. I won't allow this anymore. I will end this now. The hero ender sped toward Kyoka, but the girl dodged him, allowing Kendo to give him a punch with an enlarged punch. The hero ender avoided the punch, but he was then attacked by a fire attack from Shoto. The man jumped away from the fire only to be met by another punch from Kyoka. The man fell to the ground, but he stood up and wiped a little bit of blood. The man was so over this fight. He looked at the kids. If you're so interested in defending this fake, then you're all going to die with him because you keep interrupting my work. The hero ender then let out a huge wave of bloodlust toward the students, making them freeze in their place. A voice then said, Man, I thought the hero ender would look more awesome, but you're disappointing. I guess I was hoping too much. Everyone looked up and saw Izuku standing in the air wearing a shinobi dress. The boy looked at Stain. And by the way, your victim. I already sent him to the hospital, so don't bother wasting your time trying to end him. Stain looked at the newest arrival. You're him from the sports festival. The hero ender's face hardened. You're one of the greatest fakes that I ever saw. Izuku titled his head till it was upside down. What the hell are you talking about, you overzealous fanboy? Izuku puffed his chest. I'll have you know that I take my work greatly. Stain scoffed. After what you did to that boy in the sports festival, I highly doubt that you're in it to save people. You're someone born with a strong quirk. You're only in it to flex your muscles. Izuku yawned. Are you still talking? Izuku cracked his neck. You're just a crazy sociopath. You're no different from Tamura. You both destroy what you don't like. You're nothing but an all-might fanboy reject who didn't have what it took to make the cut. Stain roared. Be quiet. I dare you to throw such random accusations at me. But everything I said is true, isn't it? Izuku said, crossing his arms. Akugero Chisome quirk is called Blood Curdle. It allows him to paralyze anyone when he ingests their blood. The duration of the paralyzed state depends on the person's blood type, with O being the shortest while B is the longest. He tried to become a hero, but he had a fallout due to the corruption, so decided to be a vigilante only to decide later to become a crazy ender in the name of All Might. Did I miss something? At this point, Stain was beyond angry, so he rushed Izuku and in the blink of an eye decapitated the boy. His friends were all shocked and terrified as the bloody wound began gushing like a geyser. His blood was making a dance like it was a fountain at the center of a park. Kendo was the only one who wasn't afraid for Izuku. She only yawned. When will he end this? Stain turned his back to Izuku's headless body, which fell to the ground, making Kendo say, "Man," turning your back to him. A rookie mistake for the so-called hero ender. Everyone looked at the girl with Kyoka asking, "Aren't you even a little afraid right now?" Itsuka shook her head. "No, not really." She then pointed at something. "Look at that." She casually pointed to Izuku's body, where two crabs made their way out of his wound and headed toward the hero ender. Izuku's body stood up and began stumbling toward the head. Izuku's head yelled, "To your right." His body went to the left, making the head yell, "To your right, not my right." Izuku then realized something. The ears are still on me, aren't they? He looked as the two crabs made their way up Stain's body and began attacking him, with the man screaming in pain and jumping in the air, only to be met by a frying pan waiting for him. Izuku then used a GPS installed in his body to reunite it with his head. The boy patted himself. Good. Everything is good. The brain is functioning normally. The heart is working normally. Good. The hero ender stood up and growled. He looked at Izuku and pointed his sword at the boy. I should have known that someone as troublesome as you won't go down that easily. Izuku then said, "So you want a sword fight? Huh?" Izuku smirked. Then two can play this game. The boy then pulled out a swordfish from his pants. He looked at it and frowned. I left my sword in my other pants, damn it. He looked at the swordfish. Well, I guess you have to do. If you play nice, I'll introduce you to a beautiful female swordfish. The swordfish saluted him, so Izuku looked at the hero ender. Let's do this. The two lunged at each other and began to fight. Their swords were clashing and making sparks, while the rest of the students were watching them fight it out. Shoto, who was munching on a candy bar, tilted his head toward Gyro. Shouldn't we join in? Gyro shook her head. We'll only be getting in his way. She then saw Izuku slash the hero ender's pants, making it fall, causing the man to fight in his tidy with ease. Kendo, give me more popcorn. Kendo was sitting beside Gyro and handed her some popcorn. The girl had a go. Stain foam finger. Ida looked at Kendo. Are you seriously cheering Stain just because Midoriya made your life a living hell? This seems a bit unethical. Kendo flipped him off. You try to wake up with a wild hippo sleeping on your chest. The fight between Izuku and Stain was intense for Stain, but Izuku was having the life of his time because everything was moving in slow motion for him. It felt like he was in the Matrix. Izuku then summoned two cloud storms that shocked Stain, making him twitch. Stain looked at Izuku and growled, "Fight fair, you fake." Izuku replied, "Stop ending people, you crazy moron. Trust is a two-way lane, my good man." Stain lunged toward Izuku and managed to stab Izuku, but Izuku barely blinked. He smiled at Stain before he turned into smoke. The hero ender was blinded, but when the smoke cleared, he was met by a mallet to the face. Izuku then asked, "Still want to fight me, hero ender?" Izuku then brought out a gun and shot the hero ender with lightning rounds that the man barely managed to dodge. Izuku then put his hands on the ground and made them shift. He then made two hands that began to coil around Stain before lifting him in the air and throwing him around. Izuku then used his telekinesis to move Stain around, making him multiple stone pillars before a sign appeared saying tilt. The hero ender then fell to the ground unconscious with a bloody face. It seemed that he was put inside the ringer. Izuku looked at him. Yeah, never mess with my friends. Izuku walked up to them and bowed. And the fight is over. Thanks for your support. He saw Kendo with a sour face. And Kendo, have a nice eel attack. The girl looked and saw an electric eel wrapped around her legs. Izuku, you son of. The electric eel began to electrocute her, making her hair stand up. Izuku then tied up Stain with a pair of shark jaws to make sure he couldn't get out of them. Shoto then asked, so what are we going to do now? You managed to defeat the hero ender, so I guess we have to take him to the proper authorities. Gyro nodded. I already called Gran Torino. He's coming here, so I think we have to stick tight here. Everyone nodded. Although, I have to say he's pissed off with me and Kendo for fighting Stain the Hero Ender. Izuku bowed for them, although not as bad as Pony when I told her you fought the Hero Ender. Izuku's face lost color. Izuku quickly ran to hide somewhere, but a horn came from the sky and almost skewered him. Izuku Midoriya. Pony yelled at him, have you officially lost your mind to fight Stain? What the heck is wrong with you? Do you need to make me have a heart attack every time you leave the house? Izuku shivered as she landed. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Izuku bowed. I'm sorry, so please don't end me. I'm really sorry. I'm going to take you on an amazing date after the internships are over. We can go to Mars if you want. Pony slapped him on the head. Enough with the coward talk. I'm not going to maim you. Izuku sighed, but Pony carried on. But I'll make you into my new training dummy. I still need to try those new moves Maruko taught me. So, get ready for hell, Izuku. The boy became as pale as a ghost and looked at Shoto for help. The boy looked away and coughed into fist. You deserve this for showing my mom ending herself. He looked at Kyoka who flipped him. You brought this on yourself, so get ready to go into the grave that you dug. It was nice knowing you. I will speak good words about you. He looked at Ida, but the boy was saying, finally my salvation has come. I won't be forced to work him. Izuku didn't bother to look at Kendo, because she was asking Pony to let her join in training on Izuku. The boy sighed as he accepted his fate. The team of teens then made their way to the heroes as Izuku dragged the Hero Ender. He looked at the man. This is all your fault, by the way. Back to school. It was a new day at UA High, which meant more fun for Izuku Midoriya. But currently, he couldn't do anything chaotic because he was tied to a post as Pony used him as a training dummy. Pony, sweetie, Izuku began, as much as I love the fact I'm your favorite training dummy for various reasons going from heroic to personal. He received a kick to the groin for the double entendre. But seriously though, I think that class is about to start in 5 minutes. Pony sighed and crossed her arms. Fine, clean us both up. The boy snapped his fingers and both were clean and ready to attend classes. Pony glared at Izuku because he was still in the doghouse for his stunt regarding Stain. No, the girl forced him to sleep in a doghouse near her dorms. Vlad and Aizawa allowed it to happen as some kind of sick revenge for all the pranks he pulled against those two. Kendo, on the other hand, was more than happy to sit and watch them all night to make sure Izuku didn't get out of the doghouse. In her words, she wanted him to suffer. But this horribly backfired when Izuku turned the chair she was using into a rocket ship and sent Kendo to the moon. She spent a day and a half there. It wasn't till Pony kicked him across the face that the boy agreed to bring the girl back. The girl had many scratch marks since her spacesuit was full of fire ants, lice, poison ivy, and scratching powder. The boy went to his classroom where everyone was chatting with each other. Discord appeared on Izuku's shoulder and leaned against him. The ex-Lord of Chaos said, you know the frog girl will have its vengeance against you for sending piranhas after her, right? Izuku frowned. I don't think Tsuyu is capable of doing anything to me. She's a sweet soul. Momo suddenly marched into the room followed by Kyoka, who was laughing hysterically. She stood in front of Izuku and took a paper to write on it. The girl showed Izuku the paper that said, turn me back to normal or I swear to everything I'm going to let my babies rip you limb from limb. The boy arched an eyebrow. Come on, yeah Momo. I thought you would appreciate the new improvements. We're friends after all, so I thought I could upgrade you. Kyoka meanwhile was still laughing so hard, she was pounding on the table. Zero asked the purple-haired girl, okay, so what is happening and why does Momo look one step away from blowing a fuse? Kyoka only kept laughing. The purple-haired girl felt a glare directed at her. She turned to see Momo with a dark aura surrounding her and veins throbbing all over her forehead with pure white eyes. She was also breathing steam from her mouth. Kyoka calmed down. The genius over there, she pointed at Izuku. He made an unpleasant upgrade to Momo. Momo right now can only speak from her stomach, which comes out as muffled cries of help, while her mouth can only release sounds of hunger. Kyoka went beside Momo and began tickling her only for her mouth to open and release hunger noises. The rich girl slapped Kyoka's hands away and glared at her friend, making Kyoka quiet down. Izuku sighed and rolled his eyes. Fine, I'll turn you back to normal. He snapped his fingers and Momo was engulfed in a puff of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Izuku lifted a frog and put it on his head. The frog was croaking in frustration as Izuku said, now, only true love's kiss will free you from your shackles and froggy prison, so have fun being stuck in this slimy. The boy was slapped by a long appendage that came from Tsuyu. Tsuyu had a dangerous glint in her eyes as she approached Izuku. The frog girl grabbed his collar and put her face in his. Can I know why I had piranhas attacking me in my internship with Selkie out of the middle of nowhere? Do you know how painful it is to pull out teeth from my rear? The boy giggled a little. Wait a minute. How do you know it was me? Those piranhas could have been there naturally. Tsuyu gave him a bored look. How are looking at me like that? I didn't do it. Tsuyu threw him at Ochako. Ochako, get rid of this traitor, of this moron. Ochako then performed some kind of martial arts move on the boy and smacked his face into the ground. Izuku phased through the ground and appeared back at his desk with Frog Momo clinging desperately to his hair. The frog sighed in relief. The crisis was over and she was safe. Momo began to croak to force Izuku to turn her back into a human, but the boy wouldn't budge as he laughed at her predicament. It was truly entertaining. Aizawa walked into the room. He looked at his students. He noticed Momo missing. He looked at Izuku. Okay, where did you do with Yaoyorozu? Did you make her a mermaid and send her to the depths of the ocean? Did you give her some kind of apparatus to make her breathe in space? The boy pointed to his hair. All this little beautiful frog needs to become Momo once again as love's true kiss. Izuku chuckled. So if you know anyone who truly loves Momo, let him kiss her. Aizawa rolled his eyes and grabbed Momo. He threw the frog toward Shoto. Todoroki, kiss Yaoyorozu so we can get this dog and pony show on the road. Aizawa walked away. Shoto asked, how do you know I'm the one that loves her and not anyone else? Aizawa shrugged. It was either you, Gyro, Kendo from Class 1B, or Mind is Lust. If you don't work, we'll keep going down the list till it finally works. Shoto shrugged and kissed the frog only for it to be engulfed in a blinding light. Once the light was gone, Momo could be seen wearing a princess dress as she sat in his lap. Momo coughed in her fist. I'm sorry for this, Shoto, but I'm going to remove myself from your lap. The girl had a dark blush on her cheeks because Shoto gave her a true love kiss. Shoto, on the other hand, was as cool as a cucumber. He sat there silently waiting for Aizawa to start with the class. On the inside, a small Shoto could be seen standing in front of a conspiracy board trying to unravel multiple conspiracy theories he was working on. Aizawa coughed, grabbing everyone's attention. All right, kids, let this show begin already. He looked at a bunch of papers he had with him. I received reviews from your internship results. It was good. He then looked at Izuku and said, Sir Night-Eye says you're a walking disaster, but good enough to be still labeled a human, so try not to annoy me or him anymore. The boy smiled at him, but Aizawa carried on. But now we'll have All Might give you a class. And with that announcement, the man turned into his caterpillar mode. I'm going to rest. The number hero entered the room. I'm here to give you newbies a lesson in heroics. Now please everyone, head to the training grounds so we can begin today's activities. The students then filtered out of the room with Momo holding her princess dress and walking like royalty. I have to admit this dress is rather cute. I will keep it. All Might's sweat dropped at the heiress's proclamation. He shook his head and went to the training grounds to meet them there. The training exercise was simple enough. It was a small race between the students after they were divided into groups of 5. Of course, Izuku ended his race within a minute and made sure the others had the race as hard as he could make it with demons, flying dragons, swords, and flames. His classmates, for a lack of better term, were pummeled to the ground and turned into dirt except Bakugo, who was up to the challenge and was quite pleased with his performance up until he met the spanking vampires who gave him the spanking of a lifetime. Izuku meanwhile was operating the entire orchestra of torture. He was laughing madly so much that Kendo threw a shoe at him from her class, telling him to be quiet. The boy replied by flipping Itsuka's hands with her feet and vice versa. After the training section was over, the students went back to the class with bruises all over them. Aizawa entered the room and Izuku gave him a thumbs up, which he returned with his signature creepy smile. All right, now that this is over, I can tell you what's going to happen next. Ochako then jumped up and complained. Did you release him on us? How dare you? Did you know what kind of torture he put us through? I was forced to fight him, face huggers. Mina cried out. Damn it. All I got was a couple of Minta-looking trolls who were drooling over my legs. The girls slumped forward, but I have to admit it was funny melting their faces off. Minta cried out. Someone please get this necklace off me. It shocks me every time I think of. The boy was then electrocuted. Izuku looked at him. This, my good friend, is called the beads of redemption. Every time you so much have a perverted thought, you're going to be shocked with electricity. Painful electricity. Momo looked at Izuku. Thank you, Midoriya. But how do we know that he won't be able to remove it from his neck and put it on us to train us girls to be loyal to him? Izuku replied. The guarantee is that to remove the beads, he has to do one of 3 things. First, cut off his head. Second, become a normal human being. Third, I need to deactivate them myself, and we're both sure that isn't going to happen anytime soon. Aizawa whistled. All right, this is going to be addressed later in the dorms, not here. But for now, I want you all to know that something big is coming over the horizon. The students began to sweat as Izuku made creepy music to accompany the atmosphere. Your finals are here. Discord appeared and complained. Stop hyping up the situation only for it to be extremely lame. Aizawa looked at the chaos being. No, I don't think so. This is my personal fun. Seeing those reactions is funny, and I can't get enough of them. He shook his head. But regardless, the exams are here, so I suggest that you all go study, because those who fail in their finals won't be able to go to the summer training camp. He then walked out of the room. Mina and Kaminari exclaimed in unison, I'm so behind in studying. I can't believe this. Those two were at the bottom of the class when it came to academics. so they were at a disadvantage. Izuku looked at them. Cheer up, guys. I'm sure that you can pass with good enough effort. The two hugged him and asked Izuku to be their private teacher, but the boy slipped from their grip as he melted into nothing. He was now standing at the door. Sorry, guys, but I can't teach you. Asked the happy rich girl. She seems to like this sort of thing. Momo was more than thrilled when they asked her to teach them. Izuku was already planning something to make sure that their study session was going to be funny as hell. In the cafeteria, Izuku was having lunch with Pony. The boy looked at her. So are we good now? Pony eyed him before rolling her eyes. I'm going to take 5 more kicks at you and then we're going to be cool as cucumbers. Izuku flopped to the ground and sighed. Izuku asked, so, how are you doing for the final exams? I'm ready as hell to make the exam as hellish as possible for the teachers. Our fight is going to be legendary. I'll make it rain diamonds. I'll turn the earth upside down. I'm going to blast them with gender-reserving rays to see their reactions. Pony sighed before kissing his cheek. Why are you always looking for trouble, Izuku? Izuku gasped. I'll have you know that I don't look for trouble. He crossed his arms. I attract trouble to me. Pony and Ochako sweat dropped, wondering what's the difference between the two things. Izuku explained his point of view. It means that I am innocent of 90% of the things that happen. Good to see that some of you Class 1 losers have the courage to admit that you attract trouble. Monoma said from behind Izuku. Don't you guys have anything better to do than attracting trouble? Well, given that I sent fire ants to your pants right now. Izuku hummed as Monoma began to jump around like a monkey with his butt on fire. I suppose no. No, we can't do that. Monoma felt relief when Izuku made the ants disappear. But he returned to Izuku and tried to elbow him, only from his elbow to hit Izuku's head, which was as hard as a rock, making him wince in pain. Monoma then yelled, of course, you Class 1 ruffians would harm your betters. Monoma then shook his head. Well, I have to say something. Why did you fight the hero Ender? Monoma wanted to get a raise from the students, but they ate their lunch as if he didn't say anything. The only one who replied was Izuku. Your classmate also joined in this fight. Don't try to act all high and mighty. Therefore, by your logic, your class is also troublemakers. Izuku thought of something. In fact, I'm going to enlighten you in the ways of chaos. Izuku snapped his fingers and Monoma was engulfed in a holy light. When it was over, Monoma had a holy aura around him. He took a meditative pose and a third eye opened on his forehead. The boy levitated. I have reached a new level of enlightenment. Going on, I will spread the word of chaos through the land to enlighten misguided people as mine. The boy's rant was cut off when Kendo neck chopped him and he fell to the floor like a sack of potatoes. Kendo lifted him and put him over her shoulder as she glared at Izuku. Turn him back. Izuku shrugged as he took away the enlightenment from Monoma. Pity. He would have made a good prophet for me, going through the lands, making miracles happen, spreading the good word. Kendo slapped Izuku upside the head, making the boy spin in the air till he landed in Pony's lap. Kendo glared at the chaotic boy. Don't you dare do anything. Kendo rubbed her forehead. Look, I came here to help your classmates. Look, I heard from a friend of mine from a student who's in a higher grade that the exams are mostly robots. So don't worry. Izuku laughed a little. Do you honestly think our teachers are going to make the exam the same way they do it every year after what happened this year? Kendo processed his words as Izuku added. Then another thing, Nezu-sensei asked me to chime in and make the exams much more interesting. Izuku then grabbed Pony from her waist and gave her a smooch on the lips. He then slapped the horse girl's rear. This girl of mine is going to have a test easy, and whoever ends with her is going to get an easy A. Izuku walked away from the cafeteria and looked at Pony and winked. By the way, Pony. The embarrassed girl looked at him. I have something special prepared for you when you return to the dorms. It's going to be awesome. Pony sighed as her blush began to recede a little. It's going to be totally stupid. Inside the bar of LOV, Tamura sat there tapping his hand impatiently, waiting for Jiren to come with the new recruits to his little league. He needed new members to hopefully launch an attack and make people remember that the League of Villains is something dangerous. He was still pissed off about Hasu. All his planning, all his hard work went down the drain because that green-haired boy took the news. After all, the green-haired boy captured the hero Ender and hung him up like he was a fisherman who caught the biggest fish in the lake. Tamura looked at Kurogiri. I still don't get why Sensei didn't allow me to end this brat. Tamura decayed another table at the bar and said, it would have made my life much easier. Kurogiri replied, it's because the boy's quirk is too valuable to be lost. I'm sure once Sensei has stolen his quirk, he will allow you to end him. Tamura stretched his neck furiously and nodded. Kurogiri then received a call from Jiren, so he opened a portal. A man wearing a purple suit with glasses. He was smoking a cigarette in his mouth and had glasses resting on his eyes. Along with the man were two figures. One of them was a teenage girl while the other was a well-cooked human being who seemed to have been spending too much time in the oven. Tamura pointed toward them and asked, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourselves? The girl stepped forward. Hi, my name is Himiko Toga. I want to live my life the way I want. Living my life is becoming hard, so I need to live it freely. But then I found Mr. Staney. I love Mr. Staney. I want to see him bleeding. I want to see his blood. I want to be him. Tamura looked at Kirigiri, who shrugged as Tamura mentally scoffed. Great, another Looney Tune. The man then stepped forward. My name is Dabai. I haven't done anything worth mentioning, but I'm planning on doing something big and following in the footsteps of Stain. He then looked at Himiko. Are you sure that you're a follower of Stain? Because I'm sure this lunatic wouldn't be here if you were. Tamura then scoffed. What the hell is wrong with you people? We, LOV, attacked the USJ for crying out loud. We attacked UA and made the children fight for themselves. Why are you hung on Stain? Dabai rolled his eyes. Coming to this ditch was a mistake. Take me out of here, Jurin. Tamura screamed. Do you think that you can come here and just leave? The moment you entered the bar, it was the same as signing your death certificate. Tamura launched himself at Dabai while Dabai readied himself to attack. Himiko decided to join them, but Kirigiri opened portals and dispersed the attacks to make sure that no one was hurt. Kirigiri then said, Young master, how about you give them a chance? I'm sure you'll find it beneficial. Tamura nodded. Jurin then made his exit as he said, I expect to find my payment. In the dorms, Pony walked to her room. Today was torture. From training with All Might to her boyfriend's antics, to Itsuka tearing her ear off as she complained about her boyfriend's antics, it was a little stressful. When she collapsed in her bed, she received an email that said to go to the theater that was made about 5 minutes ago by her boyfriend. The girl stood up and groaned, Jesus. The girl walked and saw her friends walking to the theater. She asked Kendo, why are you coming even if you know that there's a 50% chance this is a scheme to make your mind unravel even further? It just doesn't make sense for you to come here willingly. The girl replied, well, I can always beat the living shit out of him after this is over, so yeah. Once they reached the newly made theater, all the students entered with Pony at their lead. Inside the tent, they saw Class 1A sitting with Bakugo having his mouth taped shut and Minta being electrocuted every second, making him wail in agony. Kendo asked Momo, so what is this all about? Is he planning to convert us to be his followers? Momo shook her head. No, he said that he made a small play by the name The Heroic Princess, but I think it must be a code name for something else, so prepare yourself. Momo's voice sounded like a man and Kendo was holding back her laughter. Midoriya made me like this. Don't laugh at me. The lights inside the theater went out and a panel opened revealing scenes that came out of a traditional Japanese house. It also showed pictures of the royal family. Pony looked around for her boyfriend. I think that somehow he's going to embarrass me. The play begins with the arrival of Kaguya enters the castle and looks around. The princess asks for something that she heard about. She wants a new breed of flowers that appeared in the forest. A daimyo stood up and protested the princess's selfishness and how she redirecting resources for something ridiculous, but he was silenced when the shogun entered the room. The daimyo settled down when he saw the shogun because he knew that if he opposed the princess, her finance would end him. The princess walked up to shogun to ask for a favor from him. The shogun heard the princess's request but was not sure of it. The princess wanted to accompany him to the forest so she could harvest the flower herself. The forest was a dangerous place, but then he had a solution. He pulled out a whistle and called a kunoichi, a young woman dressed in an orange ninja outfit. The woman had green hair and a very attractive figure that made the boys wolf whistle. The girls looked at themselves and then her making them feel jealous. Minta began to whistle like a dog. Wow, that girl is unbelievably hot. I didn't know Midoriya had. The boy screamed in absolute pain from the electric shock received. Cyril looked at Minta twitching on the ground. Dude, you need to realize that if you continue on this path, you're going to end yourself. The little boy didn't respond. The only person who wasn't jealous or attracted was Pony, who face-bombed. She knew who the young green-haired girl was. It was her boyfriend who had turned into a woman. The shogun then asked the kunoichi to accompany the princess to the forest and protect her from danger. The kunoichi was shocked but quickly began to jump in happiness. She bowed down to the shogun and told him that she wouldn't allow the princess to be harmed even if she had to sacrifice her life for the girl. The shogun smiled and patted the girl on the back. The daimyo looked at the kunoichi and rubbed his chin skeptically. She didn't act like a normal ninja. She seemed like a goofball who didn't know the smallest thing about discipline. The girl frowned at his skepticism and began to show off her skills by throwing shurikens at the daimyo. The daimyo closed his eyes, but when he opened them, he noticed the metal bullets were steamed fish cakes. The daimyo pointed that out only for the girl to confess that she raided the pantry before she came, shocking the man and making him even more skeptical of her skills. The kunoichi was offended and sat on the ground in a funny position in protest. The girl pouts and begins to eat her steamed fish cake while making faces at the daimyo, making the fun roll his eyes. The princess then walks outside the castle with the kunoichi running on all four following, asking the princess to wait for her, only for the kunoichi to smack her head against a post and get passed out. The students were laughing at the scenes while Pony sunk deeper and deeper into her seat. The play carried on till it showed the princess and kunoichi walking down a path made from pebbles. The princess was smelling the flower that she wanted to find originally and humming happily. Her kunoichi was trailing her quietly and picking her ear. The kunoichi began to complain about the lack of action when she noticed a movement in the bushes. A samurai then jumped and tried to kidnap the princess, only for the kunoichi to throw steamed fish cake at him. The samurai laughed at the ninja girl, but he was shut up when another metal bullet hit his head, knocking him out. The princess was impressed, but then 5 more kidnappers appeared. The kunoichi tried to attack, but she tripped. She accused them of cheating in the fight even though they didn't do anything, but luckily, they were rescued by the shogun and his followers. Kendo clapped. Man, Midoriya's sister is a good actress. Maybe if we ask her nicely, she can tame her brother. I can still have nightmares about that lion I woke up to. Pony laughed dryly. Definitely. I'm going to ask her to help us. She then cracked her neck in hopes that she wouldn't end her boyfriend accidentally. At the end of the play, the students were crying after the kunoichi died, protecting the royal family from a coup. When the play ended, the actors bowed down for the audience. Both classes, when the actress of the kunoichi jumped toward Pony and hugged her. The girl began kissing Pony, making the horse girl blush. The green-haired girl asked Pony, "So what do you think, babe? Did you like the little play that I made for you?" "I bet it was awesome." Pony chuckled. "Yeah, but please turn back to a man, Izuku. You're suffocating with your chest." The girl smiled sheepishly as she changed back into Izuku, shocking everyone. Itsuka passed out from shock, while Minda cried that he was perving after Izuku. Pony merely sighed as she patted Izuku on the head and said, "You're a big dummy, but you're my dummy." The girl kissed him and said, "Although it was funny seeing you as a girl, please don't ever do that again." Pony looked away with a blush. "You almost made me rethink my disposition." Izuku laughed as he disappeared with his girl from everyone's sight. Kendo woke up from her coma. "I didn't think Midoriya could be hot as a girl." All the other girls looked at her. "What? I'm bi. Well, at least, now I am." "Damn you, Izuku. Why are you always doing stupid stuff?" All the students then went to their drums to study for the exam. But one girl came back with a couple of people. They were all wearing robes. The girl put a picture of Izuku and said, "Let the cult of Izuku commence their meeting. This shall not be told to anyone." The other members nodded before they began chanting and praying to his picture. Yui looked at the people before her and smiled. It was good being the high priestess of Izuku's cult. Her Pokémon shook its head in disappointment. The Pokémon loved Yui, but sometimes the girl was a little whacked in the head. Hopefully, this will go away with time. 2 weeks later, Izuku came down from his room after he made sure to replace Itsuka's toothpaste with rotten egg cream. He can hear her screams of frustration. It made his day much more pleasant. Izuku walked into the common room of the dorms and looked at his friends who were huddled with Momo. The boy had been teasing Momo endlessly for the last week. The girl had returned fire with extra fire. She literally booby-trapped the entrance to his room with flamethrowers. Messing with Momo was like messing with the creation goddess. But it was fun. Izuku walked up to the group. "So, are you all still studying with Momo?" The boy summoned an extra hand to run his chin while he crossed his arms. "I thought she said that she gave you a break today." Mina had her soul leave her body. "I can't handle this anymore. Momo is like a real mom." She tried to sneak away only for Momo to appear and drag her back. "Freedom. I want freedom." Momo smacked her on the head, making the girl pout as Momo said, "You need to study, Mina." She gave the pink-skinned girl a candy. "Have a treat to strengthen your soul." The pink-haired girl smiled and ate the candy. "This is very delicious." The girl then went back to her lessons but took a sip from the cup of tea beside her. Momo stared at Izuku before shifting her look from observation to a glare. "What are you planning?" Izuku shrugged. "I'm going to take Pony on a small trip to Disneyland. Do you have any food recommendations?" The girl sighed in relief before she began thinking. The girl smiled. "I suggest you order the Alaska Red King crab. It's very delicious. I had it once with soy sauce and it was delightful. Oh, I wish I could have it again right now." Izuku rolled his eyes as he made a bowl of whole crab right in front of the girl. Momo quickly dug into the bowl as a couple of her classmates tried to escape from her studying session. But the girl stopped them and began to chastise them for trying to escape. Izuku looked at the tea and snapped his fingers, making 100 pills of lixiviates fall into the teapot. Izuku then slowly made his way outside the room and walked toward the 1B dorms. Discord appeared and shook his head. "That's cruel even for you, kid. I'm so proud of you." Izuku merely smiled, making Discord say, "Man, you're going to have people chop off your head one day." 10 minutes later, many students of Class 1 were running toward the bathroom as they felt they were about to shit themselves. This only happened when they drank the tea Momo made. In 1B dorms, the students were lounging around lazily or studying. Setsuna looked at Ibara, who had her head deep inside her English lessons. The lizard girl was confused. For someone who was Christian, shouldn't Ibara have some proficiency in English since she reads the Bible? The door of the dorm was kicked open when Izuku walked in with a smile. Kendo went to stop him, but he phased through her and she froze. The girl became a statue made from ice. Showed aside, "All right, Kamakiri." It's your turn to unfreeze press. The bug boy walked toward the girl while he grumbled under his breath, do you have to stand in his way? Pony was currently in her room. She was reading a novel while patting her Eevee who was sleeping in her lap. She heard commotion coming from downstairs. She sighed and put her novel away. She waited for a bit before her door was kicked from its hinges, making her complain, for the love of all that's holy, Izuku, stop running my door. This is the 5th time you broke it. The boy laughed. I'll keep doing it since in a way, it proves my dominance over you. The boy shivered as Pony glared at him. I mean, you'll always be my boss. Please, don't hurt me. Pony rolled her eyes. How can you go from a lion to a nerd is something that I can't understand. The girl crossed her arms. So what are you planning to do here? Did you find a new way to make Kendo kiss her sanity away and you want my help? Izuku laughed and gently rubbed his girlfriend's cheek. Sweetie, if I wanted to destroy what's left of Kendo's sanity, I would have done so already. He then covered her eyes. I have a surprise for you. The horse girl was suspicious but nodded. Suddenly, she felt that she was teleported somewhere. Izuku then moved his hand from her eyes. Have a look for yourself and tell me what you think about this little surprise of mine. The boy sported a smug grin. I hope you like it. Pony's eyes widened. She was at Walt Disneyland. She only came here once or twice as a small child. But as she grew up, she couldn't afford to come here anymore. The horse girl jumped and hugged Izuku. You're the best boyfriend ever. This is the greatest date in the whole wide world. We have to go on and try the rides. She grabbed Izuku's hand and began to drag him around like a rag doll. I want to try roller coaster first. The boy tried to protest, but the girl ignored him as she dragged him around the entire amusement park. She forced her boyfriend to ride all the rides even after he began to feel dizzy. They rode together on the roller coaster, the Ferris wheel, the flying carousel, the gravitron and vortex, and many more rides that made Izuku's guts turn upside down while Pony laughed like a madwoman. During their trip to Disneyland, the couple took a small trip to a clothes shop there. Pony forced Izuku to become her butler as she began to try on clothes, but the worst part was that she was teasing him. Every outfit that she tried on, she would begin to shake her hips for Izuku. She would wink at him. And the most frustrating one was when she would wear a revealing outfit and come sit in Izuku's lap asking him if he thought she was hot right now. The girl in the end bought a bunch of clothes. However, the entire time, she was shaking her hips at Izuku because she found his goofy hard eyes something to laugh at. In the end, the couple swung by a restaurant to eat and indulge themselves. Izuku decided to go full house and ordered the dish that Momo recommended for him. He also ordered more dishes such as crab sashimi, crab soup, roasted beef, pork cutlets, and many more. By the end of their date, Pony was jumping happily around as she nuzzled against Izuku. The horse girl looked at her boyfriend and leaned toward him. Izuku, thank you for taking me on such a wonderful date. I can't express how happy I am right now. Izuku nodded. Anything to make you happy, my precious pony. He then shoved his hand into his chest and pulled out his still beating heart. Even if I had to give you my heart, I would do it in a heartbeat. Pony shook her head. Please put it back. The boy did just that. The girl grabbed his hand. Take me back to my dorm. Izuku did just that. But Pony didn't let go when they arrived. She dragged him to her room, making the boy ask, Pony, what are you going to do? The horse girl smirked. This night still isn't over. Pony's classmates didn't get much sleep that night. The final exams, Chaos Edition. The students of Class 1 were lounging in the dorms. Tomorrow was the day of the exam, and the students would be lying if they said they weren't nervous. It was terrifying that they were going to have their first exams at UA High, but something was bothering them even more. Bakugo was aggressive like a hissing cobra waiting for its prey to stand in front of it. The boy was aggressive. Well, he was more aggressive than he normally was. He was looking at everyone like they ended his favorite dog or something. Izuku approached Bakugo and asked him, Hey, Bakugo, why do you look like someone pissed in your Chilladog? Everyone ducked for cover waiting for the explosive blonde to blast Izuku in a million pieces. The blonde boy turned his neck so slowly that it sounded like a rusted hinge on an old door. Bakugo's pride was still hurt from the fight between them at the sports festival. It hurt him so much that Deku, who was someone so beneath him, managed to defeat him and make him a laughingstock. It hurt his pride even more when he took the useless internship with Best Jeanist. Bakugo looked at Izuku and blew his top off. Listen here, you filthy shitty nerd. I'm going to wipe the seafloor with my foot. This fight between us in the sports festival was rigged. There was no way you managed to defeat you here. I'm going to beat the ever-loving shit out of you when I destroy all the robots the damned teachers will send against us. The boy's voice then began to decrease. Everyone looked and saw Izuku holding the remote controller and pointing it at Bakugo as he lowered the voice volume on it. The boy then began to press some buttons on the remote. He then raised the volume and Bakugo was now releasing a musical note from Beethoven. Momo suddenly manifested herself beside Izuku with a cup of tea in her hand and a book to read. A lot of students scrambled away from Momo, who frowned. I told you I don't know what happened with my tea the last time. My parents must have been cheated and bought an expired one. She looked at the cook of the class, Sato. Would you be a dear and bring me a couple of cookies? The chef of the class nodded reluctantly and brought Momo some cookies, which she began to eat with Izuku as he manifested a cup of tea for himself. Everyone's sweat dropped at how the two were acting since they looked like an old married couple. Bakugo meanwhile was still rattling his voice box, not aware that Izuku changed the channel on his voice cords, making him nothing but a radio. The boy kept screaming, but Izuku then changed the channel once more, and Bakugo sounded like he was in a tropical forest with animal noises. Izuku then said, "All right, as much as it is amusing to hear you making a fool of yourself, we have a class that is about to start in 5 minutes, so everyone, I want you to be prepared for the exams." The boy walked outside the dorm and walked toward his girlfriend's dorm. The boy was welcomed by the annoyed look on her classmates' faces except Pony and Yui. Ibara walked up to him. "Please, Midoriya-kun, stop sinning, or if you want to keep sinning, then for the love of God, sin outside our dorms, we can't sleep properly." She hugged Izuku's waist and slid down his waist. Izuku patted her on the head and looked at Pony. "So, how are you ready for your exams?" Pony nodded. "Yeah, I'm excited for this. I'm going to destroy this exam." Izuku looked at all the students. "I promise that I'm going to make this exam of yours as challenging as possible." He then looked back at Pony. "Except my cute little pony. I can't even think of hurting her." The horse girl covered her face and looked at him with fire in her eyes. "No, Izuku. I want you to put through the toughest." The students of Class 1B descended upon Pony and shut her up. They all yelled in one voice, "Are you trying to make us fail? Whoever is partnered with you is going to pass easily. Why are you planning to take this away from us? Please, Pony. Have some mercy." The girl laughed a little. Okay. Izuku, go easy on me and my partner if we were partnered up." The boy laughed at his girlfriend and her friend's antics. "All right, I'm going to do just that." Vlad King entered the dorms. "All right, maggots." He saw Izuku inside. ... and Nezu's hellspawn. "I want everyone who is my student and not planning on world domination to go and wear their hero suits because Class 1B is going to have their practical while want to have their theoretical exam." All the students moved except Izuku and Kinoko. Vlad looked at Kinoko and asked, "And you're still here because?" Kinoko replied, "Well, you said that your students and those who don't have world domination plan to go and get ready." Vlad nodded, already not liking where this was going. "While it's true that I'm your student, I do have world domination plans." Vlad's only reply was to pass out from fear and stress. Izuku hummed and looked at Kinoko. He then gave the girl 3 million yen. "Pleasure doing business with you, Komori. I hope I can help with this generous donation in your attempts to help the poor." The small girl nodded. "Yes, this is going to help my channel. I can make more advertisements on my videos, which will give me more money to help the poor." Izuku hummed, "Of course, I love helping those lost unfortunate souls." He patted the girl on the back. "Goodbye now." Kinoko smiled and walked away. Both of them didn't notice Kendo sliding against the door, safe. In Class 1A, the students were staying in their places waiting for their teacher to enter the classroom and put them through what they can describe as hell on earth, but on paper. Aizawa entered the room and set the papers on his table. "All right, pain in my back." He then looked at Izuku. "And the pain of my existence, the written exam is here." He gave them his classical creepy surprise. "Please do try to survive this exam because the practical isn't going to be easier." The students gulped a little at their teacher's tone except for Izuku, who was sipping a martini as he yelled, "Man, why did Kendo have to be Pony's partner for the exams? I want to put snakes in her pants or make the platform launch her to the sky." Gyro looked at him. "Dude, you're brutal. I'm sure you can give Nezu a run for his money at this point." Nezu's voice came through the speakers. "Thank you, young Gyro. I'm pretty sure that Midoriya-kun will treat you well when he conquers the world. I'm sure he will make one of his enforcers." Gyro's sweat dropped a little, but Nezu's cackling and Aizawa's yelling into a walkie-talkie didn't make her feel good. Aizawa then began distributing the exams to the students and said, "Any cheating attempts will be met by immediate failure. Don't think you're smart and you can fool me. Smarter cheaters failed and you people have the IQ of a bunch of monkeys." Momo looked at him with a strong glare, but Aizawa replied, "You always fall for Midoriya's tricks." The girl bit her tongue and looked away because she always fell for Izuku's tricks. 3 hours later, the students crawled out of the room. Their brains were fully fried. Denki looked like he went 20 times over his usual dosage. It was hard, but the boy jumped up. "I didn't leave anything unanswered. I have to thank you, Momo." The boy and Mina hugged Momo, who was more than happy to return the hug till she noticed Denki's perverted look making her push him away from her. Aizawa then coughed. "Children, this is only the theoretical portion of the exam, so I want you all to get ready for the practical part of the exam, so beat it to the dressing rooms." The students ran toward the changing rooms, but Izuku stayed behind, making Aizawa raise his eyebrow. "Is there any reason why you didn't go to the changing rooms?" Izuku snapped his fingers, engulfing himself in a huge puff of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Izuku was in his hero costume. What? Did you expect I was going to waste time and go to the changing rooms? This is faster. Aizawa walked away with Izuku following him. You're lucky. Izuku nodded. So, let me guess, you teachers are going to fight us today? Aizawa replied. Nice to see that someone noticed. But you already knew that because I saw manga from Class 1B get implanted into a tree a while back. 5 minutes later, the entirety of Class 1A was waiting for the teachers to begin their practical exam. Mina and Kaminari were cheering themselves because they were going to face robots whose quirks were absolute win cards against the machine. Mina was already tasting s'mores in her mouth. All of their happiness and excitement died as soon as Nezu arrived. The principal then said, well, I hate to burst your bubble, kids, but today's exams are different than last year's for many reasons. Kaminari and Mina both fell to the ground in despair. Momo raised her hand. Principal Nezu, can I ask about the parameters of the new exams? And what are the new conditions of victory? And what are we going to do in this new format? Nezu gave Momo a thumbs up and said, well, good questions, young lady. First, your new exam will have you and someone from your class partnered up. The conditions of victory are either capturing your opponent or escaping. And you'll be facing the teachers. Momo nodded. But Mina asked, can we escape and bolt it? Nezu smiled and gave her a nod. All the students were then divided and arranged against the teachers. The students gulped at the matchups and some of them were worried like Kyoka and Toru. Minta and Cyril looked at their opponent who was none other than Midnight. They both shivered as the woman approached them and said, I hope you naughty boys are ready for some punishment. Kyoka and Koda looked at each other before looking back at Present Mike who gave them gun fingers. Shoji and Toru stared at Snipe who was leaning against a wall. The cowboy-themed hero then said, let's get ready for one heck of a rodeo, partners. Tokoyami and Tsuyu looked at Ectoplasm who said, know that I will not be holding back at all. Aizawa approached both Momo and Shoto sporting his signature creepy grin. Ochako was fanboying over 13 as Aoyama was standing there praising himself for being shiny. Sato and Kirishima were approached by Cementos who said, children, I hope today is a very educational lesson for both of you. You need to know your weaknesses and strengths. Mina and Kaminari shook in their boots as Nezu smiled at them. They were going to face the principal. It was so unfair. How were they supposed to pull a miracle of this caliber? Ajiro and Ida walked with Powerloader to go to their exam site. It wasn't going to be easy, but they were going to walk it work somehow. Finally, Izuku looked at Bakugo who was cursing the skies for being Izuku's partner. Something landed from the sky in front of Bakugo and Izuku. All Might, in all his glory, stood in front of them. I am here for my role in the practical exams. Izuku looked at his Bakugo. He snapped his fingers and replaced himself with Shoto. Izuku looked at Momo and gave her a huge smile. It seems that we're a team. Yeah, Momo. Are you ready for a day? Aizawa wrapped Izuku's mouth with his scarf. As much as I want to see us fight, you need to go with your partner because he seems one step away from ripping Todoroki's head off. Izuku looked at Aizawa and made money appear out of nowhere. Not even if I gave 600 billion yen. Aizawa's eyes widened considerably. He gulped a little, but Nezu smacked his foot making Aizawa bite his lip and look away. No, even that won't change my mind. The man walked away stiffly. Nezu looked at Izuku. Nice try, Izuku-kun, but you need to be much better than that. Nezu smiled at his personal student. He walked away only to stop and add, also, never do that in front of me. It ruins the whole bribe thing. Izuku fell to the ground with a dejected look. Discord appeared on his shoulder. There. Don't feel bad. I'm sure this is going to make you stronger. He rubbed his beard. I'm sure they teamed you with Bakugo because I'm sure they wanted you both to learn how to work together because honestly. They looked at Bakugo who had sparks emitting from his eyes. ... He seems a little unhinged when it comes to you. Izuku groaned. Don't remind me. Izuku walked to Bakugo. He flicked the boy on the head turning him into a cardboard construct. He began to fold Bakugo and put him in his pocket. It's like I'm the king of demons. What did I ever do to him? Did I harm him in a parallel universe or something? In another world, Izumi was standing in front of a chemical lab. He looked at a tube connecting Bakugo. Soon enough. You'll know what happens to those who break my heart, Kakin. She then looked at another tube containing Bakugo's new girlfriend. And this blonde-haired harlot will know my pain. Kami was still twitching inside the tube, meaning she was still conscious to some extent. Back with Izuku, the boy frowned. Yeah, I'm sure there is no version of me who harmed Kakin. Discord looked at him. Yeah, given how he treats you, I wouldn't be shocked if the opposite was true. Izuku stuck his tongue at him, but Discord grabbed and yanked it before jumping on the top of Izuku's head and making Izuku bite his tongue. Ochako meanwhile laughed at Izuku's misery. The boy wasn't impressed by her attitude, so he snapped his fingers and put her under the gravity of the sun, making the girl crawl like an ant. Aoyama went to help her, but he looked at Izuku who raised his eyebrow with a questioning look. Aoyama slowly backed away as Ochako deactivated the gravity on herself before floating to Izuku and puffing her cheeks. This isn't funny, Deku-kun. Release me for your abilities. Izuku rolled his eyes and smiled. All right, I'll do it. He snapped his fingers and Ochako deactivated her quirk. The girl was suddenly on the ground. She tried to move her legs, but she couldn't feel them. She looked down and saw a fishtail. The girl had two minds. On one hand, she was going to have a test sooner or later, but on the other, she looked effing hot as a mermaid. The girl sighed as she flopped her way to the observation room. In the observation room, the students crowded the area. Class 1 had large question marks on their heads. Their sister class was there. Minda walked toward the girls and tried to swipe Kendo over her feet given she looked extremely giddy today. Hey, hot stuff. How about we see what purple and... The boy's body began to convulse in pain. The boy then looked at the necklace around his neck. The boy bit the necklace, but this caused him more pain. The boy was then launched from the room after Izuku kicked him into the stratosphere. Izuku looked at the hole he caused after he kicked Minda. I have to say this is impressive. A Minda-sized hole in the roof. I thought it would be a little bit bigger, but he was always on the smaller grade of things. He looked around and saw the girls giving him signs with the number 10 on them, but only Kendo gave him a sign with a middle finger on it. Izuku rolled his eyes. Why are you giving me a sign with such a low score? I thought you were happy I gave you a free pass. You and Pony were against Nezu-sensei, so you should be happy I made arrows for you to guide you to the finish line where you can escape. Kendo stuck out her tongue. I don't care. You think I'm going to forget everything else you ever did? Izuku smiled innocently and bowed down. Kendo, I'm sorry for everything I ever did. He crawled toward her. Please forgive me. My head is at your feet. Do whatever you want with me. Itsuka then hummed a little on one side. This could be one of his attempts to make her life hellish, but on the other hand, this could be the beginning of a brand new chapter of their friendship. Itsuka then put her hand to him. You know something, Izuku? Let's start all over. Going on from here, we turn a new page of our lives. There will be happiness for everyone. Izuku grabbed Kendo's hand and walked away, leaving his disconnected arm holding to Kendo's arm. Kendo raised the arm and saw a stick of TNT with a fuse in it. The girl's eyebrows twitched as she muttered under her breath, You little sniveling son. The explosion that happened afterward launched Kendo through the ceiling like Minda, with the girl yelling multiple curses at Izuku. The boy looked at the girls who gave him low scores for the explosion. Izuku frowned. I thought I would get a higher score than this. The girls all stuck their tongues at him. The boy frowned as Recovery Girl smacked him on the leg and said, Focus on the game plan, kid. The first exam is going to begin. Izuku nodded. All right, I'm going to make Kirishima's and Sato's exam something out of hell. Izuku rubbed his hands evilly and began to laugh like Nezu, scaring the students. Pony charged toward Izuku and kicked him in the head. Stop acting so creepy. You look like a demon from hell. The boy rubbed the lump that his girlfriend made on his head. Izuku looked at the screen. I'm going to make their life turn upside down and launch nuclear missiles at the clowns. The boy watched as Kirishima and Sato entered the testing area. With Kirishima and Sato, the two boys entered the testing area. The two boys walked around for a bit until they saw Cementos. They were both going to have an easy test if Cementos was their opponent. He seemed like easy pickings. Kirishima and Sato launched themselves at the man who sighed before slamming his hands onto the ground. The man created large cement walls and stopped the students. Kirishima and Sato began punching the walls, but something was wrong. The walls seemed like they were like rubber. The harder they punched, the easier it began to crack. But in the end, they were overwhelmed by the huge number of cement walls that buried them. In the end, the two students were defeated soundly. The two boys looked as Cementos walked up to them with a cheeky smile on his face. You didn't think this was going to be so easy. He crossed his arms. Plus, we have Midoriya helping us. Those rubber walls didn't come out of nowhere. The two boys frowned. So Midoriya was tasked by Principal Nezu to make our exams harder. Inside the observation room, Izuku was laughing madly at the scene that happened in front of him. He was having fun with the aiding the teachers in their fights against the students. He can still remember vividly when he made a sea mine explode under Yui and Ibara, making them look like clowns. The exams were going to be fun for him, but he noticed the looks his classmates were giving him. What's with the long looks? I'm only doing what the teachers asked me to do, so don't judge me. Momo stepped forward. What are you planning to do with us, Midoriya? What are you planning to do with me and Todoroki? Make us face a quirk-canceling wind. Send hounds with quirks against us. Make Aizawa have his flying carpet. Izuku smiled at her. Oh Momo, sweet poor innocent Momo. He tapped the girl on the cheek gently. It's like you don't even know me anymore. The girl's face paled. There's no way in hell I'm going to tell you anything. I want your anxiety levels to reach the sky. Momo gulped. She walked toward Shoto and hugged him. My Prince Charming. The wielder of true love's kiss. Can you ask your friend to lower the level of torture he's planning to inflict on us during our exam? The boy had a small blush on his face. He then walked toward Izuku and wanted to ask him, only for Izuku to say, Do you want to have a double atomic wedgie? Shoto asked Izuku, What is a wedgie? Izuku grinned mischievously at the boy, making Shoto gulp. Moments later, Shoto's yells of pain and agony could be heard throughout the entire place. The exams then went on like normal business, with Izuku being a constant pain in the ass for all the students. He made sure they regretted joining UA in the first place. He was doing his best to put new types of obstacles in front of him. It was like hell on earth. The first couple after the Kirishima and Sato were Tokoyami and Tsuyu. The two were forced to fight against clones of ectoplasm. It seemed easy enough since those clones looked extremely, but the problem was that the clones had different abilities. One can fly, one can breathe fire, one can distort space, while the other can fling people around like ragdolls. But by the end, by some miracle, they managed to handcuff the hero, who applauded them for their victory. Mina and Kaminari were the next team after Tokoyami and Tsuyu. They entered the exam thinking they would fight a small, fluffy, harmless creature, but they were greeted by the visage of a giant Nezu who was slurping coffee and laughing madly. The two then began to run away like headless chickens as Nezu chased them around, destroying buildings in his wake. In the end, they failed. Minta and Siro were next on the chopping block. Siro was taken out quickly after multiple clones of Midnight seduced him. But it was the necklace that Izuku gave Minta that saved him, as his perverted thoughts were always interrupted before he could do anything to enact them. The boy managed to pass the final exam after he gagged himself with one of his grapes. Ida and Ajiro went to their doom next. What waited for them were a bunch of robots, land and aerial drones with missiles waiting for them, with Powerloader ushering them to come near them. The two spent a large amount of time fighting the robots before trying to reach the gates. Powerloader made it harder for them and the ground was like water, but they managed to succeed. Toru and Shoji walked to their exam next, as they spent half of their preparation time praying with Shizaki to have an easy test, and they did to an extent. Izuku didn't do anything special, but Shoji had a huge arrow always pointing at him, while Toru had a spotlight hanging over their head, but somehow both students managed to pass. Momo and Shoto were dancing on thin ice next. The pair were faced by a dangerous duo of flying eyeballs that had Aizawa's quirk. It was only due to Shoto throwing sand at the flying eyeballs that they managed to get breathing space to use their quirks. In the end, they won by tying Aizawa like a pinata. Achako and Aoyama were next. The two only faced annoying images being uploaded into their mind. But for some reason, Aoyama looked afraid of Izuku for some reason after he had something uploaded into his mind. Jiro could have sworn that she heard Izuku tell Aoyama they needed to talk about his secret. Jiro and Koda were next, but Jiro bribed Izuku with 2 tickets for a concert for him and Pony, so Izuku went easy on them. All this time, Izuku was on the ground laughing like a crazed person. He was bouncing on the ground like a madman. His hair was pure white with some kind of cloud scarf around his body. The ground under him was like rubber as he jumped on down. It was terrifying, to say the least. Manga approached Pony. "Your boyfriend is crazy. I mean, like, he's crazy. I don't think anyone can outmatch him in his craziness." Pony looked at Manga, who was still picking splinters from his body. Pony looked back at Izuku and smiled. "I know that he's crazy and a lunatic." She hugged him and pushed his face into her chest. "But he's my crazy boyfriend and lunatic." Finally, it was the time for the exam everyone was waiting for. It was All Might against Bakugo and Midoriya. Pony looked at her boyfriend and asked, "Where is Bakugo, by the way?" Izuku smacked his fist into his hand and pulled out a small piece of cardboard. He then unfolded the cardboard and Bakugo was back into his shape. The blonde-haired boy looked at Izuku and grinned eerily. "Deku, you are going." Izuku snapped his fingers, teleporting them to the examination site. To die. Bakugo then launched himself toward Izuku. Izuku looked around and said, "You can end me, but..." He looked at All Might, who arrived at the scene. "You can fight him and prove your strength." Bakugo bit his lips as he jumped at All Might, with Izuku sitting back and playing creepy music. The blonde-haired boy jumped toward All Might. "I'm going to destroy you, All Might. You're going to see the strength of the next #1 hero. Take this, All Might." Bakugo sent an explosion toward All Might, who smiled and slipped Bakugo away. All Might looked at Izuku, who was sunbathing. "Aren't you going to help, young Midoriya?" Izuku looked at him. "I'm helping. I'm healing this clown every time he injures himself." Bakugo then flew toward All Might and gave him a harsh explosion to face, but the hero grabbed him by the face and smashed his head into the ground. The man then grabbed Bakugo and flung him into the air and kneed him in the stomach. All Might jumped into the air as Izuku healed Bakugo once more. The blonde boy looked at All Might and readied a huge explosion as All Might reared his fist back to punch the boy. The two attacks met each other, causing a huge shock wave. When the dust settled, Bakugo was on his knees breathing heavily. "I won't give up. I will defeat you on my own. I don't need Deku's help." He was then healed once more as Izuku appeared beside him, making the blonde yell, "What the hell are you doing here, Deku?" Izuku replied plainly, ending this. Izuku grabbed Bakugo and shaped his body like a dart while keeping All Might at bay with a force field. "Go on, Bakugo. Win this for us." Izuku threw Bakugo while the boy screamed at Izuku. In the end, Bakugo passed the gates and was embedded headfirst in a tree. Their victory was then announced, but something else happened. Izuku then received a message from Nezu, young Midoriya. While Bakugo passed his exam, yours is still going on, so get ready for the next phase of your exam. Izuku looked at All Might and sighed. Why can't my life be easy for once? All Might replied, don't worry, young Midoriya. I'll go easy on you. Izuku felt insulted, so he snapped his fingers and something changed. The atmosphere became thicker and All Might's face became darker. The man raced at neck-breaking speeds toward Izuku and tried to punch him. I don't know how you're alive, AFO, but this time you're going to die for good. Izuku caught the punch and smiled. We'll see about that, All Might. OFA will be mine this time. The two then began to exchange punches, but Izuku jumped back and turned into an elephant. He jumped down on All Might and crashed him. The boy was then lifted by All Might and thrown away, only to turn into a small flying squirrel. Izuku looked at All Might and launched a laser beam at him. All Might powered through the laser beam, but Izuku then trapped All Might inside a glass bubble. The man kept punching on the bubble and it began to crack, making discord appear beside Izuku. Man, I have to give it to him. He's strong. No one was ever able to crack those bubbles. He then looked at Izuku. Or maybe you're just weak. Izuku flicked him away. All Might broke free from his prison and saw what seemed like AFO standing in front of him. The man looked at his opponent. He couldn't lose now. All Might then raced toward Izuku and punched him, only for his fist to be caught by AFO. The hero's other fist was raised, only to be caught by a whip from whipped cream. Izuku then punched All Might in his injury. The hero coughed blood as Izuku lifted him and kneed him in the back before he jumped back and kicked him in the face. Izuku jumped high into the air and prepared to kick him in the chest. All Might prepared to dodge, but he was then shocked when he received a kick to the face, sending him through several buildings. All Might came from the rubble and went back to fight with his opponent. The two exchanged punches as the shockwaves from their hits began to shake the buildings in UA. All Might then yelled, United States of Smash. The blonde man released his strongest attack toward Izuku, who punched him back. The result of the two punches meeting each other was a huge dust cloud that blinded everything and destroyed everything so much that they needed flying drones to see what happened. In the observation room, they waited for the smoke to clear. When the smoke cleared, everyone except Pony was shocked. The city that All Might and Izuku were fighting in was nothing but rubble. In the center of the destruction, Izuku was holding a barely alive All Might, making Recovery Girl complain about how she was going to heal him, only for the boy to heal All Might and repair the city. The man was then teleported to the infirmary. Izuku looked at the city and frowned. Man, that wasn't entertaining at all. He then jumped to the side to avoid a kick directed at him from Maruko, who said, maybe I can alleviate your boredom. Izuku looked and saw the rest of the top 10 heroes and his teachers readying themselves to fight him as Nezu said on speaker, young man, this is the final part of the exam. You have to fight the rest of the top 10 heroes and your teachers. He pointed to a small prison. You have to capture the 9 top heroes here and put them in there while you defeat your teachers. Let the fun begin. Izuku smiled as he disappeared from their sight, but suddenly Yoromusha was being pulled back toward the prison. He looked and saw Izuku with a huge magnet. The man tried to run away, but nothing worked as he was flung inside the jail. The heroes were shocked at how one of them was defeated so easily, so they went to fight him back. Hawks tried to slash Izuku, but the boy pulled out a vacuum cleaner and sucked all his feathers inside of it. The featherless man was now hanging loosely in the air until gravity decided that he needed a much-wanted reunion with the ground. Izuku opened a portal and Hawks landed through it in the cage. Maruko came to kick him, but Izuku pulled out a hat. The heroine couldn't stop herself as she entered the hat, so Izuku put the hat on his head as he continued his fight with the rest of the heroes. First, he grabbed Wash. He looked at him and frowned. You need to go to your company. The hero tried to trap Izuku inside one of his bubbles, but Izuku manifested a knitting machine as he grabbed Ed's shot and put him into it. This distraction caused Izuku to be trapped inside Wash's bubble, but the boy yawned a little and popped it. He grabbed Wash and summoned a cardboard box. He then stuffed the hero in it and yelled, back to sender. Izuku threw the box to the cage and turned to his knitting machine where it was finished. He pulled a shirt from it and put it on. The shirt was crying a little, making Izuku say, hey, you do the crime, you do the time. Best Genius looked at his friend's status, so he sent his threads to tie the boy up. The man succeeded, but then Izuku melted in front of his eyes. He then reformed behind him as he used the hero's quirk to tie him up and send him to prison. Izuku then saw Ryuko trying to attack him, but he smiled. Izuku changed his clothes to that of a cowboy. The boy then jumped on the dragon heroine's back. The heroine then noticed a leash in her mouth and Izuku had a whip. The boy then said, I want to tame my own dragon now. The boy then began to whip the heroine until she finally decided to move according to his orders. The boy then said, I want a roasted tree and whale. Gang Orca and Kamui Woods looked at him skeptically since Ryuko couldn't breathe flames. But when the heroine opened her mouth, flames gushed at them. The two heroes jumped into the cage. Izuku made Ryuko land. He patted her on the head. The dragoon heroine nuzzled her head against his hand. Izuku pointed to the cage and the heroine entered before returning to normal. The heroine was blushing heavily though. All the other heroes looked at her, making her say, "Don't judge me." Izuku's hat was then tossed into the cage. A portal opened and Izuku's hand came through it. The boy put his hand deep into the hat and pulled out Maruko. Izuku looked at his final opponent. It was Endeavor. The man smirked, "You're strong. Once I defeat you and make you marry my daughter, I'll have invincible grandchildren." Izuku rolled his eyes as Endeavor launched a strong fire attack at him, but the boy replied by grabbing the ground and stretching it over his head. The attack was then redirected toward the flame hero who blocked it. The hero then was kicked by Izuku into a machine. Izuku waited for the machine to finish what it was doing. The boy looked at his hands and heard a beep. He then went and grabbed a small can with Endeavor's face on it. Izuku walked to the cage and threw Endeavor inside it. He just won against the top 10. Izuku looked at his teacher and said, "Do you really want to do this?" Vlad King gave a war cry and charged at Izuku using a blood hammer. Izuku summoned a big fly swatter and hit the man, sending him flying away. "Man, I hate oversized bats." Vlad came out of the rubble with a pissed-off expression. He then made a bow and quiver. He aimed an arrow made from blood and fired them at Izuku, who took them all in his body. The blood hero smiled, but the boy shocked him when he absorbed the blood and aimed a cannon at him. "Say cheese," the boy said, sending a huge blast of energy toward Vlad. When the attack finished, Vlad was nothing but a charred man. Just like in cartoons, the wind blew by Vlad and he crumbled into dust. Izuku then came and used a dustbin to pick up Vlad. In the observation room, Vlad was transported there as Kendo looked at him. "Seriously, he defeated that easily. You're weak." Izuku then felt he was being pulled back. He turned his head 180 degrees and saw 13 using her quirk. Izuku snapped his fingers and turned the heroine's quirk against her, making Black Hole suck her inside. Inside the observation room, 13 was dropped on top of Vlad as Ochako barreled into her and cried about how she was that the heroine was okay. What followed was ectoplasm summoning an army of clones. Izuku smiled. "Well, I guess this is time to bring the big guns." He then summoned his Shikijimi. "I have you like my pets, ectoplasm." The hero gulped as he was mauled by Izuku's monsters. While the clone hero was being attacked by Izuku's monsters, the boy lifted his hand and stopped 3 bullets fired at him by Snipe. Cementos tried to use Izuku's distraction to trap him in cement, but the boy switched places with Hound Dog. When Cementos knew what happened, it was already too late to fix his mistakes. Izuku used Snipe as a battling ram and smacked the cement hero's head with the man. By the end, Cementos, Ectoplasm, Hound Dog, and Snipe were teleported to the observation room. Izuku looked at a corner and opened a portal. "Come on, Aizawa-sensei. We both know that you can't do it." The man jumped from the shadows and entered the portal as he had a white flag. The rest of the fight ended relatively quickly because Izuku used his supersonic speed to take out the remaining teachers. In the observation room, the hero students were shocked at how Izuku defeated not only his teachers but the top 10 heroes of the country. Pony was the only happy one. "My boyfriend is so awesome. He's so cool." Inside the LOV bar, Tamura received a package from Midair that said, "I'm so much better than you." The man was furious but decided to see what the package was about. When he watched it and saw Izuku defeating everyone including All Might, he was beyond livid. He screamed loudly till his lungs burned out from anger. A chaotic day to relax. In the League's hideout, Tamura was biting on a table to calm his nerves. A very annoying video greeted the decay villain sent to him from Midair. He watched it and didn't like the content very much. His new colleagues, on the other hand, were a different story altogether. Dabai was watching the video in a loop, especially the Endeavor turned into Tunican part, but what made the black-haired man laugh really hard was the slogan on the can. The slogan read, "Food was salty enough." Well, don't worry with the new salty Endeavor salt can. You can have the saltiest food ever, given how the man himself is salty about his inability to become the #1 hero. The blue flame villain was rolling on the ground from laughter. The less said about Himiko the better. She was a whole level of crazy, even Tamura didn't want to address. It was better that way to retain whatever little of his sanity he had left. Tamura went to Dabai and smacked the controller from his hand. "I want to play my video game, so beat it and give me the TV." Was he being a beach about it? Yes, he was. Did he care? No, he didn't. Dabai growled under his breath. "You don't have to be rude about it. Just because your arch nemesis is too strong for you to fight doesn't mean you have to be a beach about it." He left Tamura, who began to grind his teeth angrily, and went to the bar. Dabai looked at Kirigiri. "Give me something strong so I can down it in one gulp and pass out, because if I continue watching that video, I might die from laughter and happiness," he said with a small chuckle. Kirigiri shrugged and gave Dabai the strongest alcohol he got. Once the man drank it, he fell asleep. Tamura walked up to Dabai with a Sharpie and smiled. Kirigiri looked at him and asked, "Is this really wise, young master?" Tamura didn't listen to him and drew a small endeavor on Dabai's face. Tamura smiled to himself. This is what you get for implying that I'm weak and can't beat that green-haired brat. The blue-haired man went away to continue playing his game while Kurogiri began to fortify the bar because once Dabai was up and saw this, he would ruin it. Kurogiri looked around. Wait, where is young Toga? I don't see her here. Tamura then said. Once she watched the video, she looked hot and bothered. She said she needed to use the bathroom for a while, so you can get where I'm going at. Kurogiri sighed. Since when did I become the mother of this group of miscreants? Tamura replied. The moment Sensei made you my handler, you should have known it was going to be a rough ride. But don't worry, you'll always be my right-hand man. Kurogiri looked at him. I don't know if I should feel flattered or worried. Tamura replied. Well, feel whatever you like to feel. It's not like it's going to change anything. Inside a lab filled to the brim with Namo, a portly man sat in front of the screen watching the video that was sent to Tamura. This quirk is magnificent. Sensei, you need to get your hands on it, because if you do, nothing in this world will even stand a chance against you. AFO hummed and looked at the video. He saw how Izuku manhandled All Might with relative ease. He will cherish this scene in his memory for all eternity. The sight of All Might all battered and bruised like he just went through a blender. But then came the boys' fight with the top heroes of Japan. The man almost busted a blood vessel from laughing. He especially liked how the boy tamed the dragon heroine. But what intrigued him the most was that Eraserhead's quirk didn't have any effects on the boy's quirk. Now, that was something to take note of. AFO looked at the screen and asked, Good doctor, so what did you find about this young man? Dr. Garaki stood to attention. Well, my lord, I have reached a dead end. There is nothing in his family that would suggest how he got such an absurd quirk. I checked his lineage to the dawn of quirks, but they all had weak quirks and only a few stood out. This quirk of his is quite the mystery, though he could be one of those few cases where a child develops a quirk different from his family. But even then, he shouldn't have got something this powerful, not that I'm complaining. AFO nodded and ushered him to carry on. I tried to use a Namu with an invisibility quirk to kidnap his mom so that we could force him to come over and surrender his quirk. But once the Namu came near her, it was vaporized into nothing. AFO smiled. So, it appears young Midoriya isn't someone to be messed with. He rubbed his chin. I suppose he made defensive measures against us. He must have put them on his loved ones. Dr. Garaki nodded. That's true. Even when I tried to kidnap his dad from the US by using Johnny, the small Namu froze into a solid block of ice. It took me a while to unfreeze him. AFO asked, Is there a way to kidnap the boy himself without garnering attention? Garaki shook his head. Unless we're planning to use one of these high-end Nomas we're working on, then nothing is going to work. The boy is very cautious. I once hacked into a security feed to watch him at the mall, but he looked at it and waved. It was like he was seeing me. AFO was worried and intrigued. That's worrisome. He looked at a screen that showed the bar where Tamura was playing a game pretending one of the characters was Midoriya. For now, we won't do any move against him, but make sure to have our spy keep an eye on him. Garaki nodded. But what are you going to do about young Tamura? That brat is impulsive and he might ruin everything if he decided to end the Midoriya kid in one of his tantrums. AFO replied, Don't worry, good doctor. I will talk to young Tamura and explain to him not to do anything drastic that might threaten our plans. Garaki nodded and went back to his work, leaving AFO to his thoughts. AFO began to wonder when Garaki told me about years ago, but I said that making you into a Namu wasn't worth the effort of catching you. I wonder if I did what would have occurred. Tamura was busy playing his video game. The boss he was fighting right now was like that Midoriya kid. He had many tricks up his sleeve, but he was about to defeat him. Tamura imagined the boss was that Midoriya brat. He imagined the green-haired brat on the ground bleeding out as the kid slowly lost the light in his eyes while he stood victorious. The blue-haired man was brought out of his thoughts when the TV turned out, which meant Sensei needed to speak to him. The man looked at the screen with happiness. Sensei, how can I help you? He always liked to do quests for Sensei. Young Tamura, AFO spoke. I have something of utmost importance that I need to inform you of, so please I want to listen very carefully to what I have to say. The man-child nodded. Young Tamura, do you remember that green-haired kid that you told me about? AFO asked his student, but he didn't need an answer since his student began to growl in anger like an animal waiting to be unleashed. I suppose you do remember. That's good. Tamura asked, Do you want me to end him, Sensei? I think I found the perfect way to end him. The man-child began to rub his hands like some old-time villain. I can't wait to see his face decay. He then began to laugh, making AFO sigh and shake his head. Yeah, about that young Tamura. AFO said, regaining the young man's attention. I want you to put a pin on those plans of yours for now because I have taken an interest in him and I don't want him to be hurt because his quirk is too valuable to lose right now. The blue-haired man blue-screened for a moment. He must have heard his sensei wrong. The man wanted to put a pin on his plans to end the green-haired boy. Now wasn't that a funny joke? Sensei must have said something else, because he knows that Tamura wants to destroy everything he can get his hands on, so there is no way that he was told not to end him. The man-child coughed into his hand. Sensei, can you please repeat that because I don't think I heard you right? He hoped he sounded polite because he didn't want to sound rude to the ancient overlord. No problem, young Tamura, AFO spoke kindly, but with a stern voice that sent a message meaning he was serious in his request. I told you to halt any plans you have on the life of Izuku Midoriya. He stopped for a moment before asking, do you have any objections? No, of course not, Tamura said as he bowed down. But you usually end people and take their quirks, so what's the difference this time? AFO replied, it's a valid question, but I don't want to risk his quirk getting lost. The young man nodded. I'm going to leave now. I hope you have a good day, young Tamura. The TV was shut off, leaving Tamura to his thoughts. Tamura then yelled in frustration, FKKK. He then began to dust everything around him as Kurogiri sighed and began to clean up the mess, wondering what his bar ever did to the blue-haired man. Back at UA, Izuku opened the gate of the cage where the heroes were locked. He snapped his fingers for the heroes who had some transformations to return to normal. Of course, the heroes were impressed by his skills, but something odd happened. The dragon heroine approached Izuku and he began to pat her, who's a good girl. The woman nuzzled her hand, much to the shock of everyone watching except Maruko, who took out her phone and recorded everything with one thought in her head. Who knew the dragon girl could be so kinky? She then took a picture as wallpaper for her computer. The dragon heroine looked at her colleagues' perplexed expressions and yelled in embarrassment, don't judge me. She turned into her dragon form and flew away. Izuku looked at her and the other heroes and walked toward the exit. Well folks, that's all the time we have today. Make sure to come for a repeat if you ever feel the need to be humble. He disappeared in a puff of smoke as Maruko jumped through it. The rabbit heroine stood up and exclaimed, hey, come back here. Let's exchange numbers so we can spare some time. Don't leave me hanging here. She then jumped toward UA. Gang Orca wondered, should be worried that she wants to take him under her wing. Kamui Woods shook his head. I heard that Nezu already has him, so we're doomed either way. Later that day, Izuku was sitting in 1B dorms watching Itsuka, who had a black cloud that was raining on her. Now that was something normal with Izuku being there, but the thing is, this wasn't Izuku's doing. It was just Itsuka being so depressed that her teacher was defeated like a bug against Izuku, and couldn't manage to harm him a little. Izuku asked Pony, what's wrong with her? I didn't even put the cloud. It just appeared. Pony replied, well, she was kinda bummed out that you trounced Vlad King, but I think she will get out of it eventually. Izuku looked at the girl, and before he could do anything, Pony grabbed him by his hand. Don't do anything that will make you regret living. Izuku laughed. Oh Pony, do I look like someone who would do something like that? Pony deadpanned. You are the textbook definition of someone who would do that. Izuku laughed as he disconnected his hand and went to Itsuka. He coughed into his hand. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. Itsuka replied, F you. Izuku carried on. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. Itsuka replied once again. Eat shit. Izuku continued. If you're happy and you know it, then your face truly will show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap her hands. Kendo punched him in the face. Dumb beach. She launched herself at him and began an epic beatdown that everyone for years talked about. It lasted 5 whole hours, but when it was finished, Itsuka was happy again. Man, this feels amazing. The girl walked away smiling as Pony walked up to her boyfriend, who was squashed into a crab. The boy was crawling on the ground. Didn't I tell you not to do that? Izuku replied. I didn't think she would react like that. He then crawled on her. The horse girl began to giggle and laugh as he tickled her stomach. She then went to her room to celebrate there with Izuku their victory. Most of Class 1B didn't get sleep except Ibara, who bought earmuffs for just a case. The next day, Izuku was in his classroom with students chatting with each other. Izuku was talking with Ida. So, yeah, now, I have to buy dragon food from an elf that lives in another dimension. Ada replied with intrigue. Really now, I have to say this sounds amazing. Izuku coughed, making Ada groan. Great Captain Commander Overlord Master of the Sea and Animals Izuku. Izuku laughed at Ada's expression. He just wanted to mess with Ada, so going forward he will have to call Izuku with that nickname. Achako sure found it funny as she was covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. But this wasn't working and Ada glared at her. Izuku then looked at Kaminari, who grabbed his head and smashed his head against the table. The blonde raised his bruised head and complained, I can't believe that I won't be able to go to the camp. I wouldn't say I like this. I truly do. He glared at Izuku. This is your fault. If you didn't make Nezu into Godzilla, I would have passed with Ishido. Izuku then summoned 4 circles with different symbols. Press X for doubt. Izuku added, plus, don't feel bad about it. I'm sure that if you beg hard enough, he will let you join. Izuku was cut off by Kaminari poking him in the eyes as the blonde cried, Don't patronize me, Midoriya. You defeated the country's heroes, for God's sake. Izuku removed Kaminari's hands and began to rub his eyes from the pain. He looked at Kaminari with a mischievous gleam in his eyes. If you want to play like that, I can do it too. Izuku then grabbed the boy's eyes and plucked him from their place. The boy began to juggle them around as Kaminari screamed in fear and tried to make Izuku hand them back into their rightful place. Everyone watched with amusement. Aizawa then walked into the room. He looked at the scene inside. Problem child, give Kaminari his eyes back. The boy looked at him before sighing and putting Kaminari's eyes back into their place. The boy looked at him in fear and backed away like a wounded animal. You're pure evil. Izuku laughed. Come on. This is just fun. His face shifted into a demonic symbol. I can do worse. The boy squeaked in fear and ran away from the chaos user. Todoroki said, well, you didn't have to provoke him in the first place. He said, rubbing his rear, remembering the wedgie Izuku gave him left phantom pain in his ass. Momo rubbed his hand and said, I'm sorry that I caused such pain. The boy kissed her on the cheek. It's no problem. Anything to make you happy, my princess. The girl looked away and blushed. Izuku turning her into a frog and having Shoto kiss her turned them into something of a couple. Aizawa coughed into his fist. Look, I didn't ask you two to turn my class into a romance classic. Get back into line. Aizawa blasted his quirk, making everyone go to their seats. Now that we got this out of the way, let's go to the results of your finals. First, congrats, everyone passed the written exams. But regarding the practical, I hate to say it, but Shiro, Sato, Kirishima, Ashido, and Kaminari, you failed the final exam. I'm sorry to say, but you won't be going to the camp. The group of 5 felt down till Aizawa carried on. Or that's what I would be saying if this wasn't a logical ruse to make all give your 100%. The class looked at him shocked except Izuku, who didn't seem bothered by this. The boy had his plans for Aizawa and his caterpillar mood. Ada stood up and yelled, Sir, don't you think that lying to us would affect our trust in you? This has gotten out of hand because this isn't the first time you've done this. Aizawa ran his hand through his hair. The word lie is a little bit strong. I prefer logical ruse, but to be honest, not everything I told was a ruse. He looked at the group of 5 and added, those 5 who failed will be put into a harsh training routine that will make them wish they had summer school. The 5 who were cheering a moment ago felt a shiver pass through them because they knew they were in for it. With that, Aizawa transformed into his caterpillar mood and began to crawl outside the room, leaving the students to their devices. The students looked at each other as Mina said, okay, aside from that fact, Aizawa is going to skin us alive. What are you guys going to do regarding the camp? Momo hummed, well, I suppose we all need to buy some stuff like bug spray, tents, she looked at Minta, and most importantly a giant fly swatter to keep creeps away from us. The boy scoffed, just for your info, I don't think about you girls all the time. I have a family, you know. Plus, I also like to play video games. Action video games. The girl nodded but kept looking at the boy who exited the room. Izuku appeared beside Momo and said, well, Pony and I are going to the mall tomorrow and her class wants to join us, so I don't think it will be a problem if some of you also come along. I honestly think it will be fun. Momo hummed for a bit, all right, but no funny stunts. Izuku looked at her and laughed, walking outside the room. No promises. The rich girl sighed, at least I tried. In the teacher's room, Aizawa made it into the lounge. He had some paperwork regarding the students to make, so he exited his sleeping bag, but he was thrown in a loop when one of his colleagues began to laugh at him. The man raised an eyebrow. Is there something funny? Midnight replied, no, I'm just happy you finally came out from your cocoon. She ran outside the room quickly and laughed like a madwoman. Aizawa raised an eyebrow and looked at the rest of the teachers who were laughing or chuckling. Aizawa was now intrigued even further, so he sighed. Look, why is everyone laughing like this? He turned around and bent to pick up his sleeping bag. And what did Midnight mean that I came out of my cocoon? Present Mike then gave him a mirror and pointed at Aizawa's back as he burst out laughing. The man took the mirror and looked at it. His face then became hard as stone from shock. In the reflection in the mirror, the man saw his back had butterfly wings. Several veins appeared on his head as he knew who was behind this. Midoriya. The teachers then all burst into laughter, with Present Mike sending pictures to Emmy to see how funny her husband looked. Aizawa saw this and began to chase him around. The following day, Pony and Izuku were inside the mall. The girl was going from one shop to another. The girl was happy to enjoy time with her boyfriend, though she was planning to kick him away for a while. But it was because she wanted to prepare a surprise for him. Izuku asked, so did you like the exams? I'm sure you loved how easy your exam was. I made sure yours to be extremely easy. He then pouted a little. Pity that Kendo was your partner. I had plans for her. I wanted to drive her crazy so much she'd rip her hair out and start dating Minta. Pony gasped. Izuku, now that's cruel even for you. The girl looked away in anger. Dating Minta. Now that's a low even you won't stoop to. The boy hummed for a bit before nodding. The boy replied, you're right. I can't bring myself to do that to her. The boy had a tear travel down his cheek. At best, I'd make her date Kaminari. Pony nodded. That's much better. At least this way, she would still have some dignity. Somewhere else in the mall, a certain purple-haired girl felt that someone was trying to take her crush away from her. She was knocked out of her thoughts when Kaminari asked, "So, what do you want to bring, Gyro?" Gyro looked at him. "Oh, well, I want to bring some weights to train my muscles so I can use more of my power without my hands getting destroyed." The girl twirled her earphone jack with her hand. Kaminari nodded. "Yeah, that's cool. I think you being super jacked is kinda cool." He gave her a thumbs up. "It just shows how dedicated you are to becoming a strong hero." The girl blushed a little and struck him softly. "Stop that." The blonde-haired boy hugged her. "But I'm telling the truth." The two continued their act as Ochako and Momo watched them from the side with a sweat drop. Ochako asked Momo, "So, are they dating, or is Gyro planning hard to get?" Momo replied, "I'm not sure myself, but I think Gyro wants him to take the first move and sweep her off her feet." Ochako snorted. "With how dense Kaminari is, I doubt that." Momo chuckled. "So how are things between you and Monoma from 1B? Ochako blushed. "How did you find out about that?" "I made sure that nobody knows that we're dating." The brown-haired girl began to twirl her fingers in her hair. Momo patted her on the back. "Next time, tell your Prince Charming not to take you to a restaurant where my family and I go out regularly." Ochako merely squeaked in embarrassment and ran away. Back with Izuku and Pony, the girl was walking toward a clothing shop. She stopped in front of it and looked at Izuku. "Go away, Izuku. I want to try something and I want it to be a surprise." The boy whined. "Please let me stay here. I want to see what kind of SXY surprise you're preparing for me." The girl blushed and kicked him in the nuts, making Izuku make a Michael Jackson stance from pain and agony. The boy then went away and Pony began her shopping. She was planning to make something very special in Island. She's going to make Izuku have a night that he won't forget anytime soon. Somewhere else in the mall, Tamura was walking around with a scowl. He hated the fact he couldn't end the green-haired boy. Izuku was a thorn in his side. He wanted to get rid of him so much, but he couldn't because Sensei needed him for whatever reason crazy experiment the Mad Doctor was preparing for him. But Sensei didn't say he couldn't talk to the boy. Right now, he was walking around the mall hoping to find the boy and ask him a couple of questions regarding some things. Right now, he couldn't find him, which made him frustrated, but he then spotted something. It was a blonde-haired girl with a horse mutation. Wasn't she the one who claimed the green-haired brat to be her lover? Tamura smiled. If he can't talk to Izuku, he can to Izuku's girlfriend. The blue-haired man began to make his way to Pony. With Pony, the girl didn't know why, but she felt something incredibly evil was following her. The hair on the back of her neck stood up and her tail stiffened from fear. Once the source of this feeling became too close, the girl tried to take out a knife she had on her to protect herself, but someone grabbed it and took it away before putting his hand around her neck. A raspy voice then said, "Look, here girlie, I don't want any trouble. I just want to ask a question. Cooperate." Or her gaze went to the knife in his hand, which was decayed into dust. "You get the idea." Pony gulped because she knew that she was captured by the same villain who attacked the USJ. She then asked him, "What do you need to ask? Make this quick." The man tessed a little. "Didn't your mother teach manners?" He then began to guide her somewhere. "Let's go somewhere else where can talk in peace." Pony cursed her luck because she sent Izuku away and her pet Pokemon was evolving right now, so she could only nod in acceptance. After a short time, Pony and Shigaraki made their way to a bench near a fountain. The man asked, "I want to ask you something. Why does everyone remember Stain and Midoriya, while they don't remember me?" He stopped before going on. "I mean, we three aren't so different. Stain ends people and Midoriya is a walking natural disaster, while I want to destroy everything. So why is that?" Pony gulped as Tamura tightened his grip around her throat. "Don't forget to act normal." Pony replied, "It's because they don't understand your message. Stain ends heroes because he wants them to be like All Might, while Izuku is chaotic, but he saves everyone and makes them happy with his powers like All Might. On the other hand, I don't know what's the point of your actions. I've seen children with clarity." Tamura began to groan. "Now I understand why I can't stand those two. It's because of All Might. Everything wrong in this world is because of him. When I end him, the world will see how fragile this society is." He then looked at Pony and said, "Thank you, and as for a reward." The man let go of her neck but brushed his hand against her shoulder, making his quirk activate. "Let's leave a heartache for your lover. Thanks for your cooperation." The girl's eyes widened in fear as she saw her skin begin to wither and decay, having her muscles exposed to the outside world. The girl began to scream in fear, drawing people's attention as the decay spread on her faster, while Tamura used the commotion to make his retreat. The girl was panicking as the decay made its way to her face, with people all around watching helplessly as they couldn't do anything to help the young lady since no one among them had a healing quirk. Suddenly, the wave of decay began to retreat as the skin healed itself until the girl looked as good as new. This didn't help Pony, who was still suffering from an extreme panic attack due to the near-death experience. Yui and Itsuka came to her when they saw her panicking after they went to the center of the commotion. They tried to help her, but the girl was talking gibberish from fear. Suddenly, the two girls were pushed away by someone. When they looked at the assailant, they saw Izuku, who looked like he was going to commit murder right there on the spot. The boy then handed Itsuka papers. Those will explain to the detectives what happened. He then carried Pony and nuzzled her head under his chin. I will take of her now. Don't bother us. The boy disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving a bewildered Itsuka there. The boy appeared in Pony's room and put her in her bed. He then sat beside her and hugged her, whispering sweet nothings into her ear to make sure the girl didn't lose her mind. It was a horrible experience that he wished on no one, and someone needs to pay for his actions. Shigaraki was going to regret the day he was born. Inside the LOV bar, Shigaraki was playing his video game. The madman was happy about the fatal blow he just dealt to his enemy. While Sensei said he couldn't end him, he never said anything about harming his loved ones. He was very proud of himself for finding the loophole. If he was able to see the astral form of Izuku behind, the man would have felt different right now. The boy didn't want to do anything to Shigi except squeeze the light out of his eyes. So he just lifted his hands, pinched his index finger with his thumb, and began applying pressure to the crazed man's neck. The boy looked at Shigi, who suddenly stood up and began choking. The crazy man began to thrash around as he felt he couldn't breathe anymore. He looked at Kurogiri and extended his hand, asking for help. AFO from his warehouse saw this and asked the doctor what was going on. But the man had no clue what in the world was happening, which worried AFO because he had spent too much effort into making Shigi the next body that he's going to possess to lose him now. Discord appeared beside Izuku. Izuku, stop this. Look, I know that you're angry, but you can't end him now. It might ruin everything. This will have unforeseen consequences that neither I nor you can predict. He then moved closer to the boy and said, plus, won't it be more satisfying if you ended him after he became stronger, making him see all his work was for nothing? Izuku sighed. Fine, but I want to leave a little warning for them. He then let Shigi go, but something else happened. Inside AFO's hideout in the doctor's labs, portals opened, dark tentacles appeared from them, and began to destroy everything, making both men panic. It took 5 minutes before the tentacles went away, leaving both men flabbergasted. The following morning, Izuku was still in bed with Pony. The boy was already up, caressing her hair, waiting for her to wake up. Her Pokemon was nuzzling her head against her master because it felt sad. She couldn't help her. 5 minutes later, Pony woke up. She looked at her boyfriend and threw herself at him. So how are you feeling today? The boy asked her as he kissed her head. The girl hummed a little bit better. I was so afraid, Izuku. My entire life flashed before my eyes. I thought I was really going to die, but thanks to whatever you did to me, I didn't. You're welcome, babe, Izuku said, but then added, I want to show you something. The girl looked at Izuku, who opened his hand to reveal a sphere in it. The girl looked at it and saw there was nothing but darkness in it. The girl then noticed something at the center of the void. It was a small bright light. The light suddenly exploded and revealed millions of colorful figures. The girl asked, is this a pocket universe? Izuku nodded and the girl continued to watch. The girl watched as the particles began to form. How protons and neutrons collide with each other to form a nucleus. She saw the first hydrogen atom form. She then saw the formation of the first helium atom. She saw how the hydrogen atoms began to gather together and collide with each other till they finally gained mass. This mass suddenly burned up and she saw a star form, and cosmic dust from the star was thrown around. She then saw the cosmic dust begin to lump together till they became asteroids, and finally, the asteroids lumped to form a planet. The girl was astounded to watch as the planets around this planet continued to form, while this world went through different changes till it finally looked a little like Earth, but it couldn't form life. Pony saw Izuku pout as he destroyed this little world. Pity. I hope this world would be able to have life, but I guess since I'm the good of chaos I can't exactly make life like the big man upstairs. He looked at Pony. Do you feel better now, so I could erase any damage done by that idiot? The girl nodded as Izuku did something that would also traumatize her for life. The boy grabbed the girl's skull and opened it. He then began to work inside her mind using car equipment of all things to help her. When he finished fixing her, he shut her skull only to receive a punch to the face that sent him into a wall, making him glued to it. Pony yelled, did you lose your mind? Do you know how horrifying that was? Izuku merely gave her a thumbs up as the girl charged to attack him, while Izuku smiled. She's back to normal. I'm so happy. The girl chased him around for a bit, but she couldn't find him. She then felt something sitting on her head. She looked in the mirror and saw her boyfriend sitting on her head in his miniature form, with the boy saying, now that I'm on the top, I'm in control. He grabbed her horns and began to make them move back and forth, forcing the girl to move around her room like the robot while she smiled. Finally, when he was finished, the boy shook her, making the boy fall inside her sweater. She moved it and saw Izuku sitting on her chest, so she said, I guess it's pretty comfortable here. The boy nodded. But you do know that any movement and I might strangle you there. The boy chuckled as he jumped back to his normal form. How are you feeling now? The girl smiled and kissed his cheek. Much better. Thank you for knocking me out of my state. The boy giggled before having a serious expression, making Pony raise an eyebrow. She then asked, why are you serious all of a sudden? The boy replied, just follow me. I'll tell you everything on our way to my dorms. The girl nodded and followed him as he began to tell her what he knew. Yuga Aoyama wasn't having a wonderful day. He's been living on the edge for the last couple of days. Once Izuku told him that they needed to have a long conversation, the boy panicked. He truly hoped Izuku was going to talk to him about his cheese addiction, where he was leaving his favorite food everywhere. The boy was walking to the kitchen. He looked at Momo and greeted her. The girl looked at him and opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly she froze. Her mouth was open, but nothing was coming out. He looked around and saw Gyro looking at Kaminari. Ochako was frozen in midair through a fall she was experiencing. The boy began to panic as he thought this was one of AFO's doings. The doors of the dorm were flung open. Aoyama dared to look, but he saw Midoriya smiling at him. Aoyama, great that you're here, but it's time that we have this little talk of ours. Aoyama replied, what are going to talk about? Is it my obsession with cheese? Izuku hummed. Yeah, I might ask Ida to talk to you about this later. Izuku then gripped his shoulder, but today, we're going to talk about what happened yesterday. Tell me, Aoyama, did you tell Shigaraki that Pony was alone? The boy shook his head. No, I swear on my life this was my doing. Heck, I'm sure this wasn't even AFO's doing. Shigaraki has been always a loose cannon who does what he wants regardless of the consequences. And how do I know you're not lying to save your skin? Izuku asked as Aoyama began to tell him everything. He knew about AFO and his activities, but Izuku wasn't interested in this. So he asked him, why did you become the traitor in the first place, Aoyama? The boy then said, Midoriya-kun, it's because of the red shoes that you're wearing right now. Izuku hummed and wondered what he meant till it clicked in his mind. You were quirkless, weren't you? The boy nodded and told how his parents went to AFO so they could buy a quirk for their son. At the end of the story, Izuku facepalmed. Man, your parents are idiots. What part of the Demon Lord of Underground wasn't clear enough for them to stay away from this piece of shit? Izuku complained. And all of this just so people won't look down on them because they have a quirkless child. By Discord, that's dumb. Don't say that. Aoyama hissed. My parents only wanted what's best for me and my. Please, if that's true, they would have bought you something better than an over-glorified eye laser, but through your stomach. Izuku said. Plus, did the pain ever stop? Aoyama didn't reply because he was still bullied for having a destructive quirk. Izuku said, forget that. Going forward, you are my spy in the League of Villains. The boy began to walk away. I already destroyed a huge part of their equipment, but taking them out now can do God knows what to the time stream. Don't worry about your mind. I'll fortify to make AFO unable to say what's truly going on in there. Aoyama cut him off. Why didn't you take them out and free me from this? Izuku looked at him. But you want me to stick out my neck for you. If AFO finds out, my parents will be dead. Izuku snorted. You're dead either way, genius. AFO is going to end you and your family no matter what you do, so why don't you do something good with your relatively short life? The boy was about to clap his hands and return time to normal. I'll send you the contract that will dedicate the terms of your deal with me. Aoyama, in a burst of anger and bitterness, blurted something he never said. Is it because of your bimbo beach of a girlfriend that you're doing this? Is this some kind of punishment where you force me to work for you against AFO? I told you that I didn't have anything to do with what happened yesterday. When Izuku heard those words, he froze that someone insulted Pony. He grew small horns on his head and his eyes became demonic. What did you say? Aoyama was about to reply when he heard a thud. He looked behind him and saw his body on the ground. The boy looked and saw a chain around his neck. He knew that right now Izuku separated his soul from his body. He looked back at Izuku was making the room phase in and out of existence with static affecting everything. Izuku tugged on the chain. I was trying to be nice, but that just tears it. Izuku stalks toward him. If you ever say that again. Aoyama was crawling away in fear as Izuku became bigger. Izuku was now huge in the size of the room, with his horns looking like deer antlers scrapping against the roof and his fingers turned into talons shredding everything in their way. He now had a huge smile filled with razor-sharp teeth. I'll tear your soul apart and broadcast your screams for every other disrespectful wretch who dares to question me. Izuku returned to normal and spoke in a static voice. Now, let's shake on our deal. He grabbed Aoyama's hand as Izuku's face contorted into something demonic with stitches across his smile while Aoyama's hand was burnt. Once Izuku was finished, he said, now you work for me, Beach. You do as I tell you. And if you ever insult Pony again. Izuku's voice became even more demonic. I'll open a radio station just to broadcast your screams of terror and torture. Understood, Aoyama replied meekly. Lovely, Izuku said in his normal voice. He then walked away to the door. Good talk, my good sir. Always nice to catch on. Once he was out the door, everything returned to normal. Aoyama looked at his hand and saw it was burnt. I don't know who is worse, the Demon King or AFO. A chaotic resort to Island. Honi looked at her boyfriend as he rummaged his room like a madman. He was playing cards with Discord. She looked at the ex-lord and asked, do you have any nines? She liked the frown on his face and told him, go fish. The ex-lord sighed as Pony asked, What's like this about? She pointed to the room that looked like a war zone. Literally, it had artillery impact carters in it. Discord looked at Izuku, who was ripping a wall and worryingly enough a foundation beam. Well, do you remember the island tickets he won from the sports festival? The girl nodded. Well, he had them yesterday, but when he woke up today, he lost them, so he's searching for them. She looked around her. Isn't this a bit extreme? He looks like he came from World War III. Discord laughed a little. Nothing is too much to a Lord of Chaos. He took another card from the deck. Did you forget how he fixed your mind after the decay encounter? The girl shivered and wrapped her hands around her body. Don't remind me. I just have nightmares where I see him eating gourmet cheese mixed with my brain inside my skull. Discord laughed. To be honest, this was one of the funniest things he had ever done with his powers. He then teleported and sat on Pony's head. Man, the good old days when I still had my powers. I made the sky rain soda and had bunnies like something from a horror movie. Pony laughed. Oh, to understand your twisted little mind. The girl and Discord laughed like madmen until the girl stopped with a blush. I think Izuku is starting to affect me a bit. Discord laughed. You're the lover of the god of chaos. It wouldn't have lasted this long if you weren't as crazy as he is. He disappeared only to reappear again. And that's a fact. This time he disappeared, leaving the girl alone to her thoughts. Discord appeared on Izuku's shoulder next. So, did you find anything? I mean, you ripped everything apart. He looked at the forest, which was Izuku's defense mechanism to stop intruders. Pity, this forest was very beautiful. Good thing you transported the dinosaurs somewhere else. Izuku began to pull out his hair. Where is it? He ripped the ceiling of his room before putting it back. I'm sure it was here yesterday. What happened to it? The boy flopped to the ground and wiped till the room was filled with soda tears. Pony was knocked out of her tears as she tasted the soda and said, "This is yummy." The girl approached him and began to lick his face, specifically his tears, while Izuku was still stressing over his lost ticket. Pony asked him, "What's so special about those tickets?" "I mean, it's just a trip to Island." "Pony," Izuku grabbed the girl's face and squashed her cheeks. "This is very important." He clenched his fist, making the girl look at him in attention, wondering what important thing. Imagine all the amazing pranks I can pull there. And with that, the girl lost all interest in this talk. The girl removed Izuku's hands from her face. So, other than making other people's lives a hellish flame, what are you also planning to do there? The girl kicked the ground gently. The boy replied, quickly, I want to meet amazing heroes there. He raised his head with stars in his eyes. I heard Stars and Stripes will be there. This is so amazing. She's the second strongest person in the world. He then flexed his muscles. After me, that is. He finished smirking. Okay, now that is awesome, but the girl twirled her hair in her finger. Is there another reason you want to go? The girl pushed her chest against his shoulder, a reason related to the feminine kind, something that is bound to make a girl very happy. She whispered the last part into his ear. Yeah, there is a reason like that. The girl smiled a little but then heard him say, I heard that David Shield has a very beautiful daughter, so I was planning to add her into our relationship. They form a harem of. Pony punched him hard in the face and yelled, Don't even joke about this. The girl looked at her boyfriend, who had steam coming from the punch area. He also had many discords flying over his head. Pony rolled her eyes and smacked upside the head. Stop acting. Izuku stood up and wiped a tear from his eye. That hurts, Pony. It was just a. He sensed an evil aura surround him. The boy gulped and looked at Pony, who had a smile on her face, but veins could be seen bulging all over her usual smiling face. Heh. I won't joke about that again. Pony's face relaxed a little, making the boy sigh in relief as Pony said, So about that other reason? Well, I heard there was a dance during the party at Island, so I thought I could take you there so we can dance under the moonlight, have fun, and most importantly, celebrate us. Izuku finished. The girl blushed and covered her face. Oh, Izuku, you hopeless romantic. That's really sweet. The boy rubbed the back of his head, but the girl pulled him into a hug, burying his face into her chest, suffocating him. If I die right now, I can die happily and in a way like men would envy me for. Somewhere on Island, a little midget was running around with his electric friend but stopped. Denki looked at him. Dude, is there something wrong? It's like you sense something. Mind to sniff the area around him. I sense a disturbance in the perv force. Denki stood there for a while before a shiver traveled through his snipe. You felt it too, right? Denki nodded. I wonder what could be happening right now for us to feel this. Minda shrugged and they both went back to what they were doing before they sensed the disturbance in the perv force. Back with Izuku. The boy was smiling goofily until Discord yelled, Yo, Pony. Although every guy's dream is to die smothered by a girl's chest, he's still too young to die like this. Give him a couple of years. The girl looked at her boyfriend, who was blue in the face, before letting go of him. Izuku took a breath before looking at Discord. You're the enemy of happy men everywhere. The chaos creature laughed. Whatever. He then looked at Izuku. Now, let's get back to business. You want to know what happened to your tickets, right? The boy nodded, so Discord said. Then check the security cameras you installed in your room to see what happened to them. The boy looked at Discord before grabbing him and kissing him. The chaos creature kicked him away before kneeling to the ground and spitting on it. Phew, so disgusting. Izuku snapped his fingers and his room was back to normal. He went to the security cameras and activated them. He began to scroll through the footage until he landed on the yesterday. He made a projector and a white screen before starting the tape. The day began as usual with Izuku waking and sending a bolt of chaos toward Kendo's room and marching an army of lice and termites toward Momo's room. He heard their yells of frustration and sighed to himself. Nothing makes me happy at 6 a.m. other than the screams of wasteful souls. Both of them looked at Izuku and laughed with him before they continued to watch the video. Nothing much happened except Mineta trying to sneak into his room only to be put in a saw trap where he has to stop the engine of a bike before he is shredded inside a huge peeler. They laughed at the midget's attempt to fry himself only for him to feel and wet himself before seeing the peeler had a camera attached to it and was made out of plastic. The boy quickly ran outside the room crying like a little beach, making them laugh harder. 2 hours later, Izuku and Pony entered the room and had fun together playing games like Uno, tic-tac-toe, and strip poker before engaging in more physically demanding activities, making Discord scratch his head. Do you people very get bored of doing that? Izuku shook his head. No, I'm a man of culture. I had standards. The three continued to watch Fun Time, so Izuku said, let's speed things up. The video continued with the two teenagers still engaged in their 18-plus activities, making Discord say, how much stamina do you two have? After 6 hours, Izuku and Pony were sleeping in the bed, making Discord sigh in relief while the teens were blushing heavily. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary until the door of Izuku's room was open. Someone began to sneak inside his room with the security measures failing to stop him. How the F did this happen? Izuku asked with evident shock on his face. Pony replied, perhaps he's a friend so the security measures didn't perceive him as a threat to your life. The boy slammed his head against the table. The figure walked toward his desk and began to rummage through it until he found 2 tickets to Island. The figure turned to Izuku, gave him a middle finger, and walked to the exit, but he stopped when he heard Izuku murmuring something. The figure slowly stopped and turned to see Izuku still sleeping and saying, stuff jalapeno peppers inside Kyoka's nose. Stuff a Wolverine inside Kendo's training bag. Make Momo into a gummy bear and put her inside a bag of gummy bears. The figure then pulled down his hood and stuck his tongue out while Izuku discovered his identity. That little son of. Inside an airplane headed to Island. Kyoka leaned into her seat sipping a glass of juice she ordered. She looked at her mentor who was snoozing away in his sleep dreaming about whatever All Might usually dreamt about. It's probably his huge crush on his mentor or something. The girl heard an announcement come over the intercom telling them they had reached Island. She gently tried to wake him up, but the older man was a heavy sleeper. Soon enough, Kyoka's patience reached its limits before she used her jacks on him, making the man jump from his seat. The man looked around in alert as he buffed up, but only saw his successor, making him frown. Do you really have to wake me up like that, young Gyro? The girl rolled her eyes, making him sigh. Gyro shrugged. You're a heavy sleeper. I tried the easy way. But you wouldn't wake, so I thought this might be the easiest way to wake you up. She then covered her mouth and laughed. Plus, it was also the funniest way to wake you up from your slumber. All Might shook his head. Whatever makes you happen, young Gyro. The man patted her on the head and ruffled her hair, making the girl frown in anger, since it took her ages to make her hair look this good, which made the blonde hero laugh a little. Gyro then grabbed her earphone jack and twirled it around her finger. Are you sure it's okay that I come here? I hope I'm not taking someone else's place in this event. The blonde hero shook his head. Nonsense, young Gyro. He grasped her hand. We are tied by something deeper. We are tied by the special bond of OFA. We are family. He then felt the girl trying to free herself from his grip, making him ask, is there something wrong, young Gyro? The girl nodded. Stop acting creepy. You're making this look like some creepy cult and I'm the new member getting into it. She freed her hand. And that's after I saw Yui's creepy cult dedicated to Midoriya. And that girl is all types of creepy. You're truly funny, young Gyro. Don't worry, what I meant is that OFA makes us like family. His mind then processed the rest of Gyro's statement. I'm sorry, but did you say that young Kodai has a cult dedicated to young Midori? The girl nodded as the hero went to make some calls. Gyro laughed and waited for the plane to land. She was happy that she was going to spend her vacation away from the Green Menace, but she gained a violent coughing spree, making All Might say, I think my friend might help us find out why are your coughs getting worse than mine. Gyro nodded and looked outside the window and finally saw the world's greatest invention hub. I can't believe it. Island is finally here. I can't wait to see it. She then smiled. And best of all, Izuku won't be able to come here because I took his tickets and gave them to Kendo and Mina. All Might coughed. I understand young Kendo because young Midoriya drove her to insanity, but why young Ishido? Gyro looked at him. She threatened to tell him when she saw me come out of his room, so I agreed to give her one of his tickets. All Might nodded as they felt the plane landed, so they got their things ready. Once they arrived at the airport, they got their things checked at the entrance gates and headed toward the lobby of the airport where something met them. All Might was surrounded by a bunch of fangirls who began to ask for his autographs and try to give him pecks on the face. Gyro took a step back from the man and let the man get drowned by the herd of fans, while he put out his hand out to her to help him, making her laugh at her mentor's bad luck. 15 minutes later, Gyro was sputtering and trying to contain her laughter when she saw how ridiculous All Might looked with all the lipstick marks over his face. "Okay, Casanova." The man gave her a glare, making her laugh harder. "What are we planning to?" The girl was cut off when a bouncing noise began to approach them. They both looked and saw a young blonde girl jumping on a pogo stick toward them. "Uncle Might." All Might looked at the new arrival. "Melissa, you're here." The girl jumped off her pogo stick toward the blonde hero and hugged him. At the same time, Gyro looked at the blonde girl and then herself. "Why does every girl out there have an amazing body while I look flat like a board?" The girl thought dejectedly as she inspected her body and compared it to Melissa. The man let the girl down. "Melissa, look at you. You've grown since the last time I saw you." He laughed. "Last time I saw you, you barely reached my thigh. Now, you're almost half my height." The girl giggled. "Of course, I'm going to get bigger. I'm growing up." She then looked at Gyro and introduced herself. "Sorry, where are my manners? My name is Melissa Shield." "Shield? As in David Shield?" Gyro inquired, making the blonde blush a little. "Quite humble, I see." The girl played with her hair and said, "Well, I don't like to have attention on me. It's embarrassing." This made All Might laugh fondly of her and slapped her back, almost causing her to fall on her face. The girl shook her head. "Come on, let's go see my dad." All Might laughed. "I bet good old David is excited to see me." Melissa shook her head. "No, I didn't tell him. I wanted to surprise him, so I'm going to take you secretly to him." She clapped her hands. "Isn't that awesome?" All Might ruffled her hair. "All right, now that sounds like an amazing surprise." Gyro meanwhile looked at them. "I think I just became the third wheel in this family meetup." The three then went toward the central tower of Island to surprise Melissa's father. At the airport, a group of men with containers arrived. Their leader heard his phone ring. He looked at it and sighed. He opened the phone and asked, "So, is everything ready for me and my men?" The caller replied, "Yeah, everything is set and in place. Did you arrive yet?" The leader replied, "Yeah, we just got through the airport." The caller hummed, "Contact me when you're done with phase 1. The leader hummed and closed the line and looked at his men. "Let's get to work." Inside the central tower of Island, a man with brown hair was working with his assistant on something. He was David Shield, one of the most important scientists in the world of support items. He was knocked away from his conversation when Melissa entered the room. The girl smiled. "Papa, I knew you would be here. I wanted to say happy birthday." The man smiled and patted her head. "Thank you, Melissa. I bet you have an amazing gift waiting for me back home." The girl giggled. "I guess you brought it here then." The girl clapped her hands. "You can come in now." David Shield raised an eyebrow, wondering who his daughter was speaking to, but the person standing at the entrance shocked him. "I am here," All Might said, taking a pose, "for a wonderful union with my old friend." David looked at him with a smile and wiped some tears from his eyes. "Now, that's a wonderful gift." He then walked forward and hugged the huge man. "It's been a while, All Might." Once they let go, David noticed the young girl standing at the door and said, "And young lady, you are?" Gyro saw this and bowed. "My name is Kyoka Gyro. It's an honor to meet you, sir." The man smiled and went to shake the girl's hand, but she began to cough blood violently. "Damn it, I thought I had this under control." Melissa went to help her up, but the girl lifted her hand. "I'm fine. Don't worry, I got used to this by now." "Yeah, David," All Might said, "I hope you can examine young Gyro." At first, it was just small cracks on her hand, but now there are coughs and her hair is going white. The hero said, rubbing the dye Gyro used to make her hair look purple. David nodded his head, but suddenly, Gyro fell to the ground from coughing. All Might held her as David said, "Take her to the next room so I can make a diagnostic examination on her." Melissa looked at the girl with worry in her eyes. "I hope she's all right. She seems nice." Back with Izuku, the boy was fuming. He was walking back and forth. He couldn't believe it. At beach, Gyro entered into his room and took his tickets, giving them to Kendo and Mina. This was a great assault against him that those three clowns would pay, along with Momo, who apparently helped Gyro pull this off. He was going to shove a firecracker down Kendo's throat, put Mina inside a jellyfish aquarium, and put a raccoon inside Momo's hero suit. Gyro, on the other hand, oh boy, he was going to do things to her that no one can even think of. Pony looked at him worriedly. "Yeah, babe." Izuku looked at her. "You might want to calm down. You look like a demon who just came out of hell." Izuku sighed a little. "I'm just angry that after all the good things to them, they pulled this on me." Pony looked at him. "Excuse me, good things?" Izuku looked at her. "Don't tell me you're on their side." Pony replied, no, but making Kendo's scalp so itchy that she almost ripped her hair isn't good. Izuku looked at her and gave her a raspberry, making a tick form on her forehead. Nah, she was happy. I know Kendo likes my prank. He crossed his arms, as one of my future slaves should love anything I do to her. Discord appeared, wiping a tear from his eye. My pupil. He then hugged the green-haired boy, making Pony facepalm. I'm going to Island now. Izuku began flexing his muscles, yelling in pain. Oh, my ear. Stop it. You stop being an idiot for a second. Pony said, yanking the boy's ear further. How the hell are you planning to go to the island if Gyro took your ticket and gave it to Mina and Itsuka? Izuku disconnected his ear and made a cloud, showing a memory of him holding the tickets. The memory: Izuku was talking to Pony about how he was going to take her to Island and flexing his muscles only for Izuku to take the tickets. Now, that solves our riddle. Suddenly he felt someone try to take his tickets. He looked and saw memory Izuku grabbing the tickets and yelling, hey, you got your own. Don't take what is rightfully mine. Izuku and his memory began pulling back and forth as Izuku said, you're a memory. You don't need them. I have to go to Island because that beach Gyro stole my tickets. His memory snorted and replied, seems like a you problem. I have mine. Don't take them. Izuku retorted, you're a memory. You'd still be going, idiot. Did you forget? Memory. Izuku stopped. Oh, right. I am still going, aren't I? He let go of the ticket as Pony used a pin to pop the cloud, and Izuku said, wow, I never thought I'd see that outside cartoon. Pony shook her head. Other than the tickets, we need to get the teacher's permission. They were both knocked out of their thoughts when two bags fell in front. It was Aizawa who threw the bags in front of them. He yelled while flapping his butterfly wings. Bon voyage. He then flew away, saying something about getting rid of Izuku for some time, with the sound of bottles of beer being cracked open with music. Okay, Pony said dejectedly. It sure means something when the entire school doesn't want you around. She fell to the ground with a cloud raining over her head. And by association, they don't want me around. This is so uncool. Izuku looked at Aizawa's retreated form and had a different reaction from Pony. Are you trying to hurt my feelings? He put his hand on his chest. Because my feelings regenerate at the speed double that of a normal human. Pony looked at him and whacked him upside the head. Try to be a little more serious. Izuku nodded. All right, now I want one of my minions to help me. He snapped his fingers only for Ibara to appear and looked at them as Izuku said, Shizaki, my good friend, I request your services. Before Izuku can say anything, the girl replies, I will not do anything sinful. Izuku shook his head. Nothing of that nature. I want your help, as our deal said. Deal? Ibara asked confusedly. But the paper I signed states I only have to help you degrade Itsuka's mental capacities one time to obtain my wings. Izuku patted her head. Oh, my sweet winged cute religious girl, you just got doped because you didn't read the fine print. He then summoned their deal and handed it to the girl. It had a clause that said you are one of my minions for about 10 years. So be happy. Ibara sighed as she pulled out old-time glasses and began to read the deal carefully. Izuku meanwhile looked at Pony and asked her, does she always have grandma glasses on her? This seems a bit funny. The horse girl was just as stunned as Izuku was. She replied, I never saw her pull them out before. I guess this was a new addition to her arsenal. The girl then gained a blissful expression, but she really looks cute wearing them. They suit her. Izuku looked at Pony. Should I feel jealous? Because I can't. He took out a small juice and drank it. Ibara looked at Izuku with a displeased expression. It's legitimate. But how do I know that you didn't just add to our deal when I wasn't looking, or it is just something you added? Izuku snapped his fingers and made a window to the time the deal was made, which showed everyone when Izuku wrote the extra clause, making the vine-haired girl sigh. I'm at your service, Mass. The boy covered the girl's mouth. Izuku moved his hand slowly. Okay, never call me master. It just sounds wrong. The vine-haired girl nodded, but asked, so, what do you need from me, Leader Izuku? Izuku smiled before pulling out a gun and saying, I had 2 little piglets escape from Mitai Island after stealing my tickets, so I took it upon myself to go and hunt them to torture them. And you're going to help me? Ibara looked away for a bit, saying something about this being sinful. Okay, I suppose I can help you, Ibara said uncomfortably, given she didn't like hurting others, let alone handing them to a demonic overlord like being. But how are we going to enter Island? I heard they have top-notch security. Izuku smiled a little, making her nervous. Izuku asked, do you have your passport with you? The religious girl nodded slowly when suddenly a bag full of her stuff appeared in front of them, making Ibara gulp nervously. Izuku then said, we're going to fly to Island in style. He led the 2 girls outside of the dorm. He rubbed his hands and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a pig with wings appeared in front of the dorms, making both girls sweat heavily. Izuku pointed to the winged pig and said, girls, meet Jessica. She's going to be our ride to Island. Ibara raised her hands. No, thanks. She pointed to her white wings. I have a pair of wings, but thank you for your off. The girl was cut off when the boy grabbed her and Pony by their waists. He then sat on the pig and said, "Jessica, Toy Island." The boy kicked it in the side and the pig squealed as it blasted Toy Island at hypersonic speeds, with Izuku laughing and the girls clinging to him and screaming in fear due to the enormous speed. Back at Island, David was looking over the data he received from the machine that made a diagnostic measure of the girl's vitals and heartbeat, even measuring the amount of cellular activity where he found something disturbing. He reread the results a couple of times and repeated it about 6 times to make sure he didn't mess up something. All Might asked, "Is there something wrong, David? You seem extremely worked." He looked at her protege. "Is there something wrong with young Gyro? I'm getting worried here." The scientist ran his hand through his hair nervously. "I don't know what to say, Toshi." He looked at the girl who sat in a chair and crossed her arms. "It isn't something I have the heart to tell a girl the age of my daughter. It's just heart-wrenching." Gyro frowned. "Don't hold back. I'm not a little girl. I'm dying, or die." David didn't need to answer her because his silence was a good enough answer itself. All Might fell out of his buff mode and asked, "But how? Young Gyro is healthy. How could she?" The man stopped, not able to fathom his successor was slowly dying. But it appeared whatever was harming her was accelerating at an alarming speed. David sighed. "I don't know what is happening. Her cells are degrading at a fast rate. It's like an outer energy source is causing her cells to get overwhelmed. It's nothing like I have ever seen." All Might's face paled and the man wondered, could this be OFAS doing? "But how? I had it for many years and it didn't do anything to me." He looked at Gyro. "But young Gyro has a quirk. Could OFA overwhelm quirked people? Did I make young Gyro sign her death warrant the moment she accepted OFA?" All Might looked at Gyro as the girl stood up. "I'm going to take a walk. I need a breath of fresh air." The girl exited the room as David looked at All Might. "So All Might, I have a question." The hero looked at him. "Ask away, David." The brown-haired man looked at All Might and said, "I didn't want to ask you this with the girl here, but why didn't you ask that child god to make your injury be healed?" All Might remembered Izuku. He knew the teen would have helped him the moment he asked, but he didn't want that. He wanted to leave the injury as a reminder of what happened that day. It was a war trophy to him. He didn't need it to be healed. Plus, he wanted to give the new generation a chance. "I have my reasons, David." He walked to the machine that measured Gyro's health and put himself into it. "Now, it's time for my test, I suppose." The scientist nodded and closed the machine as he began working on measuring All Might's quirk numbers, which he noticed had decreased just from the initial numbers. The brown-haired man sighed and began to think of his old days with All Might when they were much younger. Those were happy memories. The man shook his head and refocused on his work. But his mind was somewhere else. With Gyro, the girl was walking around the central tower thinking about what she heard at the lab. She wasn't going to lie when she said that she was afraid of dying. She didn't want that yet. She wanted to grow old and get married, have children, have a husband to make fun of when she's bored. She didn't want to die yet. She was just too young to meet her maker. The girl was so lost in her thoughts she didn't notice a blonde girl standing in front of her. She bumped into the girl and they both fell to the ground, letting out a groan of pain. "Ouch." Gyro looked and saw Melissa rubbing her forehead. The purple-haired girl then said, "I'm sorry, but I didn't see you there. I was lost in my own thoughts." She then helped the girl up. "I hope I didn't hurt you very much with this fall. It seemed painful." Melissa shook her head. "Nonsense. This is nothing, but what's going on in your mind? You seem to be quite frustrated and distressed." Melissa noticed Gyro's sad look and quickly began backpedaling. "I'm sorry if I overstepped my boundaries. I didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable." Gyro shook her head. "It's nothing. It's just something happening to my body." She rubbed her shoulder and coughed a little bit, and no one knows what is actually happening. Melissa felt bad for Gyro. She looked like a nice girl, but she was plagued by an unknown disease that was attacking her body. She hoped the girl would become better soon. She didn't deserve this. Melissa began to think of something to cheer Gyro on. She took a few moments until an idea hit the blonde girl. She could take the purple-haired girl to look around the island and have fun for a bit. The island had many attractions that might help the girl stop thinking about whatever she was inflicted with. The blonde girl patted herself on the back for her great idea before looking at Gyro and saying, "Hey, Gyro, do you want to take a look around island with me?" The purple-haired girl looked at her. "There are a lot of cool things you can look at. I also heard there are some new musical instruments here on island if that might quip your interest." Gyro smiled and said, "You had me the moment you mentioned instruments." Melissa clapped her hands happily as Gyro laughed a little. "Did anyone tell you that your happiness is infectious?" Melissa laughed a little. "A lot of people say that." He blushed a little. "Even my dad says that." Gyro and Melissa began to walk around the island, with Melissa asking Gyro many things about heroes and her life at UA, while Gyro was answering her questions. Melissa then said, "Though I was excited to see that green-haired friend of yours." Gyro's face soured. "Yeah, you don't want to do that." Melissa looked at her oddly. "Believe me." Melissa tilted her head. "How come that meeting him is such a bad idea?" Gyro shivered. Let's just say that no one met him and managed to retain his mind. She looked in the direction of Island's beach. Right now, 2 of my friends are at the beach while sipping martinis just to relax their nerves after everything he put them through. He's a real menace. Melissa laughed. I'm sure he's not as bad as you describe him to be. She rubbed her hand. I bet he just tries to use his quirk creatively. He certainly doesn't mean any harm to you or any other of your friends, Melissa said as Gyro gave her a deadpan. Gyro retorted, I'm sure he means no harm, just like how I am sure that spiders are more afraid of us than we are afraid of them. Gyro finished sticking her tongue out in a playful manner. Melissa then said, Can you tell me what kind of things he likes to do that cause you to think that he's a menace to the world? The girl's mind suddenly dinged. Come to think of it, how come he isn't here? Last, I know people who win the sports festival usually get paid trips to Island. Gyro whistled. Let's just say someone went masterfully into his room, took his tickets, handed them to someone else, and left a huge middle finger waiting for him when he woke up. Melissa gasped. You stole them. The blonde girl crossed her arms. For shame, Gyro. He must have worked hard for them. I bet he's absolutely devastated you took them from him. The blonde heard laughter and saw Gyro rolling on the ground, making her pout. What is so funny? Gyro stood up. Don't worry about it. She looked in the distance. If anything, that little freak of nature is currently sitting in his room with a huge board, strings, and pins while making an evil plan to get back at me. Melissa giggled a bit. I suppose this is a little bit funny though. The girl began to imagine the scene a little and laughed at how funny and amusing the scene seemed. She then sighed. I wish I could have met him though. He seems like an interesting person. Gyro said with a laugh. You don't know. He might come to you on his legs when he falls from the sky on us. All Might will bust a fuse if this happens. I'm sure the big man would be worried the island is being attacked by a villain. Gyro didn't get to finish her sentence when she and Melissa heard screaming from the sky. They looked up and saw someone skydiving to the ground at insane speeds. They both jumped away when the figure collided with the ground, making rubber. The figure, who had 2 girls with him, bounced for a bit as Gyro said, You son of beach. The figure was revealed to be Izuku, and the girls were Ibara and Pony, who were dazed and had their eyes rolled to the back of their heads. Izuku looked at Gyro and gave her an evil grin. Guess who decided to join the party? Beaches. Introducing Island to chaos. Before Izuku's arrival, the boy was sitting on the flying pig and laughing like a madman while the girls were hugging him because the pig was flying so fast. They couldn't even cry because their tears dried up from the intense speed. Pony covered her eyes with her hair so she couldn't see anything. Ibara used her vines to cover her vines, but for a moment, she lifted her vines to see nothing but white under her. There's nothing under us. Absolutely nothing. She clung to Izuku even tighter now. Izuku chuckled. This is so fun. It feels like we're on a fighter jet. Izuku then saw a duck and waved at it, making the duck stop midair and look at him and the girls. Pony yelled, For the love of God, please, tell me, did we reach our destination already? Izuku giggled. Only a little bit more. Izuku then took out a bucket which was filled to the brim with the pig's extracts and threw it over the side. I just lessened our load so it can stop easier. Pony and Ibara dared to look at each other before shrugging, knowing Izuku was doing some crazy messed up things towards someone. But Pony heard Izuku murmur something. Revenge. The pig suddenly stopped and the girls looked at Izuku, who had a crazy looking smile. The boy looked at his pig. Jessica, remember, no eating too much sweet potatoes or you'll have stomach problems like right now. Both girls looked at each other and grew green, thinking that they knew what Izuku had thrown a moment ago, feeling bad for whoever was receiving it. On the beach of Island, Itsuka and Momo were lounging in their bikinis and enjoying the sun. Both girls had a martini in their hands. They looked at each other before toasting. Itsuka said, To an entire week without that crazy mud. Momo nodded her head. Both girls sighed in happiness until something splashed all over them, making them yell in frustration until they smelt themselves and almost puked. Momo wearily moved her finger and scooped some of the gunk off her face. She looked at it. It was transparent and had a horrible smile. Please, don't be what I think it is. Please. Itsuka gulped and regretted it because she could practically taste the smell. She looked at the black-haired girl. Momo, is that what I think it is? The black-haired girl could only nod in sadness. Both girls screamed in disgust and jumped into the water to clean themselves, yelling, Pig fat and sweat. It stinks so much. The smell is going to end us. Momo yelled in frustration. How the hell did this happen? Why did this happen to us of all people? Kendo didn't reply because she was dunking her face into the water to clean it. When she came out of the water, the girl said, I don't know how this happened. She stopped for a moment before asking Momo, Do you think he's here? Momo looked at her with a frantic look in her eyes. She vividly remembered hiring Gyro to steal his tickets to make it impossible for him to come here. Suddenly, a paper fell from the sky on their heads. Momo took the paper and read it. Her eyebrows twitched before she gave the paper to Itsuka, who just frowned. Why God? Why? Back in the sky, Pony saw nothing but the white fluffy clouds, making her hug Izuku closer. Babe, why are we so high in the sky? She looked down again. When are we going to land? Ibara hugged Izuku to make sure she didn't fall. Izuku smiled. Don't worry, I'm about to land now. The boy hugged them before standing and leaning over the edge, making both girls panic. This is going to be fun. During our trip down, please leave all hands to yourself and don't try to wiggle yourself out of here. Ibara stuttered. Please, don't do this, Izuku. The girl spread her white wings. I can fly down there. Pony nodded, frantically agreeing with Ibara, but the smile on Izuku's face meant he didn't hear them or he just didn't care about what he said. No, my way is much more. Discord appeared in Izuku's hair with goggles and jumped off the boy using a small parachute. We're going down. Izuku finished before jumping off the pig's back. The moment Izuku jumped, both Pony and Ibara reached out to the pig, which looked at them with a shocked expression. The pig's eyes were bulging out and its tongue was out due to its shock. The boy was smiling while the girls had tears in their eyes. Izuku began laughing when gravity decided the three needed a reunion with the ground, while the girls began crying. The boy was laughing as they passed through the clouds while the girls had different reactions. Pony was screaming unconsciously with her eyes rolled to the back of her head from stress and fear. Ibara, on the other hand, had a small soul that came out of her mouth, only for this soul to have a soul of its own appear from it, with the same thing happening 3 times. The three were making their way toward the ground at an alarming rate. But Izuku said, okay, it's time for our descent to end. The ground became clear, making both girls yell in absolute terror. The moment they hit the ground under them became rubbery, making them bounce up and down. But this did little to stop both girls from passing, with Pony having her eyes rolling around in her skull till they sounded ko in both sockets. Izuku looked and saw 2 girls in the distance. It was Gyro, who looked like she saw a demon, and some blonde-haired girl. Izuku smiled at Gyro. Guess who decided to join the party? Beaches. Suddenly, the entire island went into a shutdown as Izuku and the 2 girls were surrounded by different heroes pointing their attacks at them, making Izuku chuckle. I guess I forgot to tell the airport that I'm about to land. Back with All Might and David, both men were startled when the alarms went off. What is happening? This is the first time something like this happened. All Might looked through the cameras and sighed. Nothing to worry about. It's just my student. It appears he just arrived and decided to make a huge entrance. All Might looked and saw David's face twitching from anger. Hey, I can't control him. He fell into Nezu's hands. The man who was talking to someone when he arrived at the airport saw the disturbance, so he looked at his companions and said, come on, let's go and hide for a while. After the confusion was cleared, Izuku was laughing like a madman, remembering how he arrived at the island. There was a little inquiry about why he came to the island from the sky, but he told them that All Might permitted him to make a special entrance to test how good the island's security was. Once the heroes saw his ticket and verified his identity at the airport, everything went back to normal, well except for Pony and Ibara, who were still clinging to the ground because their lives depended on it. Izuku came back to the girls whom he baffled with his entrance, or more like, he came to exact his revenge on Gyro and get to know the blonde girl he saw with her. He looked at his clock. I got about 10 more minutes before they arrive here, so let's get this over with. He turned to Gyro, who smiled nervously. The boy walked up to her and patted her on the head. Gyro, 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 are you ready for your punishment? The girl gulped. Come on, Izuku. We're buds, right? The girl hooked her arm around his neck. We play pranks on each other from time to time, so let's let bygones be bygones. She made a fist about that. Fist bump. The girl finished, hoping to avoid his wrath. Melissa looked oddly at the interaction, but only smiled at them. Izuku hummed for a bit, before smirking. Nah, friendship is overrated. He then created 2 habanero peppers that glowed red with a sign around that said beware the pepper, and shoved them up her nose, making the girl's eyes water. The boy didn't just there because he created a bottle of paprika and emptied it into Gyro's eyes, making the girl scream in anguish. Finally, while Gyro was screaming, he made a pot of chili, saying, try Izuku's new thermal nuclear chili. It's a regular Texas Max meltdown. The boy poured all in the girl's mouth. Izuku looked at Melissa, who didn't flinch but pouted. Was that really necessary? She seems hurt. The boy looked at Gyro, who was running around trying to find milk. She needed to pay for her crimes. He hugged Melissa. Plus, I'll fix her back in a couple of minutes. He then summoned a telescope and looked through it. Did you see an alien-looking girl anywhere around here? Melissa laughed. Don't you suppose you forgot something? Izuku blinked before remembering. Oh yeah, he then bowed on one knee. My name is Izuku Midoriya and it's a pleasure to meet you, my lady. Melissa giggled at Izuku's silly behavior. My name is Melissa Shield. It's a pleasure to meet you. She took back her arm only to see she was still holding Izuku's hand. The boy pretended to look horrified, but Melissa wasn't fazed by it. She handed him his hand back, saying, this is yours, I believe. The wind was knocked out of Izuku's sails, making the boy falter. This was the first time that someone wasn't terrified by this. He went to a corner and began to draw circles on the ground. Did I lose my touch? Izuku then stood up and looked at his watch. 5 more minutes before they arrive. I have to make The pain couldn't continue speaking because he felt an unbelievable pain in his crotch. The boy felt his soul leaving his body. He fell to the ground and clutched his family jewels before sensing an ominous aura behind him. He looked behind him and saw Pony with her hair covering her face. Pony, why did you do that? And why do you look so angry right now? The girl grabbed him by the neck and began shaking his head. Did you lose your freaking mind? You jumped from God knows where while holding me and Ibara. Ibara-chan is currently in S-ball form, hugging herself and sucking on her thumb from fear. Pony then slapped him so hard that the boy began to twist in the air while acting like a drill, only to eventually get embedded in the ground. Pony huffed and went to relax her nerves, saying, "Stupid boyfriend. Stupid chaotic powers." She sighed before saying, "But I can't help myself. I love him." Melissa came toward her and said, "I think his entrance was cool though." Pony looked at her. "I wish I could skydive like you did, but my dad won't allow me. He says I'm too nice for that." Pony rolled her eyes. "Please, you won't love it when you don't have a parachute with you." The girl looked around. "Speaking of a parachute, where is Discord? He jumped from the top, so he landed before us." She then heard a whistle from behind her. In a potted plant, Discord was lounging under a leaf. "Why was the trip down so long? I thought without the parachute, you would have arrived here earlier." The girl frowned before taking a cup of water and dunked him on Discord, who began cussing at her, making the girl roll her eyes and flippin'. The girl looked at Melissa. "I'm sorry. My name is Pony Tsunotori. It's nice to meet you." Pony heard a scream. She looked behind her and saw Gyro running around like a headless chicken, making the horse girl sigh. "Izuku." Melissa giggled. Yes, it was the first thing he had done when he arrived. Pony rolled her eyes before she looked at Ibara. "And the one sucking on her thumb from fear is Ibara Shizaki." Melissa looked behind Pony and a vine-haired girl rocking back and forth as she sucked on her thumb. Melissa then introduced herself and asked Pony, "Can you talk to Midoriya to put Gyro-chan out of her misery?" Pony nodded her. She went to her boyfriend and smacked him on the head. "Fix Gyro now." The boy wanted to object, but he sensed two angry presences coming his way, so he nodded. The boy snapped his fingers and Gyro fell on the ground panting in relief because all her pain was gone now, but she did glare at Izuku and swore vengeance. Izuku said, "It's time. They're here." Pony looked at him. "What are you talking about?" Izuku pointed at two figures approaching the group. "I'm afraid of no one except those two." He pointed at Kendo and Momo, who had sparks emerging from their eyes. "It seems my time among the land of the living is over. They are going to end me. Goodbye." Pony rolled her eyes. "Don't be such a drama queen, Izuku." She crossed her arms. "They're just going to rough around for a bit before they cool down." The girl finished her statement as Kendo grabbed Izuku and pulled him to her. "So, we begin this new session of Kendo beating Izuku." Kendo had many veins on her forehead. "Do you have any idea what did you throw on us?" Izuku smiled. "It was Jessica's sweat and they're fat on you. Did you like it?" Pony yelled. "Wait, you didn't throw poop on them?" Izuku gasped. "Hey, I may be a trickster, but I have standards. We're getting off the subject here. Momo made a knife for this stunt. I'm going to make sure you don't have kids in your entire life." Izuku screamed in fear and ran away from the two girls. "Go away from me. You're both crazy." Momo threw the knife, which went flying past Izuku, embedding itself inside a wall. Izuku tried to escape them, but he was tied up with vines. He looked and saw Ibara walking up to him. "Shizaki, what are you doing? You're my follower. You're supposed to help me." Ibara shouted. "Be quiet, sinner." The girl clenched her fist. "You almost ended me. I'll still help par our contract, but the contract." Ibara smirked devilishly. Didn't say anything about punishing you for harming my life. Izuku's face looked like a deer caught in the headlight. Izuku gulped. "Is there any way to solve this peacefully? I mean, we are heroes after all, so there." He then felt his ear being pierced by something blasted into it. "Gyro, you're back." The boy stuttered as he saw the earphone jack girl standing behind him with a menacing look that could scare the gods. Gyro nodded. "This is your end, Izuku." She coughed blood, making everyone slightly worried. "Don't worry, I'll sing in your funeral." She cracked her knuckles. "Let the torture begin." The four girls descended on him and began to beat him up for what seemed to be an eternity before they finally finished, leaving a bruised Izuku on the ground. The boy stood up and shook his injuries away. "Man, that left a mark on my body." Ibara said, "Well, you deserve it. You jumped off a flying pig from a height I don't even want to think about. It was terrifying." The girl looked like she was having Vietnam War flashbacks. Izuku laughed. "Come on. It was fun. Plus, you need to grow up." Ibara slapped him with a vine. "Sorry, Leader Izuku, but I have my limits." Kendo looked at them both and asked, "Do I even need to ask about this?" Ibara sighed. "It turns out I'm his assistant for the next couple of years." Kendo looked at the sky and waved. "Oh joy, this is the greatest day of my life." Izuku then said, "I can make it greater." Kendo flipped him off in anger. Melissa then said, "Midoriya, I wonder how your abilities work." She began poking him. "Your powers are quite amazing. Can you explain them to me?" Maybe I can make some support items for you to help use them better. Melissa smiled at him. What do you think? Izuku grinned at her. Well, my power is called chaos and it allows me to absorb something called chaos energy from our surroundings, like what happened a few moments ago, to make reality-bending events occur. He looked at Kendo. And have my personal clown to entertain me. Kendo growled, but Izuku snapped his fingers and made her into a small cat. He grabbed the cat and began to pet her on the head, making it purr for a bit before she began scratching him. Izuku chuckled a little and continued scratching the orange-haired cat behind her ear while Melissa looked at him with awe. This inflated Izuku's ego so much that his head grew. Pony saw this and sighed. All right, let's get you back to Earth. She then used a pin to pop his head, which began to let out wind. I always knew you were made from hot air, but this proves it. Izuku's head reformed, and that's a sample of how my powers work. Did you like them? Melissa clapped her hands. You're amazing. I bet you did many awesome things with them. Izuku gave her a thumbs up with a confident grin. I wish you could tell me though. Izuku laughed. Oh, believe me when I say I can. He snapped his fingers and everything went dark. When the light came back, it was a simple spotlight that was focused on Izuku and Pony. Both teens were dressed in odd clothes. They looked around for a bit and noticed they were in a building that came out of the 60s. It was weird, for lack of a better term. The boy coughed. All right, let this begin. Izuku was wearing a brown striped coat with dark brown lapels trimmed in white and frayed at the bottom. Underneath, he wore a white shirt with a black cross at the chest and black pants with fitted cuffs. To finish the look, he wore a black bow tie with red in the center and for some reason wore black gloves. Pony then felt her clothes shift. She was now wearing a red tuxedo and formal black pants that showed off her beautiful figure. Izuku also added a top hat for her. Melissa then said, "Oh, I suppose he's about to do something awesome." Momo replied, "More like he's about to give me a heart attack from his antics," she said as she saw everyone's clothes shift to something similar to Izuku and Pony. Izuku coughed. Boys and girls, this song is for a special lady in the audience and her name is Melissa. The blonde blushed a little and scratched her cheek while Pony glared murderously at Izuku, swearing to make him cry later. The boy then made a piano appear from nowhere and Pony sat on it and began to play various tones. The song began with a depressing tone, making everyone wonder why it was like that. Momo hummed, "I guess he's going to sing about his past." Cat Kendo nodded her tiny head as Momo scratched her head, making the cat girl purr in happiness. Izuku cleared his throat and prepared himself to sing. Momo, on the other hand, pouted, wondering why she was the one supposed to suffer this. Where was Mina? She was one of the people who stole Izuku's tickets. She hoped he would punish her as well. Izuku began singing using a juvenile voice. "I had a dream I wish to tell." And back then it was laughable. He put his face near Kendo's face, making her hiss. He then grabbed Melissa and twirled her around. "But hey, kid, what the hell? Because I'm one of a kind. The chaotic demon lord with an awesome backstory to boot as well." Pony continued playing the tones, which were still a little bit dark. The other students were then surrounded. At first, it was just my mom and me, but then it was introduced to a spiky Pomeranian boy who had an explosive attitude with a quirk who became my brother. He then slapped Momo's butt, making her growl. But suddenly Pony's piano tunes began to start to go upbeat. But then my quirk diagnosis came and I was declared to be quirkless, which everyone around me peel away. But the worst betrayal came from my supposed friend who tortured me for so many years, only for one day for my skills to truly emerge. Izuku said in happiness and laughed. "Take it, boys." Many shadows appeared from everywhere and began to play different instruments. My dreams finally came true. I was able to control myself and emerged on the top, defeating everyone around me, making them see how amazing my powers are. I did a lot of amazing things that would blow your mind in tiny pieces. So tell Mel, do you want to hear of my achievements? The girl nodded, unable to speak due to amazement. But Izuku laughed. "I see what's happening here. You're face to face with greatness and it is strange. You don't even know how to feel. It is adorable. Well, it's nice to see that people never change. I know it's a lot, the hair, the bod," Izuku said, hugging Pony from behind before throwing her into the air. "When you're staring at a Chaos Lord." He grabbed Pony before singing. "So what can I say except you're welcome for the sky, the sun, the tides." "Hey, it's okay, you're welcome. I'm just an ordinary lord." Izuku made a screen showing him fighting the zero-pointer, Hey, who has 2 thumbs and defeated the giant machine when Uraraka was about to get crushed. This guy. The scene changed to another scene from the USJ, when the Nama was wreaking havoc at the USJ, who burned it to a crisp to save everyone around. "You're looking at him, yo." Another scene showed Izuku fighting Stain. "Also, I kicked Stain's can. You're welcome. To help heroes live and save more things." He then flexed his muscles, showing Izuku defeating Bakugo at their first heroic exercise. "Also, I humiliated the angry bomber. You're welcome to humble him a bit so he can be lived with." "So, what can I say? You're welcome for the sports one, allowing to presents to be observed." You're welcome. Izuku then smiled. "Melissa, come to think, I can go on and on. I can explain every natural phenomenon. The tides, the ground, the grass. That was Izuku just messing around. I met ancient gods. I fought Zeus, kicked his butt, so now I'm one of them. Izuku laughed. What's the lesson? What's the takeaway? Don't mess with Izuku when he's on a breakaway. And the scene saved in my mind is the map of the victories I won. Look at what I've done. I make everything happen. He then pointed at Discord and said, now, look at this mini Discord just dancing. The ex-lord began tap dance on the ground, making Melissa giggle and clap her hands. So, anyway, let me say you're welcome for the wonderful things I've done. You've been blessed by presents, so there's no need for you to bow to me, Izuku said before grabbing Melissa's cheeks and squashing them. The only thing I need from you is to spread the good word about me, cause Izuku can do anything, but be well received. You're welcome, you're welcome. Izuku then took a drink Pony was drinking before looking at her and saying, and thank you. Pony protested the theft and yelled, hey, that's mine. She then tried to take it back, but Izuku just floated in the air, making the girl pout as Izuku snapped his fingers, covering the entire island with confetti, making the girls except Melissa grumble in annoyance. Izuku looked at Melissa and asked, so, what do you think? Did you like the song? Melissa nodded, but she then asked, but can you please remove the confetti? It's ruining the island's look and making it harder for people to walk around. Izuku normally wouldn't honor such a request, but he just nodded. He snapped his fingers and everything was gone. On the side, Gyro looked at Momo, so now he thinks that he's a god. What's next? He will ask us to pray to him. Momo shrugged and looked at Kendo, who was still a cat. The black-haired girl coughed. Midoriya, as entertaining as that was, Momo had to admit this was a little bit funny, but when are you going to turn Kendo back to normal? Izuku looked at her. What are talking about? This is all in Kendo's hand. She can return to normal when she wants to. Momo put Kendo on the ground. The cat closed its eyes and a cloud of smoke engulfed it. When the smoke cleared, Kendo was standing upright. The girl said, that was odd, but wasn't exactly unpleasant. She then heard snickering coming from behind her. She looked and saw Minta and Kaminair holding their laughter, making her laugh. What's so funny with you guys? Do you want to be punted to the sun? Minta looked away. Nothing, but you look like something you'd only find in a comic magazine. Kendo wondered what she was talking about until Kaminari handed her a mirror, making Kendo shatter it. On her head, there were 2 cat ears, and she didn't need to look to see the orange cat tail swinging back and forth. At this point, Ada came and introduced himself to Melissa while taking a night stance in front of Izuku, much to the engine boy's dismay. Kendo looked at Izuku, who was asking Ada, did you see Mina? The green-haired boy didn't get to ask his question because Kendo wrapped her tail around his neck and pulled him to her. The girl had many veins on her head. Did you turn me into a Nico girl? Izuku shrugged. Think about it. You will have more abilities now. Izuku then looked away. I found her. Finally, I'm going to make her horns become jello. He then dissolved and went straight to Mina, who was in some kind of arena fighting robots. The boy waited for her to finish before going down to her. The announcer said, 30 seconds. That's a new record. Mina went to Ochako and said, I did it faster than you, Acha. The Machai girl pouted, not fair. My quirk doesn't help me in this kind of thing. Izuku appeared behind them. I can make your quirk stronger. Both girls yelled in panic before Mina saw Izuku, and her face paled when he looked at her, but the girl quickly of something. She looked at the announcer. Hey, we have a new competitor. The announcer then yelled, we have a new competitor. Now, let's see how much time he needs to defeat the robots. The woman then announced the fight began, only for it to be ended when Izuku destroyed all the robots in just 1 second. 1 second. Izuku then went to Mina and said, nice try. Now for your punishment. Izuku snapped his fingers and Mina was covered in smoke. When she appeared, she was all red. Mina looked at him. Seriously, that's what you had for me? This isn't even. She then heard an angry growl. She looked behind her and saw an ox glaring at her before charging to hit her. The previously pink-skinned girl began to run in fear. Izuku yelled, good luck, Ashido. Midoriya. Izuku looked and saw Todoroki. I see you're here. The boy stared at him for a bit. So, I suppose the reason the island went on shutdown was you. Izuku chuckled as Ochako gave him a deadpan. Yeah, I forgot to tell them I'm landing. Ochako laughed. That's so you, Deku, but how did you come here anyway? Izuku answered her. Well, I used Jessica to fly here. When I entered the airspace of Island, I jumped off it while holding Pony and Ibara so they wouldn't fall to their death. Both of them gave him a deadpan. Right. Izuku looked at Mina, who was running around like a headless chicken with the ox still charging at her, making him laugh a bit. Man, I'm sure happy that I'm recording this. Shoto said, I ran into Kendo a couple of minutes ago. Did you turn her into a Nico girl? Ochako spat out a drink she was drinking. You're kidding. No, look at her. Izuku pointed to Kendo, who arrived at the fighting arena. She looks cute, doesn't she? Ochako fell to the ground laughing. Kendo looked at Ochako. That's a betrayal. I would have helped you, Ochako. The Machai girl stopped. Calm down. He made me into a mermaid whenever I touch cold water. She took out a water bottle and dosed herself in it, turning into a mermaid. See. Kendo blinked in shock. How can you be so cool with this shit happening to you? She then scratched her head. And how the heck do you turn back into a human? Ochako lifted one finger. First, he's my best friend, so I know he has the best of intentions and doesn't mean any harm to me. She then lifted another finger. Second, my boyfriend thinks I look cool as a mermaid. Another finger was lifted. And finally, all I have to do is concentrate to be back to normal, so it isn't such a big deal. Kendo shook her head. All right, this is going to be annoying, but I can work with this. The girl looked at her new claws. I can always claw his eyes out when he annoys me. Izuku nearby shivered in fear and crawled away from the girl, but he bumped into Gyro, who crossed her arms and smirked, going somewhere. The boy nodded, making the girl giggle. Come on, let's go before Kendo decides to see how sharp her new claws are. Izuku nodded and the girl led away, leaving Kendo wondering where the green-haired boy escaped. Izuku thanked Gyro and gave her a beautiful flower, making the girl say, Dude, if your girlfriend sees you, she's going to skin you alive. She then looked around. Speaking of which, where is Pony? Izuku replied, I sent a telepathic message to Shizaki to take her to the mall to distract her for a bit. Gyro laughed out loud at Izuku's plan so he could get revenge on Mina. The girl lifted her earphone jacks and heard how the ox finally managed to catch up to Mina and stab her in her rear, making the alien-looking girl jump into the air screaming in pain. Gyro's face became serious. Midoriya, I need to ask you something very important. Izuku then asked, Tell me, what is it? He puffed out his chest. I can do everything I can. Gyro told him, I just had a doctor's opinion about my condition. She now had Izuku's full attention. My body is getting destroyed for some reason. Izuku's eyes widened. I don't think I can make it for the new year, so I was hoping for you to do something. Izuku snapped his fingers and Gyro felt better. He then summoned a paper. Okay, this is a blood contract between me and you. All you have to do is let a small droplet of blood and I will have to heal every week to make your body get stronger. Gyro narrowed her eyes. First, what's the catch? Second, why not heal me entirely? Izuku replied, First, the catch is that you'll work for me for the next 25 years of your life. This made the girl's face fall. Second, I tried, but something in your body is resisting my chaos energy. But then again, chaos energy isn't healing magic to begin with. Gyro sighed. I suppose you have a point. The girl then used her nail to prick her finger and let a droplet of blood fall on the paper as a huge chromatic light exploded from it while Izuku had a demonic smile on his face. The boy patted her head. Thanks for selling your soul to me. The boy disappeared as Gyro yelled at him, You made me sell my soul. Back with Melissa. The girl was in her lab doing some research when the shadows around her began to shift. Normally, she would be afraid, but she knew who this was and said, Hello, Midoriya. Can you travel through shadows too? The boy appeared and said, You're taking this way too causally. Most people by now would be pulling their hair out. Melissa only giggled at him and told him to join her. Izuku followed Melissa and whistled in appreciation. Man, this is amazing. You have your own lab. The boy hummed a bit. What I wouldn't do to have my own hero agency to play in. Melissa told him, Well, believe me, it wasn't easy for me to get this lab. I had to work very diligently to convince my father to have it, but it worked out just fine. She then took out a device she was working on. Do you want to see some of the stuff I am working on? The boy smiled. Of course, I want to see some support items. He took out a small notebook. I'm still a hero nerd at heart before being a Chaos Lord. Melissa laughed at this. The two began going through the girl's support items, with Izuku smiling at Melissa's attempts to convince him to use something since every hero needs a support item according to her. Izuku's only reply was to pet her on the head, telling her that if Crazy didn't manage to convince him, she wouldn't be able to do that either. After a full 3 hours, Izuku said, I have to say this is one of the most amazing support items I have seen in my life, and this says something given I've seen some professional stuff out there. Melissa smiled. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. Her smile faltered a bit before pouting. Though I wish you would have accepted my offer to take one of my inventions as a support item for you. Izuku laughed. You won't give up, will you? The girl shook her head, making Izuku sigh in defeat. Okay, let's make a deal. Should I ever need a support item for some reason, I will call. Are we cool now? Melissa nodded and put out her hand for them to shake it. Izuku grabbed her hand, but something happened that shocked both teens. Some kind of energy sparked when their hands met, sending both teens flying from the resulting explosion to opposite ends of the room. Discord appeared beside Izuku and whispered into his ear, I think we found our new goddess of harmony. Izuku deadpanned at him. Yes, sorry about that. But in my defense, I didn't know this could happen, but you came out unscathed. I was always left trapped inside a statue. Izuku glared at him, but what both didn't know was that inside Izuku's body, a small crystal emerged inside him, divided by. Melissa simply looked at her hands and she felt something odd happening inside her body. What in the world is happening to me? A party of chaos. Izuku stood up and shook his head. Damn it. I think I broke something in my back. He looked behind him and saw a broken table. This makes sense. The boy began to pull pieces of wood from his back, ignoring Melissa, who looked like she had the shock of her life, which is 100% true. Melissa looked at her hands. What happened to me? I'm quirkless. She looked at Izuku and remembered what her uncle told her. Could I be a false negative like he is? Did I always have it? Discord appeared beside Izuku and slapped him upside the head. Go and help that girl. Izuku looked at her and felt a chill travel down his spine. Do I have to? I don't know why, but she is giving me. Discord carried on. The chills. I know. That's why I used to feel with the elements of harmony. The ex-Chaos Lord then pointed his head toward Melissa, making Izuku sigh. Fine. Izuku walked to Melissa. So, Melissa? Izuku started grabbing the girl's attention. You told us you were quirkless, but it turns out you were lying. Izuku shook his head. Shame on you. The girl blushed and began defending herself. No, of course not. I would never lie to you. The girl waved her hands around nervously as Izuku chuckled to himself a little. Please, believe. Izuku lifted his hand. All right, I believe you, but you need to listen to me carefully. The girl nodded her head. Whatever you think you awaken right now is not a quirk. It has a long story and it has a relationship with my quirk, so to speak. Do you understand? The girl nodded. So, you're going to explain to me what my powers are. Izuku gave her a thumbs up and slapped her on the rear as he said, now, onwards to the party. He then magically changed his clothes while Melissa stood there blushing. She looked at him and squeaked, don't you have a girlfriend? Won't she be angry? Izuku replied, nah, she won't be angry. He then walked outside the room. Plus, what Pony doesn't know won't hurt her, he said with absolute confidence. Somewhere in a room on an island, Pony was checking herself in the mirror to see how good she looked in her outfit when a shiver went down her spine. Izuku is flirting with another girl. She huffed and puffed angrily. I have to leave my scent on him so the others back off. Momo and Itsuka looked at Pony. Momo leaned toward Itsuka. Do you think we should talk to her? Itsuka shrugged. No, I don't think so, because now that I'm half cat, I kinda understand where she's coming from, but just in case, make sure she doesn't maim anyone. Momo nodded, making a tranquilizer dart to knock out the horse girl should she ever need to. Itsuka sighed. I hope this night ends well. She felt a shiver through her spine. Damn it. Somewhere else on the island. The man from before looked at the knocked out bodies of the security guards and hummed. It appears everything is going in order. Let's begin phase 2. The students were waiting at the bottom of the central tower of I Island so they could go up to the party, but they noticed that someone was missing. Or rather, one person and a chaotic demon that were all happy to see gone for a bit. Itsuka was so happy. Her tail was wagging excitedly. Momo sighed. Thank God. These types of things are boring to Midoriya, or else he would have made our lives a walking horror show for his entertainment. Melissa, who was wearing a beautiful blue dress, chimed in. Oh no, I heard him saying that he was going to beat us there to the party. The girl tapped her chin. Something about spicing things up and not just making the party some social gathering of stuck jerks. Momo frowned and made a shotgun. It's lock and load then. He must have some monsters waiting for us in the elevators. Todoroki took away the shotgun, making Momo pout. You're no fun, babe. You never allow me to use the shotgun. Shoto gave her a blank look. I think Midoriya is beginning to rub off on you. He hugged her from behind. He's making you more chaotic. Since when did you want to use a shotgun? The girl's mouth opened and she tried to defend herself. No, never, not even. The girl felt her world crashing, and as she turned around and hugged Shoto, babe, I don't want to become crazy. Shoto hugged her back, trying to ignore her muumuus being pressed against his chest. It's all right. Itsuka stood beside Momo and patted her on the back. First time. That's how I felt. Momo asked, does it get better? The girl sniffed. She was the heir of the Yaoyorozu Cooperation. If she went crazy and chaotic, her family would be forced to sell the company. The company needed steady hands to stir it, not squid hands with mantis claws emerging from the head. Shoto whispered into her ear, don't worry. I'll be there to make sure that I will stop you from going Midoriya on your business partners. The girl wiped her tears away. Thank you, guys. You're the best. I hope we stay together forever. Kendo sweat dropped. I don't know about living together, but we'll be friends forever. The red and white-haired boys said something that shocked both girls. I'm not against having 2 girlfriends if you both agree to it. Both girls blushed heavily and began yelling at the boy for suggesting such a thing, only for him to add, are you against this? The girls slapped him upside the head. You're missing the point. This is wrong and sexist. Shoto nodded. Sorry, but I never had a good relationship with my mom and I mostly ignored my sister. The only type of info on women I got were from anime where the hero gets multiple women. Both girls looked at each other. I think he fell for Midoriya's chaotic ways way before us. Melissa on the side sweat dropped. I don't think he's that bad. The girl laughed a bit. If anything, he seems harmless and funny. The girl shivered when she noticed the cold glare the 3 were giving her. That's what I think. The girl began playing with her hair, hoping that they would stop glaring at her because it was becoming uncomfortable. Shoto shook his head. I understand why you would think like that. I think Midoriya is a good person, but... The boy stopped for a bit, trying to find a way to explain it. but the girls beat him to it. He's a crazy sociopath who's going to rule the world one day and will be the resistant. This time both Shoto and Melissa's sweat dropped a little. Isn't that a little bit too much? Ibara stood beside them. I don't he's that bad. You girls are just talking about his mischievous behavior without looking at all the good deeds that he has done from the moment we met him. The girl stopped and looked at a piece of paper. Hey, even I can't spew such nonsense. The girl threw the paper away. In short, he's the devil in human skin, but even devils can be useful for once in their lives, the girl said as she rubbed her face against her wings. Melissa looked up toward the ceiling and asked herself, I wonder what Izuku is doing right now. Momo stood beside her. I think he must be doing something that might get him kicked out from the party altogether. The girl crossed her arms with a smirk. Itsuka looked at her. Do you think he's going to do something like that here? Momo gave her a deadpan look that said you're kidding, right? Achako and Mina came with the former laughing at the latter. The latter was limping because she had her butt impaled by an angry ox about 20 times. Mina rubbed her rear. I'm going to melt Midoriya's. Momo put a hand on her mouth making Mina nod. Ass off when I see him. That ox almost took away my ability to walk. The girl continued to limp. Achako then asked, who are we still waiting for? Melissa replied, well, we're still waiting for Gyro, Ada, Hagakure, Asui, Kaminari, and Minta. Momo looked at her watch. Good thing I was able to convince my parents for the extra ticket. The girl remembered when most of her friends were able to go to the party. She asked her parents for the extra ticket since it felt it would be unfair if one didn't get to go. Gyro is a bit shy coming out. Achako chimed in, so I think someone should go and bring her out here. Momo stood up. I'll be back in a bit. Don't miss me too much. The girl finished with a small laugh. Shoto then said, then in that case, he also stood up and walked toward the door. I'll go and check on the other guys. The rest nodded. But Kendo couldn't help but feel that tonight was going to be anything but relaxing. At the party, Izuku and Pony were looking around. But Izuku went somewhere and began eating like a wild boar when he saw the open buffet. Pony was sweating slightly in embarrassment due to his behavior. The girl pulled on his collar. For the love of God, Izuku, act civil. This is something important. It could affect our future for crying out loud. Izuku gave her an unimpressed look. Well, I want to have some fun. He then stretched his hand, grabbed 10 hot dogs, and shoved them down his throat, followed by a mini pizza, making the horse girl slap her forehead. She then took out a lock from her pocket and locked Izuku's mouth. The girl twirled the key in her hand and looked at Izuku. Do you promise to act good? The boy nodded his head. Do you promise to act civil and not cause havoc? The boy nodded again. Do you promise to take on a wonderful date in Rome when we're finished here? The boy nodded once again with tears in his eyes. Okay, I'll open your mouth, but don't act odd. The boy pouted at Pony, who patted him on the head. Don't feel bad. This is for your own good. The boy stuck out his tongue before walking over to the buffet and grabbing a carrot. The boy began eating before noticing a hero looking at him. What are you looking at, Doc? The hero shook his head before going away. The party continued going on, but Izuku was beginning to get bored. All he saw was scientists making one boring speech after another. He could have sworn he saw ghosts flying out of the floor from boredom. The boy looked at Pony. Can I please do something because I'm really bored? The girl shook her head. No, if you do something like this, they might kick us out and I don't want that. I want to see what this meeting is all about. The girl crossed her arms. Plus, you're going to turn this entire place into a huge melting pot with us as the iron. Izuku gasped. No, I'm just going to make this entire place into a dancing floor. The girl hummed for a bit. On one hand, I don't want to turn this international event into something out of a cartoon. The boy deflated. On the other one, I really like dance. Go for it. Izuku smiled as he snapped his fingers and everything changed. The room became retro with a jukebox. Izuku then summoned his shadows once again and they began to play music like jazz. The boy turned his clothes into dancing clothes and he looked like Elvis Presley. The boy began to dance as All Might entered the room and saw what was happening, making the blonde hero see as he could already see David having a mini stroke just by making eye contact with the man. Izuku was dancing like there was no tomorrow when someone grabbed him by the collar and threw him outside the room. He looked up and saw a hero who said, "You're getting thrown out by David's shield by disrupting the event. I was making it more interesting," Izuku said as the hero shrugged and entered back into the room. "They're no fun." Moments later, Pony was thrown outside the room. She looked at Izuku and said, "Let's go." Izuku asked the girl, "Should I be worried that I will be forced to fight all the heroes on this island because you kicked someone in the nuts?" The boy looked worried not about the fighting part, but about someone getting kicked in the nuts where it really hurts. The girl shook her head. "Of course not." The boy sighed, but his face paled when Pony added, "I kicked him in the back of the head with both legs. It was a good thing it was a slow kick. And All Might have convinced them to look the other." The girl sighed. "I'm stressed now. I want you to help me relax a little bit." The boy tilted his head in confusion until a light bulb appeared. "Of course, I'm going to help you." The boy carried princess style and ran toward their room. Pony laughed. Try not to be too excited. You're making us look like friends with benefits. The girl giggled a little before smirking. Plus, I have to lay claim on you. I felt like some girl dared to look at you or you did something to another girl. But I know you wouldn't do that because you know what's good for you, right? Izuku smiled and nodded nervously, but discord appeared on his shoulder, making his eyes widen. Oh yeah, totally. He just slapped that Melissa girl on her rear, and in his own words, what Pony doesn't know won't hurt her, is definitely loyal. Pony headbutted slightly. Like I said, I'm going to claim by putting my scent all over you. She tapped her chin, and perhaps making a mini version of myself appear on your shoulder whenever you do this like this. Should she have a pitchfork or not? Izuku sighed and shrugged. Well, at least, you're not going to use my brain as some kind of chair. Back with the rest of the students, they were still waiting at the bottom of the central tower of Island as Melissa said, it appears he kicked your friend because he turned the party into a disco room out of the 80s. She cringed. It appears he was then kicked by Izuku's girlfriend, who was soon thrown out of the party soon after. Pity, I wanted to see him more in action. She didn't notice the many people who sighed in relief. Ida, who arrived a while back with Kaminari in mind, said, well, then I suppose it can't be helped. Knowing Midoriya, he'd want us to go on with this party. The boy silently clenched his fist. Yes, I won't be forced to call him Overlord for the night in front of many heroes. A paper appeared in front of him and he grabbed it. The boy read the paper and it said, spread the good word about your Overlord. Good try. For effort. The boy threw the paper away. Momo then came dragging Gyro into the room. Please, Gyro. You look beautiful. I am sure everyone will love how you look, Momo said while struggling. Suyu added, I don't think it's about embarrassment. I think she's a bit sick from whatever is happening with her. Are you all right, Gyro? Momo hummed. Yeah, I've been noticing that you've been a bit under the weather, Gyro. The girl summoned a credit card. Do I need to call some international doctors to help you? Gyro replied, no, I'm fine. I'm just a little bit nervous. The girl rubbed her shoulder. I mean, not every day you get to stand in front of many international heroes. The girl looked away. Add to that, I'm the successor of All Might. I feel that I have to leave a good impression, which is making me go crazy. The girl began to play nervously with her earphone jack. Momo said, I know, but do you know what this means? Gyro shook her head. This means we give it our best. The girl now had a happy bouncy aura around her, making Gyro's sweat drop. Toru added, yeah, let's give it our all. The floating dress began to jump up and down in excitement. Mina followed her lead and did the same thing. Seeing that everyone was here, Melissa said, how about we go to the party now? Everyone nodded and Shoto held Momo's hand, making the girl smile. Kaminari looked at Gyro and offered her his hand. The girl looked away and grabbed the hand. Don't think anything of it, dork. I'm doing this because I don't want you to get lost if you enter your dumb mode. Kaminari cringed at the insult but nodded. Suddenly, the alarms went off, telling everyone that the island was being shut down. Melissa looked around. What is happening? She tried to call her dad, but he wouldn't answer her phone. Something is going on. My dad isn't answering his phone. A couple of moments after Izuku and Pony were kicked out of the party, David sighed and muttered under his breath, such an amazing power being wasted on a child. Why couldn't someone like All Might have it? He would have become much stronger. The man shook his head. There's no thinking about it right now. He looked at All Might and went to the stage. Please make way for the symbol of peace, All Might. The blonde hero began greeting people and made his way to the stage. The man began to give a small speech to thank the support engineers and cheer new heroes coming into the scene when suddenly, vents on the ground opened and he was tied up by some type of energy bind. What in the world? He looked and saw other heroes in a similar situation. The door of the room was then kicked open by a man wearing a metal mask. Everyone, calm down. You do as we say and I promise you that nothing will happen to you. All Might tried to break his confines, but the man grabbed a woman and said, don't try anything, hero, or this lady gets it. All Might calmed down as he looked at David and they had a silent conversation, making All Might sigh and hope for the best. A thought entered his mind. I hope young Midoriya ends this quickly. The man then said, my name is Wolfram. He looked around, and I'm going to call the shots here. He then saw David. You're David Shield, right? David nodded. Good, I need you. He then grabbed and threw him to his men. Do you have anything to say? In Izuku's room, the boy had a tick over his head. When Pony told him he was going to help her relax, he thought they were going to do something else. What he didn't imagine was for him to become a beanbag for her while his spirit messaged her back. This is so humiliating. The green-haired boy frowned. I can't believe that my body was made into a beanbag. The boy looked at the girl sitting on his enlarged body acting like a beanbag while he massaged her back. Pony replied, less talking, more messaging. The girl was having the time of her life. After being flung through the astrosphere, being dropped from the sky, and being kicked out of the party, she is really nervous. Knowing her boyfriend flirted with another girl made her angry, so now she was sitting on body while he was messaging her back. Suddenly, everything began blaring through the room. Both students were told that Island was being shut down due to security concerns, making Izuku frown and wonder what was going on. Izuku was about to move, but Pony stopped him. Don't stop. I need my back message. Izuku argued, but I need to go and see what was happening. The girl gave him an unimpressed look. Okay, fine. I won't leave, but I won't sit here and down anything either. Izuku began to talk to All Might with his mind. The hero was shocked at first, but then he explained the situation to the boy. He explained the island was taken by a couple of villains and that David and his assistant were taken hostage by the man. Izuku hummed as he received the information. The boy then used his powers to make another version of himself. That version went through the wall and headed toward his friends. Sure, he can take out the villains in a single punch, but where's the fun in that? Izuku then returned to messaging Pony's back while the girl hummed happily. Are we going to finish anytime soon? The boy asked her. The girl hummed, in a couple of minutes, but go on and stop winning. The boy groaned in annoyance and dug his hands deeper into the girl's back, making her sigh in relief. Back with the students, they didn't know what was going on. Melissa told them that even in a case of infiltration of the island, it isn't shut down entirely like this. Did some dangerous villain manage to sneak on the island and attack everyone? That seemed ridiculous. Why? Because the island was filled to the brim with heroes. Any villain who'd to attack here is crazy. Then there is no way that it'd be able to reach the island's security system. But the students heard someone making their toward them, so they readied their quirks but sighed when Izuku appeared. Itsuka sighed. For once, I'm really happy to see Midoriya. Izuku replied dryly, thanks, but I know what's happening. The boy explained everything to the teens, which made Melissa tear up knowing her father was held hostage. Izuku added, we need to stop them. Gyro interjected, well, let's calm down here. Look, if this was another case, I would go with you, but we can't just barge in like this. The girl pointed at the ceiling. We have actual hostages. Izuku pointed at Ida and Todoroki. Weren't they hostage when Stain was holding his sword over them? The two boys shrunk down a little and looked away. Momo then added, yes, well, what happened with Shoto was dangerous. We can't just barge in like this. The girl put her hands together. Izuku, while you are practically immortal, the civilians being held at gunpoint aren't. What if you are late and someone dies? Izuku gave her a deadpan. Do you know who I am? The boy asked with a bored tone, making the girl sigh and look away because she knew there was no talking him out of it. Shoto agreed with Izuku. I agree with Midoriya. We can't just sit here and hope for the best. Tsuyu shook her head. We have to wait for the heroes to act. She put a hand on her mouth. I'm sure All Might is going to find a way to get out and defeat the heroes. Both Izuku and Gyro were doubtful given the hero was running out of time because his muscle form was about to end. Izuku shook his head. While we're here squabbling, we could be saving people. Izuku looked at Ida, who looked away, unsure if he should join Izuku's side or Tsuyu's. Izuku rolled his eyes. Fine, I tried to do it the easy way, but have it your way. Those who opposed going against the villains thought Izuku was about to brainwash them, but he just summoned a hat. Izuku then said, look as I bring a hero to help us save the day. Melissa asked Izuku, is this even safe to do? The boy shrugged before shoving his hand deep into the hat. Only Itsuka had an idea regarding who he was going to summon. Izuku then pulled his hand out only for Shigaraki to appear. The blue-haired man who was stuck from the shoulder down inside the hat yelled, what the hell are you doing to me, you brat? Izuku laughed, oops, my bad. Goodbye, Shiggy. The boy then used a plunger to send Shiggy back. He then put his hand back into the hat. Here goes nothing. He then removed his hands, but this time a pair of long white bunny ears appeared. The boy continued pulling till he played out a female heroine which everyone knew. The boy managed to pull out the rabbit hero Maruko, who didn't seem happy since she was in her pajamas, meaning she was about to go to bed. The rabbit heroine tried to kick the boy, but he just phased through the kick, making the hero yell in anger. What in the world did bring here for? She pointed to her attire. Don't you think I was about to do something that I needed? Izuku shrugged. I know, but we need your help. The hero tilted her head. We're being attacked by villains and we need your aid. That's why I summoned you. The heroine then smiled. Why didn't you start with that? The woman ripped out her pajamas, making all the boys cover their eyes as Toru yelled, I understand that you're excited, but why are you trying to flash us? Maruko laughed. Calm down, kid. The woman was relieved to be in her hero costume. I'm always in my hero costume no matter what I'm doing. It's a leotard after all. The woman crouched in front of Izuku and asked, give me one reason so I don't kick you so hard in the nuts that your balls fall off. The boy paled as he crawled away from her. I thought we got over this, the boy said as he raised his hands in defense. You agreed to help us. The woman nodded and the boy inquired, why are you angry then if you want to help us? The woman tapped on her chin. You did pull me out of a hat, didn't you? The woman speed blitzed the boy and kicked him in the nuts. This is for pulling out of the hat. You deserve it. The boy's clone didn't fall to the ground, making the hero ask, how the hell are you still standing? The clone shrugged. I'm just a clone. I just transferred to the original. He looked into the distance. Yeah, he's currently clutching his junk with his soul leaving his body. Back with the original Izuku. Izuku was watching a movie with Pony. Well, Pony was using his eyes as a movie projector since the shutdown also took down the internet when the boy suddenly fell over in pain, making the girl hurry to him. Izuku, what's wrong? The boy muttered. It feels like a train ran through my nuts and bolts. It's very painful. Pony patted him on the back. There, sweetie. It's all right. The girl rubbed her face against his. For all the times she hit him, the girl never did it out of malice, but she did because she was joking with him. Most of the time she barely put force in her hits. The boy smiled at her and kissed her. You're the best. Both of them rubbed their noses against each other. Both returned to bed and returned to their movie. Back with the others, Maruko whistled. Smooth move, kid. Well, in any case, explain to me what's happening here so I can know what's going on. The woman rubbed her ears. I need to know what I need to do and what the current situation is to be able to see how you clowns fit into this and how you can all help me take down those idiots. Everyone looked at her with a confused expression, making them ask, what's with the odd look? Suyu replied, well, you're mostly portrayed as an What is the right word that I'm looking for? Izuku carried on, a lone wolf, a battle junkie, a war-loving lunatic. The boy shivered as he felt Maruko's looming presence over him, making him shiver. Wait, before you do anything rash, I have something to offer. Maruko hummed, tell me what you have. Izuku asked her, do you want to have a new set of powers? The bunny hero tapped on her chin for a moment and said, I'll see what you have to offer, and if it's good, you won't get it. She then slammed her fist into her open palm. If it's bad, I'll introduce you to the pretzel. Izuku opened his mouth to ask, but Maruko cut him off. Don't ask. It'll just ruin the surprise for you. The boy gulped. Izuku then snapped his fingers and said, I want you to go around the room jumping around for a bit. The hero looked skeptical for a bit, but Izuku said, just trust me. The rabbit hero nodded and began to jump around the room, but nothing happened. The woman shouted, are you trying to trick me, brat? I will be going to make a rug out of your skin. Izuku replied, just keep going faster and imagine how many kicks you can land on me at the same time. Izuku just stood there as the woman threw herself to him with a deranged smile, only for something to happen. Maruko suddenly manifested another version of herself who kicked Izuku in the head while the original rabbit girl kicked him in the guts, making the boy hold his stomach. The rabbit woman looked at her counterpart as she disappeared. Wow, that was freaking awesome. The woman threw her arms in the air. Now, I can kick butts as twice as I can normally do. Everyone's sweat dropped for the reason of her excitement. The boy said, your new ability is being able to make clones of yourself if you need to do multiple things at once. For example, if you want to scout an area, you can run as fast as you can and make clones who will help search, sharing the information they found with the return to you. The woman hummed, receiving the new information. Izuku asked her, so, we're cool now? You don't want to kick my butt to the moon and back? Maruko kicked him in the nuts once again. Yeah, now, we're cool as a cucumber. The boy bent over. Why did you kick me? I just did you a favor of a lifetime. The woman replied, I'm sure there's some strings attached to it because you won't just give me an awesome power like that without having something in return. The boy clarified, this was the first time that I didn't have any strings attached to any deal I made with anyone. The woman blinked. Oh, my bad. I guess, but why though? She looked at Ibara and Ada. From what I heard, you like to screw people over and mess with their lives. Izuku corrected her. I like to screw people over, not be screwed. Maruko tilted her head in confusion. Making you my follower is just more trouble than it is worth. He pointed at Kendo. I'll have an easier time convincing her to join me in a harem than having you call me your esteemed overlord who is the king of the seas and the lands. Kendo flipped him off. F you, Izuku. The woman hummed for a moment. Wise choice, kid. I'd just keep kicking you in the balls every time you tell me to call that. The boy shivered at how causally she was mentioning nut shots. Maruko shook her head. All right, guys, tell me everything that has happened here. The students began to explain to her what happened. They told how they were going to the main party when everything was suddenly shut down, followed by the entire tower closing up. Izuku then continued the story, telling her how talked with All Might, how the man told him that a couple of villains managed to enter the island and capture it, how they are holding everyone at gunpoint, how they kidnapped David's shield, and how some of his classmates were cowards, earning a tongue slap from Sue. The rabbit hero hummed. Seems that we're in quite a pickle here, but nothing that can't be solved. The heroine looked at the locked doors. What we need now is to take back control of the island. Does anyone know how to do that or where all the central sheet is located? Melissa lifted her hand. Ma'am, it's on the top of the central tower here. Maruko nodded. And can you take control of the island, girl? The woman stared at Melissa because she was a native of the island, and if she could take control of the island back, she would have solved half of their troubles. Melissa replied, yes, I can take control back of the island. I know how the security system of this island works like the back of my hand. The girl had a determined look on her face. If you take me there, I'll be able to take control of the island in just a few minutes. The heroine nodded. All right, brats. The students looked at her. Going on forward, I'm the leader of this little endeavor of ours. If I tell you that you're monkeys, you become one. If I tell you that you're dogs, you become one. Your mission is to follow my lead and try not to get hurt. The students nodded their heads, although some were unsure given how she seemed to be leading this mission. The heroine looked at the stairs. We'll go first through the stairs since I'm sure they don't have surveillance here. The woman went toward the door. Does anyone have any objections? Izuku raised his hand, making the woman say, anyone who has something useful to say. Izuku kept his hand raised, making her say, great, since no one is objecting, let's move and go to the top. The students nodded and began to filter out, only for Ibara to be grabbed by Izuku and yanked back to him. The girl asked him, why aren't we going with him? Izuku replied, because I want to do this. The boy snapped his fingers and a light engulfed them, making the girl close her eyes due to the brightness. When her vision returned, she saw she was in a corridor, making her ask, where are we exactly? The boy replied, we're at the top of the tower. We're near the central computer that can take back control of the island. The boy looked away, leaving the shocked girl behind him. I wonder if I can find some chips over here. Ibara asked him, why didn't you take everyone here? We could have saved time and effort. The boy replied, do you want the short answer or the long answer? The girl said, I suppose I want to hear the short answer, since you're going to make us wait for the others to come here because you want to rub it in their face. Izuku patted her on the head. Good girl. The short answer is that I'm petty. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.